Okay, I am here. I love when I say I'm not going to do something and then I'm doing it. So just know sometimes this might happen. Um, Not often, but sometimes when life be lifing, I just, do my thing and well, I'm here. Hi Red, hi Gia. The reason why I was saying mix it up as being disrespectful is because shout out to Corson. I was actually working with them to be able to continue to get some support with Mix It Up, but I'll be reaching out to more people too about having commands for my different, teammates. Gia being one of them, but unfortunately, it didn't work. Even though it was working yesterday when I tested it out. So, you know, not a huge fan of that, but we'll see. Maybe we'll figure it out. Figure out why stuff doesn't want to work again. But it's all goody in a hoodie either way. Whether you're watching me morning, afternoon, or evening, whether you're lurking or whether you're watching the VOD, I hope you're doing well. This was not a planned stream. I am still streaming tomorrow on Thursday for some more co-working and mix it up. But today I felt like coming back again to do some co-working and hanging out and chilling because as I said, streams during the earlier part of the week are primarily going to be focused on just, chilling, hanging out, listening to music, maybe a game or two after. I think with today's schedule, I'm probably going to do a little bit of co-working and just a wee bit of gaming. Actually, I want to play a little bit of Tiny Bookshop since, as I've been saying all year, I do want to keep working on finishing up the series that I've been playing so we can, not only up our queue, but open the floor for other games and things too. I was watching State of Play, for example, with, earlier today that just came out, and there's a lot of really cool games coming, like pixel games. There's a couple of games that flew under my radar that were going to come up, as well as just some really, really cool things I'm looking forward to in terms of my lineup. So again, not only do we want to, give the games that we currently have access to a lot of love, but I'm looking forward to being able to budget and figure things out so I can also play those games too. So all this to say, today was spontaneous. I do want to finish up, like I said, for Thursday's stream to do more lace craft. So I'm gonna do more lace stuff. I did tank down my nails. I am gonna put some more back on, but I wanted to give myself a little bit of a break and to be able to kind of just move forward in some of the things I want to do. So, like I said, I'll be in and out of nails for the rest of the year. Won't be shocking or anything like that. But other than that, that's pretty much all I've got. Just as a heads up again for scheduling, I'll be back tomorrow, which is Thursday, and then I'll also be back on Saturday and Sunday. Next week, I've got a couple of surprises in terms of games. I've been able to get access to some things, which I will not reveal until it gets closer, probably on Monday in particular, Monday and of next week. But I do want to share that along with finishing the games that I want to play, the new season of Marvel Rivals dropped. I want some more skins. There's a couple of games I've been wanting to play for a while, like Palia, Animal Crossing, and stuff like that too. So all to say, I'm probably gonna add some stuff to the lineup for intermission streams. And again, we're getting close to the holiday season to be able to play with friends and stuff too. I also need to circle back with friends. You know who you are in terms of being able to play some games. To be able to off stream in terms of shenanigans too. So I finally have a better idea of my schedule for myself to be able to do that. So just as a reminder, too, during co-working streams, I am also going to make sure I share out some resources and information for folks, including some really great mutual aid opportunities and some ways that people are supporting each other, especially with everything going on in the world. So just a heads up that I will do my best to during co-working as well as just for the rest of the week. I'm updating my socials and trying to get things together. My goal is to work on my media kit and a couple of other assets for streams and actually have a like bot for streams also with my commands and to get everything kosher and working together for Mix It Up and a task list widget that I also got. Shout out to Ella and Pinecone Friends. Why our list of games you want to play so similar? I'm assuming that's why we're friends. But welcome in, Mick. I hope you're doing well. And apologies, I said all that during the ads. So for those of you who didn't hear me, all I was saying is that today's stream was not planned. I just wanted to come on and do some lace work, get some stuff done, cross off my to-dos. Additionally, I do want to play a little bit of Tiny Bookshop. And I am going to update some of my things on my socials. I am going to work on my media kit. I was going to follow up with shout out to Brown Girl Gamer Code. I really appreciated their media kit workshop. So I'm working on that in terms of updates because I have been reached out to by game developers and folks for opportunities, but I need to clean up some stuff. And thank you for the 5 stream streak. Let's go, Mick. I appreciate you. And to still keep working on things and to apply for opportunities and shoot my shot in terms of just really building community, working on crafts, and just really making sure I can support my friends and community as a streamer. So that's pretty much all I have right now in terms of things. I'll probably yammer about stuff through today's co-working, but just a heads up, that's what I'm working with and everything too. So today is going to be a little scuffy because I'm trying to update, mix it up in terms of shout outs for folks as well. I've created some action groups and commands and everything. And oh my gosh, y'all have been here straight up. I so appreciate y'all. It makes me happy when people like, well, even when I'm spontaneous, they're like, I have to be here for a stream by C. That makes me happy, sincerely and truly. Y'all are so sweet. But yeah, I'm going to keep working on stuff and just having fun and listening to music. So that's kind of the goal today. I did also increase the vantage point for my streams. I realized for my camera, I had the resolution up to a low bandwidth, which is why when I watch the replays of my streams, because I do that when I'm able to, usually after streams as well as like when my off stream days to try to just figure out like what I can improve on and everything. I realized my camera settings were very grainy. So I think I fixed that issue a bit. But again, we're always going to keep troubleshooting and things like that too. So yeah. But okay. So as always, we're gonna get into it in terms of streaming shenanigans. I'm going to keep Bongo Cat up today, actually, because a lot of my friends and mutuals, you know who you is, are currently in the bongo chambers with their kitties. So I've put them below in terms of things so people can see that. I also have a task list widget up. Again, shout out to Ella. I'll give them a shout out in just a second because my cooldowns and stuff are not working. For those of you who are on my Pinecone stream, as well as my other stream teams, I've created an action group. Shout out to Corson and a lot of other folks to have automatic shout outs. They're not working for whatever reason, even though I tested them out yesterday. So if it doesn't work during this stream, I'm just going to keep fiddling with it because it should work now, even though my bot's still being goofy. But I'm hoping to have auto shout outs for folks in terms of folks who come by stream and everything so that it makes it easier to give a lot of love, and also for folks who watch me to be able to, watch the folks and go follow these amazing people who are streaming in the world that they're doing great things. But yeah, so with that in mind, I'm going to adjust my settings just a little bit. I will bring up, I think I'm going to switch to idiomatic, magic studies today for shenanigans. We'll see if there won't be too many weird things going on. Just give me 1 second, y'all. I'm going to adjust game stuffs. Oh. I don't like that. Oh? It's very glitchy. Hold on a second. I'm gonna restart it. It was being very glitchy. Let me try and Spirit City Lo-Fi Sessions and see if that will stop being so glitchy. That was so weird. Oh, I don't like that. Okay, this one's actually not that bad. Okay, maybe my Magic Studies game is being a little weird. Alright, that's fine. But I hope folks are doing well today. I've been doing a lot of like solo stuff, honestly. Like getting back into a regular routine of weightlifting. I'm actually gonna try to do some tonight, if not tomorrow. I didn't get to weightlift Monday, but I've been trying to do stuff at home and trying to just plan out some stuff. Budgeting, just running errands and things this week. Cleaning, doing a lot of just various things like that right now. And if I'm missing anything in the chat, I apologize. I'm just trying to set things up a little bit before I switch screens. Like I said, today's stream's gonna be scuffy, so don't be surprised if things are not working the way they should. Just a wee bit, but yeah. I think I got what I needed. Yeah. Like, there's a couple of things being goofy right now with Mix It Up, so I'm gonna keep troubleshooting, and I'm really grateful to my teammates for being kind, and I gotta reach out to other folks in terms of, like, how to figure some stuff out, but it's all goody. It's fine. Okay, that's what I wanted to adjust. Like I said, y'all, I'm fiddling with my settings with co-working nowadays because I do want to have a task list and a little co-working widgets. So I appreciate everybody's patience as I try to figure out what works for my setup for me as a streamer, and then going from there. So making slow but steady progress, which I'm grateful for. That's the most important thing. All right, I think we can transition. So just let me not have the background music at the same time. All right. Okay. So Spirit City Lo-Fi is at the top. As you can see, I do have a task list widget, which I will set up commands and stuff for. It's mainly going to be used for testing. I know if you've been on like streams with my other Pinecone friends, they have the same widget. Again, folks have been sharing resources and information about just like ways to use tools that don't, support companies that do not great things. So I don't have my command set up for the community tasks with widget. I'm gonna test it out and see if it works. As folks know who've seen me do this before, oftentimes they don't work for me. So I don't mind during co-working streams as I do some of my lace craft stuff, which, like I said, I'm not wearing nails today. It's just my bare hands. I do just want to test these things out today and keep like refining things as I go for the rest of the year. Now that I'm in a space where I can kind of just focus on transitioning and just doing these things without stressing myself out too much. So early this year I tried to, but honestly there was just too much stuff going on, so it just is what it is. It's the perfect time to do it now. And then before I get jumped by people, let me share that I'm streaming. I know people look out for my streams, so try to be mindful. Okay. I'm trying to find the original post they made because, like I said, this stream was spontaneous. It wasn't planned, so. Or I can just not find my post. I share so many things on my socials. I know the big bucket items today is, like I mentioned, I watched State of Play for PlayStation. There's a lot of really dope pixel games and other types of games I'm looking forward to. And then, of course, we got more updates for Monster Hunter Wilds and a few other titles I've been looking at for sure. So I'm super excited. And, of course, the big thing that a lot of gamers and folks are talking about is the Super Mario Galaxy movie. For folks, I love the girls from Mario. So I was really, really excited to see Rosalina and Baby Bowser. So it's really cool to see like stuff that I've enjoyed because for folks who don't know, I'm a big Mario fan, but my brother was the one who played through most of the games and beat them several times. So that's why I know way too much Mario lore. I played some of the games too, like I mentioned the other day on Monday's stream that I played Paper Mario and the Thousand Year Door, and I've played through a lot of the party games, so a lot of like Mario lore is very much wedged in my brain for the rest of my existence. Um, but it's really cool to see the movies being made, like seeing some of like those of us who are big Mario fans, seeing things come on the big screen for once and actually see it play out in the way it is. Like I watched the original Mario Bros movie that came out years ago for folks who've seen that one, the live action one. But seeing it in animation by Illumination has been a lot of fun. And I personally love, like I say, all the princesses. Love Rosalina. Actually, funny enough, I didn't like Peach as much as I like her now as a kid. I actually liked Rosalina when she came out, when the original Super Mario Galaxy came out. So now that I've thank you. Now that like the games, now that I'm like older, I love all the girlies in Nintendo, like Toadette, Peach, Daisy, and Rosalina. So seeing the voice acting and stuff for the characters has actually been really cool, respectfully. I don't think I'll ever get like sick of stuff like that personally, but I think it's just cool to see stuff that you grew up with actually get the hype that it does. So it is coming out near my birthday, so obviously I want to be safe about it, but I think I will try to go to like a drive-in theater or something and just go see it. I think it'll be a lot of fun because I didn't get to see the Mario movie in theaters. I waited till it came out, but I do think I want to actually see Super Mario Galaxy in theaters. It'd be a lot of fun. I'm sorry, y'all. I'm just like doing my usual things. And then, like I said, for today, it's going to be more of the same of Monday's stream. I'm going to just co-work, do some lace, and then get some stuff done that I've been needing to do for a minute. Oh, and I gotta tell other Pinecone friends in the Cord, but the developers for On Together followed me. I was like, oh, you guys are so cute. So I'm just love how like Team Pinecone's like, y'all should play On Together. Please join the coalition of us who love that little game. It's so adorable. right. Let me see. Nice. That's awesome. Another person for On Together. It's a really cute game. I need to spend more time with some of the other features in there, but for the most part, um, it's just a lot of fun. It's really cute, and I like that on this theme that I've been saying all year. I really like there's a lot of co-working games. And there are ads for those of you who are not subbed, so you'll be back in a second. I'll hold my thoughts a little bit per this conversation in a bit. All right, welcome back from the ads. Like I was saying, On Together is a really cute game. I really like that there's more co-working games since I'm in a lot more spaces with people virtually than in person for a lot of reasons, but it's been really cool to kind of get to know people um and just have those spaces both online and safely in person. So I'm just really grateful for that in terms of just continuing to build community and having opportunities to do some really cool things that I've been wanting to do for a very long time, but haven't had the space to do it. So okay. Oops. Alrighty. Let me wind up these bobbins. And then we can go from there. Also, I am lurking on people's streams as always. Several of my really dope friends are streaming, including Yano. They're amazing channels. I see my little bongo cat on Ty stream, for example. So let me just give me a second. Usually what I do when I'm co-working is I just hang out on other people's streams and just linger and hang out. So, oh wait, D's here. All right. I am gonna turn on Twitch drops for Marvel Rivals. Actually, I'm going to try to see if I can set up some games with friends. Anybody who plays, you're welcome to join in. But I do want to play Marvel Rivals. Um, I'm saying I have a doctor's note, not that it works, which is mostly true. Yeah, I mean, I've always said, and Mick, you know this, like I genuinely think that as much as people complain about it, I just don't think we're ever going back to a world that's mostly in person. I know that freaks people out, but honestly, what's something I've talked about often since 2020, and again, I'm gonna go down my rabbit hole of like just where I think the world is going. So if you don't want to hear that, you can just listen to the music and vibe out. But as a social scientist, speaking for myself and nobody else, the world is changing. I think the way in which people are very much not happy about that is very palpable. But I think in order for things, I get too much when it's not a pandemic. Yeah, so for one, as I always say, y'all, it's respiratory season. So COVID is a year-round thing, unfortunately, because of conditions. So I know for me, as many people know, I mask all year round. That doesn't change for me. All of my friends and loved ones, we all mask. We all do stuff safely, and we try to avoid like gatherings that would put someone in harm's way. I have a lot of people in my life, both in person and online, who are immunocompromised and disabled. I am health conscious as well for my own reasons in terms of things, but just in general, like I'm a big proponent about accessibility and not being ableist as much as possible. I'm actually going to update some of my things on socials to, again, I want to change my language as I have for the last few years, but really be more committed to find more about words in my vocabulary to make sure I get sanest language out of my dialogue. But I think the thing that I remember talking to a lot of folks about in 2019 was I said, pandemics cause a lot of social change. They really dampen and create cracks in systems that need fixing. And I think a lot of what's going on right now in the world globally is that a lot of these systems are finally falling apart. And when people ask me nowadays, and now again I'm gonna do lace while I talk about this, they ask me like, "See, why are you not surprised?" I'm like, "Why? Pandemics last 3 to 7 years. We can pretend COVID's still not a thing or infectious diseases, but that's not how life works. You can't just pretend away a problem. Eventually, it becomes so much of an issue that we either choose to adapt or we don't." And so I think while the conversation about accessibility didn't start in 2020, I encourage folks to read up on disability justice and the history of disability rights, both here in the States and globally. Um, I do think there's a conversation to be had when it comes to, for example, like working from home or having opportunities for folks to do stuff in a way where they're able to, not in the capitalistic way where they can't like work, because I don't want people to feel like their value comes from being productive. I don't think anybody's value innately is based on whether they work or do art or whatever. You're innately valuable for being who you are and existing. Because that's ableist to try to insinuate that people don't have value just because they don't have a job or they can't work in a particular way that other people can. But I think because of that, because of the way that the world is and that the proliferation of technology, there's so many opportunities for us to create spaces that are able to give people meaning in terms of actually living to work instead of working to live. And as somebody who has done that research, even though I've been going through my transitions, like I just feel like in the future we're all gonna be mainly virtual and hybrid because it just doesn't make any sense. I'm not saying that in-person gatherings aren't great. They can be done safely. I know for me, speaking for somebody else, I've planned a lot of gatherings for people to be safe, where they don't have to worry about getting COVID or flu or something that could impact their health. But it is very interesting having conversations as stuff gets dramatically felt impulsively this year. Even though, again, for those of us who come from not privileged backgrounds, it's kind of just an average Tuesday type of thing, or excuse me, an average Wednesday type of thing. But I just think the more people lean into the fact that, like, you just need to adapt and it's okay to make things as accessible as possible for people to live their lives, I think the more people will be like, oh, in that way. Because to me, like, I don't see the big deal. I don't see the big deal in accommodating people and making it easy for them to live their lives. But I don't assume that everybody is able-bodied. And I think as a mostly able-bodied person, because as I like to remind folks, for example, like in terms of things for me, like wearing glasses means that your eyesight's not great, which is you need something to help you see, for example. But I think genuinely it's interesting the way people were so hell-bent on going back to 2019 that people in the States are feeling it now where they're like, well, shit, everything's horrible. And I'm like, well, yeah, because I don't know why you would assume that not giving, excuse my language, caring about anybody but yourself was not going to create a society of people who are all going to do that even more in the degrees in which even before 2019 it was like that. So what world are you actually talking about? Are you talking about the world was already inaccessible to a lot of people that opened up for a bit because we were having these conversations about safety and things like that? Or were you just so privileged that you didn't have to think about it? And now that, excuse my language, shit's exploding, now you gotta think about it because it's impacting you finally. So I know some folks don't want to hear that, but to be honest with you, like, as somebody who wants to be accountable to the communities I belong to as well as the people that I love, it's a conversation that I've been thinking about for years in terms of, like, not just in public health in terms of what I do outside of streaming, but even just making clothes for people in terms of climate change and environmental impacts and, you know, trying to do fashion design and character design. Like, how can I do these things in a way that's accessible and to build community with people I may or may not be able to meet in person or may not have the ability to be able to move at the pace that some folks can. Not in like the savior complex type of way, but like it's stuff I've cared about since college because I used to take classes in environmental health and like universal design. So a lot of these types of conversations are coming up again for me as I get ready for my doctoral degree program because I'm like, yeah, I've studied this stuff and, you know, having my own things that I deal with. It's just a conversation piece of like making tables and places accessible is something that we all should care about, not during just emergencies or because no one else cares. Because my big thing that I make a joke about, and I need to catch up in the chat, so if I'm missing anything, I apologize. It makes me laugh when people are like, well, we can't talk about COVID anymore because it's not popular. I'm like, okay, but if you look at policies across the country and across the world, arguably, people are doing really unpopular, excuse my language, shit that people don't like. So why can't we do the right thing now? What's going on? So are we gonna do something or what? I don't understand like what the issue is. What's going on? We don't have spines? Don't know how that goes. Kind of thing. Anyway, I'm catching up. I have many questions about masks I always have on, but they all have been really nice, which is surprising. Work anyway that's comfortable with the individual, not the corporate. Exactly. Now, obviously, like, nothing's perfect, so I'm not saying that it'll be a quick change, but I would argue per timelines from, like, 1918 to 1930s, we are, to me, in a timeline of that. With, of course, you know, not everything in history repeats itself. There are new realities we have to deal with. But I would not be surprised in about 5 years, if enough of us band together, which I do believe humans are capable of change, that, yeah, I imagine we will do it. And people will eventually have to change. Because I just think humans have to adapt. Like, we just can't always have it the way we want to have it. And there has to be a conversation about what's for the greater good. Balance between our individual needs and circumstances and the collective good. I think there's a way to do both without, you know... Like, it's a conversation, again, about... We can still combat against ableism and still not forget the conversation about infectious diseases. I don't think we have to divorce those conversations. So often when I talk about COVID, people still get like, oh, you're stuck in the past. I'm like, no, my ethos is based in disability justice and healing and health justice and these conversations around really trying to be there for people and build community, because we're just all not going to be able-bodied. That's just not a conversation that's makes sense to me. Where people are like, oh, we don't need to do that because these folks, whatever. I'm like, you don't know that. Like, you don't know people's actual bodies and how they function. So, and it's none of anybody's business. So, wouldn't it behoove you to think about those things at the forefront so that way it's not a reactive conversation? And I think that's a lot of what's been happening, what I'm seeing from people is it's been reactive where it's like some of this stuff is actually preventative if we think about it from ahead of time. But again, oh, let me rearrange the bongo cots. I know folks are jumping in and out. I don't have any stake in the game besides like just thinking about these things for myself. I know I don't really come from the privilege of not like having spent a lot of my life having to think through some systems and how to take care of people and like take care of myself. Like it's something that I often think about and haven't had the luxury to not care about. So all 2020 really opened the door for me is to really like unpack some of those things and just let go of like to really learn how to stop being to just like really think more and more about collective stewardship and what that actually means in terms of like building community. So but it's something I often talk about with friends where people are like, oh, you're obsessed with COVID. It's like, it's really not just COVID. It's like, if we let viruses run rampant and don't have systems to help track this information or give people the right information, then you open the hole for people to say whatever they want and do whatever they want. And that can be problematic. So speaking for myself and nobody else. So that's just a common thing of history. So that's why I said I'm not hopeless. I'm hopeful. And hi Hex, welcome in. I hope you're doing well. I am doing some lace, trying not to knock over my pillow as I'm talking, but I hope you're doing well. Finally wind up some of these bobbins and maybe get started on this pattern before I'm done with the stream. It goes back to what I said on Monday where it's like, if you can tell me what to do, hey, I'm hanging in there. I hope you're doing good as well. That's always good. That's all we can do sometimes. I'm doing okay. Like I said, I'm just trying to get back to a routine, resting, and just really like taking care of things. So can't complain too much. Oh shoot. Didn't wind that up. Actually, I already see that's gonna be problematic as soon as I tightened it. There we go. I'm getting better, y'all, catching this stuff earlier. I'm hanging in there, and oh, sorry, my computer's lacking in available ports. Oof, that is real. I have to find my extension for my USB ports again. So, my PSA of today though is unlearning ableism helps everybody. Just it does. You're not going to be guaranteed to be able-bodied your entire life. So the more we all care about it, the more the world becomes accessible to everybody. But also, like, centering those most directly impacted, as I always say on streams, is so critical because, like, it's one thing to actually know these things and read about them, but it's another thing to have the lived experience of, like, having a disability and learning how it feels and knowing how it feels to not have doctors listen to you, to be gaslit, to not have, like some of my friends in the past, like, not having, like, wheelchairs accessibility in terms of ramps. It's a different circumstance. Ads are starting to, so I will repeat what I say after we come back from the ads. Doo-doo. I'm so proud of myself that I'm able to do stuff with or without my nails on. Oh wait, let's turn down the sound on this. Oh, that's my iPad. Lol. I was like, where is that noise coming from? I know my action groups on Mixit are being weird, but it is what it is. There we go. I just go follow Hex, by the way. Okay, I think we're in the first 10-minute break, and welcome back from the ads. All I was saying as PSA is that, like, listening to folks and actually centering experiences that will explain how to make places more accessible or events more accessible is most important. Y'all should also follow Hex too. They stream. They do dope things. I'm just saying. Is important because like I said, when my friends who are wheelchair users have had problems like going up hills and stuff, or some of my other like classmates who've had like cystic fibrosis where they are trying to use their canes, like people just don't think about the fact that like people have to be able to go up places, or even like motorized like wheelchairs and stuff like that too. It's just thinking through like universal to design and also doing stuff that my friends can come by or classmates. But I have to worry about like, can my friend actually come to this place? So like, it's just stuff I think about. It's even what I mentioned before when I told you I went to Disney the one time with my cousin who is they are what is the proper term for it? There's different types of blindness, but they can see lights and shadows, but they can't see color. But when we went to Disney, they had a pretty good accessibility in regards to her having like her books that she can read Braille with, and so that was cool. And they gave her a headset so she can listen to what was going on with the different exhibits and stuff. With the cane that she had. But again, like, because there's terrain and hilly like avenues in Disney parks, like we still had to make sure in terms of like being able to get on the rides and like giving the time to people to do stuff, that there were things that we think through that maybe some people don't think about. So, but anyway, I can go on all day. I feel ya. I've been trying to take it easy, not stress. Checked out the Sonic Rumble game a bit. Oh yeah, tell me how it is, Hex. Did you like it? I've seen it. It looks really, really cool, but I haven't had a chance to actually like play it. So, I also agree with you about unlearning ableism. As someone who is his and has family with disabilities, I do agree people need to take the time to be kinder and think of things in a collective than just what benefits themselves. Exactly. Yeah. I love the pimp out a wheelchair. Yeah, I've seen some really cool ways people have like added like accessories to their wheelchair. I think is really, really cool. So, I think making accessibility aids and like tools like fashionable is just really, really cool. I love seeing it. Also, yeah, I gotta take a break from streaming for a little bit actually, but I appreciate shit out. I'll get back to it before long once things settle down. No worries, Hex. Definitely want to give you a shout out so folks can still check you out once you come back. But hiatuses and breaks are always important. We gotta do what we gotta do. And I definitely resonate with you in that, like, I think the biggest thing I've learned is that you just don't know what you don't know, but I think it's really important to think collectively and, you know, again, still do what you gotta do, but just think about some of the stuff people go through and not get so upset if you don't have the experience to speak to something. Because I don't speak to some issues. Like, I care about a lot of things, but I don't speak to some things because I'd rather people who are most directly impacted by an issue speak to the circumstances, but I'll always advocate for stuff. So, and really just champion for those types of things to be heard and listened to, and people like actually being like, hey, let's actually have an open dialogue and conversation about this thing. This is really critical and important. So I think that's most key, as always. Is River microtransactions and game itself, it's fun and it's free. Have to see where it goes. Plays like a Sonic skin Fall Guys pretty much. Oh, okay. Because I have some mutual friends, like mutual streamer mutuals, excuse me. And I want to say some friends who are playing new Sonic Rumble. I didn't know it was like Fall Guys, so it sounds fun. Want to try it out. I know Fall Guys is happening right now in Final Fantasy XIV, which I haven't had the chance to try, but I think that's really cool personally. So, but yeah. So I want to learn sign language, and I'm always thinking about accessible technologies. That's why we have captions on my streams and just a bunch of things too, as y'all know, even if my bots are being goofy. And why I always tell folks, like, not only with like physical disabilities, but with like mental health too. Like, please always take care of yourself and know like these things are part of like are really, to me, are just part of my normal of like I just don't assume people are able-bodied, and I just never have. I've had to unlearn, of course, like anybody else, and I'm not saying I haven't made mistakes in that way, but I think, having loved ones, a community, and experiencing these things over time, um, you just you just really know it's important, and that again, as we all age and get older, like, we're just not guaranteed to always be fit and nimble and whatever. And if some of us maybe just are fine the way we are, in the sense of like, we have our disabilities, we have our like things going on, but we're still, living our life and have the support systems and safety nets to be able to do what we do. But not everybody has that. So I think it's a really critical conversation that I'm really grateful to have been in oftentimes. And also I've even done it for like work and clubs and stuff I've been a part of, because I think it's just a really important conversation to always have of like, hey, like, this person really can't be exposed to COVID. Can we all just mask so they can come hang out with us? Is it really that hard to do? Or can we just have a virtual option? So like, if folks want to come to the session, they don't have to physically go, but they can just like get the materials via email, or like, it's just these types of conversations that I'm like sometimes people make it like a big deal, but it's, to me, like, if you care enough, you'll put the time and effort into it. Especially with all this technology, like, I really think it's worth the effort so that more people can come to the table and have good ideas together. But that's just me. But again, that's my rant for the year with this conversation, which spurned off of like workplace. So I know people primarily think about it in like, yeah, teamwork makes the dream work. Yeah, because I mean, like, I've had instances where, like, in my previous jobs, I always think about like, oh, if someone can't come, can we send the materials, or can we have sign language? Can we have? I've also helped out in previous positionalities of like, can we have interpreters, because not everybody speaks English in the space. So can people have like people obviously getting paid for their work, but can we have like active translation? Can we have folks speaking in multiple languages? Which is why I've talked about it often. Like, I've been in multilingual spaces where, again, while, for example, for me as a streamer, I primarily use English, and I do want to be able to use other languages on stream. But again, I've been in spaces where like people do speak different languages, so that's why I've had to learn, for example, how to like speak slower and how to communicate different things in a way that are understood, because sometimes certain phrases in English don't translate across other languages and vice versa. So I think it's, again, in a conversation about language access and like ability and things like that too. And I think that's just such a critical conversation to have, because people don't think about that. They don't think about disability when it comes to language. But honestly, that's an accessibility issue too, because it's like, it would be like throwing me into a room with people who are speaking, like, again, I know Chinese in different languages, but I don't know enough to be able to convey ideas. So that's why I often say on streams, like, I don't ever, like, my brain doesn't think to judge anybody who, I know when people like say stuff like, oh, I'm sorry, my English is bad. I'm like, I know people are very mean about that. And my brain's just like, no, like, I know you probably speak multiple languages, and I do too. So let's communicate in a way where we can both meet in the middle, and I'm not like imposing like a Western view or doing things that make you uncomfortable. You're coming at it from a different perspective because your English is not your first language, and that's completely okay. But that's an accessibility issue, which is why I've loved being in the orgs I've worked with or volunteered with who will talk about like language justice or language issues of like, okay, most of the speakers here speak English, so can y'all slow down? Can we pause? Can we give an extra time for people to translate what's going on so folks can digest, but also people can respond in the language that they're comfortable in? Because that stuff matters and makes a difference. So that's why you don't really see me get bothered. People are like, oh, Sorry, my English bad. It's like, no, you're fine. You're fine. You're fine. Don't ever apologize. So, okay, sorry about that, y'all. I need to, again, remember to share my thing. I'm moving around people's little cats on stream again. Okay, that's a chime for the next 30-minute break. I'm just moving around the little bonko cats. It's also processing. Everyone doesn't process the same speed, like with my dyslexia. Yeah, that's why when, like, I'm going back to school with something that I've noticed often, especially again, like thinking about like you're saying, Mick, like people have different processing with their brain. Because that's why you don't, like I said, I've studied neuroscience. So you don't really hear me use the word neurotypical, because I think to me, neurotypical is based in the thinking of scanning brains and knowing where different things function, and we just don't know enough about the brain for me to think neurotypical is a good word to use, because to me that also denotes that certain systems that make people act a particular way, like racism and the isms, that's the default of how a brain should work, when that's not really something you can disentangle from culture, sociology, like social, cultural upbringings, language learning, and a bunch of factors. But yeah, in terms of processing, like people who speak different languages are going to process things differently. And everybody's brain is different. Even if you just know English, or you just know French, or just know Japanese, or just know like Chinese, like your brain thinks differently. It moves differently. So it's when I'm in these spaces that I've been in and planned events, it's been really a learning experience for me of learning like, hey, okay, like I said, one of them I mentioned a lot is like slowing down. I know I can talk really fast when I'm trying to, I have a limited amount of time, but it's learning like, hey, if someone's going to be actively translating what you're saying in English in another languages or multiple languages, you need to slow down so that they can actually give people the time to translate in a way that can be understood in another language. And also for you, if someone's speaking another language, for you to understand what's going on too, so y'all can properly respond in dialogue. And so interpretation or translation becomes an intermediary between two different people. And I know that's why for me, like one of the things I actually really want to work on is doing translation and getting better at my languages enough to be able to communicate in the way that I do, but also to like do some of that work too. So one, I'd love to be able to support like translation in terms of like organizations and groups too in science, because I want to do collaborative science across the world. But I think it's just a really important skill. So okay, my Nightbot is finally working. For context, as like I said, finding resources and things for what's going on in the West. The Black Farmers Index, especially for folks who. Oh, let me move my little cats actually on stream. But I added the Black Farmers Index. It's actually a really useful tool. Feel free to share it out. It's not something that I created, but it's actually an index by Black folks, Black farmers across the world, and Black botanists and things to be able to just share resources in the West and the States. So I wanted to have a running link in the chat for folks who want to share it out with their communities or groups. It's a really cool resource to just find like folks who are growing their own food or have like probably like bee farms and stuff. So I personally look for those types of resources and things, just not to assume anybody knows these things by default. But as I said before, y'all, I'm trying to add more links and information on my pages to kind of open the space for dialogue, but also just these are the things that I think about as I'm existing and everything, and want to just share them out and not gatekeep things. So I will have that running command probably even past when things I'm hoping things will get better, but genuinely just for folks who are in my neck of the world, it's a really great index that I highly recommend you use. I actually wanted, like I shared on the last stream, want to start gardening and stuff, so I am trying to connect with farmers and stuff too. I've connected with folks who make their own herbal teas, and I actually want to take a herbalist class. So it's a lot of those like nature things that I want to do. I know I have a little bit of woo, but I love nature as much as I love technology. I'm always going to be a bit of my solar punk, so I'm glad it's working. Everything else isn't necessarily, but it's fine. Mix it up. But I remember my first public speaking teacher was like, whoa, so I wasn't talking that fast to me. Yeah. And I've been told that often too. Like, I've taken, like, in my graduate school classes, I think I mentioned this before a long time ago, but I had to take a class in my graduate school program because I've done a lot of, like, I've had to do a lot of, like, classes and teaching, and then I've also worked with a lot of nonprofits and organizations. So that's why, as a streamer, like, speaking doesn't bother me. I still get shy and everything and you know, deal with my human emotions. But one of my classes that I remember distinctly in graduate school is where we were required once a week to digest a research article, work with our classmates, and do a presentation for 10 to 15 minutes. I remember that class being like, oh my God, but I'm grateful they actually made us do it that way because it helped me get really good at creating, like, quick presentations and also being able to tap in that way to your point, Mick, of, like, learning how to slow down, changing my language, and thinking about communication in the sense of, like, again, if I can't break it down for someone who's 5 years old or my grandmother, who my grandma has great processing, like, she's smart as a whip, because I know as you get older, like, sometimes your brain doesn't process as fast as when you're younger. And everybody has different processing speeds. So again, everybody's validated in how you process. There's nothing wrong with you. Everybody's brain is different. But if I can't break it down to my grandma or a 5-year-old, then I clearly don't know the topic. And I think it's really important to be able to communicate to different types of people, not just people who, you know, like I tell folks, like, I don't just want to talk to folks who have my same degree and whatever. I want to be able to communicate with all types of people. And as they're starting, so we'll be right back as I keep winding up my bobbins and yammering a little bit. Let me see, I might have missed something. And I'll respond to Hex in a second, since I know, again, not everybody is subscribed, which is totally fine. Moving little kitties. Waiting for the ads to end. All right, welcome back from the ads. Also wanted to give a shout out to Bree. I'm actually currently streaming right now. They're playing, I think the sequel. Welcome back. Yeah, I think they're currently playing the sequel to, American McGee's Alice, which is a game I talk about way too much. But yeah, you should go check them out. They're a fellow Pinecone. They're also kicking it to celebrate Steven as they, you know, did their streamer anniversary, which, again, shout out to Steven for that. Congratulations again for 4 years of being awesome on the internets. So, I'm just lurking in various people's streams, as y'all know. So, but Hex, to your point, I wish I could get back on that polyglot grind set. I'm gonna have to scrap a bunch of esoteric mythology, ancient history knowledge. But, like, I've lived a life trying to be a Renaissance man, trying to dip my toes and everything, so always feel like I'm getting close to capacity, jack of all trades and all that. No, that's cool. I can respect that. I think you'll be able to utilize your knowledge too, and, like, I think even in that point too about learning languages, Maybe you can also like learn and read about some mythology and some of that historical context from different languages too. Best of both worlds type of thing. That's what I eventually want to do, as I talked about like the fashion books and everything that I wanna get. So yeah. It's something I definitely want to keep working on this year as we wrap up, and then next year for sure. I didn't do as much as I would have liked, but again, there was so much going on this year that I focused on a lot of like tech and science learning and applying for programs before I got into my current one. So now I have the space to kind of be like, all right, let's get back into it a little bit. Heck, I totally. When I learn a language, I can read it, but I don't speak it well because my brain, real. I think I'm always going to be a better writer, in terms of languages. But I think it's because I just like to write. So speaking, I get a little bit like, let me practice and hear it a couple of times so my brain can get used to it. So that's so real. I think it says it makes you slow down. Yeah. Like I remember when I was writing my essays in Chinese in my 301 classes. So I took, like I told y'all before, I took a couple of years of Chinese in college. I still have those books, and I'm gonna get back to it because I downloaded them on my iPad. There's some apps and stuff I want to use, but I sound so much smarter when I write than when I talk. Yeah, I can relate in the sense of like, I sound like a Philosopher's Stone or storybook when I talk, and it translates even when I speak other languages. It's so funny. And because I don't have a basis for English, it ends up being to where my professors have told me, like, you sound really good in this language, to the point where, like, if you get really good at it, you could be good. But I think my Chinese professor told me, it's like, you talk how you talk in Chinese and English. Which is so funny. Like, I don't think because, I mean, Chinese has tone, Spanish doesn't. And other languages I don't. The only tonal one that I know is Chinese, at least if that's the way you phrase it. So it's funny to me because, like, I sound exactly the same as I do in every language. And I feel like every professor I've ever had has told me, you sound like you have you like, my professor told me if I kept practicing Chinese, she's like, you could sound like really good. The fourth tone always got me in Chinese, and then in Spanish I can't roll my R's, but it's always like this quirk I have where I think because I don't have a basis for English, it helps me learn languages easily, but it's also where like my flowery, very story-like way of speaking translates in all the languages I know, which is so funny to me. But it doesn't. Given my map of who I am in my life path, I'm not surprised, to be honest with you. I'm not really surprised. It's just kind of funny to me in theory. So. That sounds, let's see. Yeah, that's unusual. Yeah. Oh, yeah, that's pretty much what I do. I look into a lot of other cultures, mythology, and such, and pick out little bits here and there. I've got a lot grasp on Spanish, French, and Japanese. I can infer most of it from when I heard, but need to find time to study for reading and writing. That's fair. Yeah. And I can respect that because I can relate in some of the languages that I learned too. I think, heck, to your point, I definitely think you can do it. Because one thing that I try to do every so often is like read manga in Spanish, for example. And, I do want to get some of the original, like BL stories that I read in Chinese. And then once I get a bit better with like Korean and Japanese, you want to do something similar, and then sign language. So I get it in terms of like trying to take stuff that you're interested in and reading it in the language and being able to infer. It's just, again, like we're saying, and to your point, Mick, exactly, finding the time to study is always the hardest part. Same thing with like, I'm learning how to draw, which I've told my sister she's my like pseudo teacher. So she's a professional comic artist. Of course, and all my artist friends, I appreciate y'all in terms of when y'all share art tips and everything. But I like just finding the time to even do it for 5 minutes a day makes a difference. I know for me that's been helping me because I haven't been able to draw a lot this year, but seeing my progress over the last year is is really like so satisfying. It's that thing where people talk about Gen AI and they're like, pick up a pencil. As somebody who's learning how to draw, pick up a pencil. It's worth it. It is so satisfying to learn something and be decent at it after practicing for so long. So, her eye is so pretty. Yeah. She moves on forward, as I mentioned during the last stream too. So I know, like she told me, I gotta work on anatomy, so I'm gonna do a lot of figure drawing probably for the next year or two, as well as to keep pacing myself. But I'm getting a rhythm of what I want to do. I definitely can tell though. I've been influenced. Like there's certain artists that I think when you see them, you can see how they've inspired your art style, and I see it so much in how I'm drawing, and it's so cool. So I'm grateful for that. I do want to set up this pattern today, so y'all can stop just seeing me wind up bobbins. I think I'll be able to do that before we end stream. Or end the co-working portion, at least. I love how I say that as if I'm not, like, wrapping this thread together. But yeah. I felt that way with my knitting because I learned something different from each person who helped me. Yeah. That's why, like, I understand sometimes we can get, like, envious or jealous of people or, you know, want to move quickly to do stuff. But I think the more we see people who do stuff that we're doing and we're having a lot of fun with it, I think the more that we can find our way and still be able to support our favorite people. Because I know, for example, like, it was really cool to raid Manda, even though I didn't talk to her too much. She doesn't know me personally, but it was really great to have a conversation with her in regards to, like, not to have a conversation with her, but I was grateful to raid into her stream, and like I love watching her draw. So a lot of my favorite artists, like I said on the Monday stream, now are streamers. Like they still sell their products, they still do their art, but like they do a lot of crafts and like things that I enjoy. So it's been really, like I said on my socials, really inspiring for me. And it makes me like really, really, really hopeful of like, again, that thing I love about being slow and steady and very consistent with your craft, and like being okay with taking a break too if you need to. Because that's the big thing with me where like I know I didn't hit all my goals weightlifting at all this year. There was just so much going on. But it's okay to just have to step away and do it when you can and maybe not have a lot of time. Like I said, I've only been drawing a little bit in doses this year on my iPad, but it still made some progress. So that's the most important thing, is like you made some type of progress, and that's all that matters, and not speed running it. So next year, one of my main things is going to be slowing way down. That's fair. That is very fair. And I always champion of like when you feel like it's time to just like ramp it down, ramp it down. Yeah. I'm very much in like a study period in my life. It's probably because again I'm going back to school, but I definitely think I'm in like a lock in, like be serious, take your goals serious. Not that I haven't been this whole time, but really just like, all right, you said what you're gonna do, you did it this year, congratulations. Now like lock in. If you're gonna do this, be serious about it, because if the opportunity comes, you need to be ready. So, and some of that has happened this year, where like some opportunities have come up, and I'm like, I'm ready. This is time. Like I'm scared, but it's time to do this. Like you want to put yourself back out there. This is what happens. you girl boss a little too close to the sun, but do it in the pace that makes sense for you, so you don't burn out. Because that was something that I've had to learn many times in my life, is do not burn yourself out doing the absolute most. And knowing like where you feel called to do versus like maybe where you need to step back. Because there's some things where I'm like, yeah, I'm not doing that anymore, or I'm going to do that. Which a lot of that for me, again, as I've been talking through a little bit this year, is like crafts and fashion and stuff. And going back to some of the things I haven't done for years, which is like, honestly, research and writing. It's been a minute. Like, of course, like with my previous jobs, I still did that stuff, but it was just different. It's a different posture to be in, being a student again, versus, you know, being like like having a job. Not to say I won't work jobs, but it's different to be a student and work again. It's a different posture that I haven't been in a minute. You got this, my friend. Maybe you should start working on it. Yeah, for sure. And I would love to do, speaking on that too, because like I said, I still want to do streams in the future where I talk in multiple languages or learn. I do want to do stuff like that in the future. So like I do want to do some science streams. So, but I think like co-working and learning languages is perfect. So, and like I tell for folks, if there's any materials you need for any of the languages I learn, I'm happy to share them as I've shared before on previous streams. Like my Chinese books have been really helpful in terms of the way to learn. And I've gotten some really great resources from other friends from other languages too, which I so am grateful for. I want to enjoy the process because I feel like that's one of my favorite parts, but I've been missing it. Yeah. And I think that's the thing about like why I like to take my time to that point of slowing down. Like I don't want to master things in a way where it feels good for me and it's not based on anyone's timeline but my own. And I know that social media really is not great at reminding folks like to take your time and to focus on your process, and it might not happen like tomorrow. It could happen tomorrow, but like there's a learning process and that part is enjoyable. Like even what I'm doing right now of like doing torch and lace, like I'm so proud of myself that I can just do this pattern without really thinking about it. Whether I have nails or not, whether I'm dolled up to the nines or not, like I can do this hobby and really enjoy it. And not feel like rushed about it. Because the thing about, I think, and Mick, of course, since you're a crafter, you know this, but I feel like for crafting, for especially, it's not a hobby you can speedrun. Like, you have to be very thoughtful. You can, you know, because there's some patterns, like, if you've done them 5,000 times, you have the muscle memory. But I feel like crafting has taught me to slow down a lot. Like, take your time, think about what you're doing. You know, don't get frustrated. If you need to tear something down and start over, start over. If you're not feeling it, just leave it alone. Same thing with weightlifting. Like, I think from the fact that I've weightlifted for almost, like, 13, 14 years now, I can tell you, like, usually the body results that you see are not going to come in the first couple of weeks. It's not even really going to come in the first couple of months. You really don't start seeing progress if you do weightlift for like a year or two. At least for me. If I was more diligent, which again, I will say I'm not the best at that. I am going to work on meal prepping and planning a little bit more because that's like something that I've been on and off about, that I've been wanting to do and I don't do it. But I think with heavy weightlifting, that was the thing for me because it was a processing my body change over time. But knowing like it takes time to feel strong and to do certain things and develop the muscle memory to do things. So, all right, I think I'm pretty much done with all these bobbins. I just need to stretch them out so if they unravel, it won't be too gnarly. As we move on to setting the torch and lace base, or at least setting the stage for stuff. But yeah, I think that's really important. It's like enjoying the process of mastery. That's what I love about life is, yes, it's great to reach the pinnacle in the highs, but like it's really great to enjoy the process of learning. Yeah, it's also hard not to try to monetize your hobby. It's okay for it just to be a hobby. You don't have to turn it into a job. Exactly. I literally saw a video on Instagram because I peruse on it. I'm not on there that often. I might reactivate some things because I know some folks have found my Instagram. I don't really go on there besides keeping up with folks, and responding to like videos I get. So if you've added me on there, I promise you I'm gonna figure out like what I'm gonna do with my Instagram page. But yeah, to that point, Mick, like that's the thing for me too. Like I do not want to monetize every skill I have, because I think that's that millennial thing that we were taught of like, oh, if you can do something really well, you should make money from it. And then I'm like, no, I don't want to do that. I don't want to make money from every single thing that I do. I just want to learn something just because I just want to have this hobby. Like I don't have to earn money for doing it. And I think it's a good reminder because I know in this economy, again, get your bag however you want to get your bag. If you want to monetize a hobby, if you draw, do illustration, you do tarot readings, whatever you do that makes money, Hell, I'm not mad if you want to get a little bit of a side hustle. I'm not mad at you or make it a full time thing. But I think it becomes overwhelming when we turn everything into a capitalistic means to make money if you have the option to not do that. So that's just me. Like, I just don't want to do that for myself. So that's why, like I've said before, like me streaming is a hobby and like lace stuff is a hobby and dresses. Like, don't get me wrong, you know, maybe I might do science and make dresses for a living one day. I don't know, but it's not something that I am actively seeking. I'm just living my life and just enjoying it as a hobby. If it just stays like that for the rest of my life, that is fine. I have no problem with that. That's not a thing for me to worry about. I'm not going to stress about it. Yes, turning a job takes the fun away a lot of the times. And I will wait to comment more once we get back from the ads. All right. And while I'm doing that, I will slowly take these down so I can make sure. Ow! I think that's the first time I've actually stabbed myself. All right. Making sure these are tightened enough. Oh shit. Oops. I'm wanting to make things people love. That's all I'm interested in. Yeah. Which to me, that's really what it is. Like, I think for me, my art is my catharsis. So for me, I do a lot of art for me, like to be creative. It helps me. Welcome back from the ads. I'm commenting on this conversation of not monetizing everything. Hope folks are doing good and okay. But breaks over, yeah. And of course, as a reminder, thank you for that, Mick. Please make sure during the ad breaks, if you're not subbed, in general, with my co-working streams, please take a break. Please look away. Please step away if you need to, even if I'm talking. There's VOD, so if you miss any of my conversation, just watch the VOD. Please take care of yourself first and foremost when you watch me. But to your point, Mick, like, yeah. Like, for me, a lot of my passions and hobbies are because I just think they're fun. And I want to have fun. And if I can make someone a gift or, have fun with another friend through it, that's fine. But it's mainly for me to enjoy. It's not really a thing of, oh, I need to make money off of it. Same thing with science. Like, even though that's technically how I've earned money is doing research in science and, curriculum design and teaching and everything like that. Like, that's fine. But I also love it just because I love it. And it's happened to make me money. That's great. But it's not something that, it's like there's some things I'm just like, nah, I'm good. It doesn't need to be a thing. So there's a lot of pressure, though. I get that. There is a lot of pressure to monetize everything we do. It's the same thing with, like, not everything needs to be content, in the sense of not everything needs to be streamed. Not everything needs to be told. People have the right to privacy. Just a lot of stuff like that. I think it's really critical. That is me and the dogs. I would and did do it for free. Yeah. And those things are valuable. It's really valuable to have experiences that are just for you and that just bring you joy outside of capitalistic systems that it encourages to just do and go and be productive. I just don't really subscribe to that. Like, I understand that unfortunately we do live in a world where, yeah, like, resources, money, we can't not think about that. But if we can make the space where we don't have to in something, even if it's a little thing, then that's important. So unraveled. Yeah, it's so sad that it's become a privilege to enjoy your time. Yeah, for sure. Like, I'm saying these things in the sense being mindful, though, that not everybody has the privilege to just not have to monetize their things to survive. And that's just the reality of it. Like, it's a privilege to have hobbies, which is sad, but it is true. Unfortunately. And some hobbies, like gaming, are so expensive to where, like, it's really telling that more people can't do certain things. So give a shout out to more Pinecone friends. I know they're still streaming. Yarn. No one tells you until it's too late that you're already hooked. Yeah. As soon as y'all took me to that yarn shop years ago, I knew I was screwed with that. Everything's so freaking parody in yarn shops. And now that there's like actually online ones all over the world, that does not help me at all. So, there's that. Alright, I think this is the last one, and I think we're good for the bobbins. I think that's the time for the next 10-minute break. So as always, y'all, please make sure you use the breaks accordingly. I'm just going to set up my bobbins a little bit and kind of look to see how I want to start this off. And also make sure I don't knock these bobbins over. Make sure the threads are kind of spaced apart from each other. Then I think I have the pattern right in front of me. Yeah. Okay. Like I said again, I'm gonna do another torch and sampler and then a fans and spiders probably. I could change my mind, but I do know again I plan to be certified in torch on lace. It's the pattern I want to do the most. Okay. Same of the two colors. Sorry, I'm standing up for a bit to kind of stretch my legs. Ah. Oh. Alright. Let's put these two here. Oh, I love how I put them in this awkward position where that makes this challenging. Lol. Me. Hold on. Ugh! Move some of these pairs. Alright, let me clear some of this out. Alright. As you can see, I've extended some of my thread so that way I won't run into the problems I usually have when I've done this a couple times on stream where, yeah, I appreciate that. Thank you. I think I apologize. I feel like the lighting got messed up, but it's actually not, which I'm happy about. But thank you for that reminder because, yes, as I said before, please take care of yourself. I will do that, of course, too, on streams because I need to stand up sometimes. Especially because I did back and upper body and back yesterday. So I need to make sure I don't scrunch over too much. Okay. Alright, so rainbow style, and then we need to do twist each pair. Whoops. Hold on, wait a minute. My brain was like, that didn't work out the way I wanted it to. Alright, twist it once. Nope. I immediately saw it lift up, so we're gonna start over immediately. I saw it and I was like, nope. Absolutely not. Yeah, I have some drink next to me. Thank you for checking in about that. Yeah, usually for streams, I usually have tea or like a drink next to me so I don't get dehydrated. Especially because I'm talking so much. So I don't have any redeems about like stretch and hydrate. I think those things are cute, but I don't because I try to be very mindful of like drinking and eating snacks. I appreciate the check-in about it. I do appreciate when y'all are like, hey, have you had a sip? And I'm like, you're right. I have tea next to me. I should drink something. All right, let's do that again. So twist, and then cross, twist, cross, twist, and then let me make sure I tension this so it doesn't go off the yarn string. Jeez. There we go. So I was like, haha, that was not what I needed to do. Your muscles needed to hydrate. Exactly. Yeah, I drink a lot of protein shakes, but I also want to add more water to my repertoire too. I've been trying to do that this year, but I haven't been the best and consistent about it, so. Alright, let's do this here. We're gonna start on this side like we always do. Alright, let me pull this out. So I'm trying to adjust my screens again so that way, as y'all keep using the break, I can still see the chat as I do this. Alright, how do we want to do this? I think we want to do matching pairs on the sides. So I think I have this one. That's a pair. That's a pair. Maybe we can do these at the ends, but that might be too dark. Maybe we can do these. I'll do lights at the end. Okay. Whoops. All right, let's do this here. I'm trying to think. Do cross and print. Yep. Cross, twist, cross, twist. Obviously, I'm gonna do this really fast because I'm so used to doing that. Hi, Ginky. Welcome in. Then let me hop out the motherfucking portion. I'm crying. Welcome to the stream. Hope you're doing well. I can see my action group things are not working because you should have got a shout out. It was working yesterday, but I guess it's not going to. That's all right. We'll fix it for next stream. But y'all should go follow Ginky. Welcome in. I hope you're doing well today. It's lovely to see you on streams. As you can see, I'm doing more craft stuff. And I appreciate the stream streaks. I really do. That hits me in my feelings. Oh, wait, it did work. There it goes. Yeah! Let's go! Ah! I'm surprised that worked. Give me 1 second, y'all. It worked, man. It didn't even pop up for me, so Twitch just smells. Well, you got your shout out, so you got it twice, but I'm glad my action group works. I told you I'm getting better at, stream. But hold on just a second, y'all. All right, just hang tight, y'all. I'm gonna step away for a second but again, for those of you who are, yes, I'm getting savvy with it in terms of shout outs for people who come to the stream. Shout out to Corson. But yes, please go follow Ginky. They were playing Earthbound and other great games, so cool peoples and everything. So fancy tricks. But all right, I'll be right back. We're gonna be BRB screen, so it'll be a minute. Okay, I'm back. Thanks so much for your patience. Back to the gaming. Huzzah. Hello, hello. Um, okay. I don't know why my shout out worked for Ginky, but it didn't work for Gia. That's so strange. I need to probably fix the programming on it a little bit, so. And we'll figure it out. Because I need to make sure all my teammates and all my friends get their shout outs. Okay. So. Alright, move the temporary pen as always. Did I stab this like too hard? Lol. Me and my goofiness. Oh. Go down. I was like, that's too high. Alright. I'm gonna do this where I'm gonna lift this up every time I do a torch and at least pattern as much as I want to learn it. I'm learning it. Why am I like this? Oh, did I hit the camera? I did, probably. Ha! I wouldn't do that. Okay, I think I moved it just a little bit. Yeah, this part isn't that bad, but like I said, since I've done this a few times now, it doesn't really bother me to do this in this way. I think I just need to remember to make sure when I'm making my pattern, or like, sorry, doing the different stitches, that I remember not to do that thing before where like I did the sides of it to try to like get it started, and then I just messed it up again, and I was just like, all right, well, this is gonna be completely messy all the way through now because I'm goofy, but it's fine. Let me change the playlist just a wee bit. Oh, I didn't like that glitch. I will remember this time to change the playlist. Alright, and we're going to be in ads in a little bit, so for those of you who don't have a sub, you'll be back soon. Sorry, my brain was like, did I do that right? And even if I did it right, I'm going to redo it anyway. Pulled it, okay. Cross, twist, okay. My brain was like, huh? Welcome back from the ads. I'm just doing my stitches. Overtime, slowly getting it. Sorry, if I play this song like 2 more times, as y'all know I try to change up the variety of music, but sometimes I do lock in and then like repeat the same song a lot. I do that more off stream, but sometimes, as you'll notice, I will play a song multiple times. Just helps my brain kind of really lock in, if that makes sense. Okay, so we have 2 of these. I think we want it Gotta match the other side. Oh, the glitching that's happening right now? We'll do this. But yeah, like I've been saying all year, I'm in a better spot. But I think how people say it in terms of it being the year of the snake, I feel like I'm shedded a lot of. Welcome back from the ads. I'm just going on my rants now as I keep doing at the base for this torching pattern. I definitely think I've shed a lot of skin, which in practical sense is gross. But like they say in nature, when snakes shed their skin, they're vulnerable. They're very like getting their body back to where they are. I think I'm very much in that mode right now, like I've been saying, where I'm like, I'm not the same person I was at the beginning of the year. And I like this version of me though. She's not that much different from who I was at the beginning of the year. But if you told me the stuff that would be happening this year, like any other year, I'd be like, eh. But I think there's some things that closed out that finally did that I've been waiting on since, God, 2019. So it's very strange to be where I'm at now. But it's, again, that analogy of a snake where, like, snakes don't really go back to going to their normal routine after they shed a lot of layers. They're just kind of stasis where they need to assess, like, what's going on and get used to their new, like, body and everything. So I feel like I'm there right now where I'm not really trying to force anything. I'm not trying to make anybody do anything. I can only control me. So it's helping me as somebody who thinks too much. It's not a bad thing. I just am a thinker. But it's helping me like stabilize a bit. So hope that makes sense. But it's something I definitely do try to advocate for, which is like, when you get new sea legs and you're in something new, give yourself time to transition. And that's kind of where I've been at a little bit this year, is transitioning just a little bit. And now that I got my sea legs, my brain's like, all right, this new skin you got on, don't do too much, see. Get used to it first. So. All right, let's see. We did this. Okay, now I can use more of this white thread. I was debating for a second to use more of it, but I realized like I didn't make enough. Like I need to match the other side basically. So I was like, I didn't make enough lace bobbin threads. Either I have extra bobbins to do on both sides the other colors I have. So that's all that basically means. Actually, let me move. My thing is glitching. I don't like that. Just hope that's not disturbing y'all watching me. I keep seeing something glitch on my PC, but hold on. Let me get my last. Push this down. I am okay though with trying things in life over and over and over and over and over and over and over again. That's why I've said on last stream, like, here's nothing you can shame me about. If I have to start over every single time, I'll do it every single time, as many times as I need. You only have one life to live, so. Yeah, I don't know why that's glitching as bad as it is. It's kind of annoying, I'm not gonna lie. Alright, that's what I was hoping for in terms of the music change, so let me just pop the playlist a little differently. I mean, sad lo-fi? I'm not sad, but we're gonna do it anyway. It's fine. I don't know why it's doing that. It might be because I have multiple programs up with my PC. Sometimes it's like, hey sis, I don't really like that. So it keeps being weird and it's a little distracting. I might turn one of them off. Do I think things are going to get any better by next year? Of course. Not everything's not always bad, but I do think there's still more change coming. I don't know. I know people don't want to hear that, but I genuinely think we have a lot more to go through. Do I think there will be stable times? Of course. Always. All right. Let me see. I'm going to try to maybe cut down some windows. That might be why. Yeah. I think that's probably why. Things are glitching on my end. I was like, why is that doing that? Okay. Let me close out a couple more windows. Okay, I think that helped. All right, so this side is done. I remember, people remember being here. Remember that one stream where it took me like a long time to actually make my pattern? Now I can do it in one day. Again, progress. Stable times to hurry up. Yeah, I think as a millennial, and I can only speak to being a millennial, I feel like for us, we have never been in a time that's stable. I think even when we were born in the 90s, there was so much stuff going wrong that like I genuinely can't say as a millennial I've ever been in a time where things felt stable. It's always been like every 5 years something really wild that I could not comprehend happens. But I think that's why I'm extra ballsy, because I'm like, if this horrifically bad thing can happen that I genuinely hate, and will do my part to make sure this doesn't happen, because people always say as you get older you go a particular way. I'm like, I'm going the way where people have free housing and healthcare type vibes. That's a lie. But if this thing can happen, then why can't the good things happen too? It's that phrase where it's like have the confidence of a mediocre white dude type thing. It's like that. I'm just saying. I'm just being honest. So. But yeah, I genuinely don't like instability. I don't like the wildness that can happen in life, but it's unfortunate. But I don't think it's all bad. I think it can get good. If enough of us want it, it'll happen sooner. So that's always my hope. It's always my hope. Okay, so we did... Wait, shoot. I don't have enough pinks. You know what I did? I did 3 of these, not having enough. Nuggets. So this pattern is going to be interesting because I don't have enough. I was like, so what I mean is that I'm supposed to match these pinks on both sides, right? I actually did it where I only have one of these on the other side. So they're going to be mixed matched colors. That's going to be challenging though. You know what? Fuck it, we ball. I'm going to try it out and see. We're going to have fun with it, see what happens. Okay, so what I'm going to do though is I'm going to... Yeah, I think I will just do lighter colors and just go from there, and we'll see how much I've actually learned. It'll be a little confusing because I won't be able to rely on the matching colors, but I think it'll be actually a good thing to try out. Okay, so now we need to go this way. And going back to what I've said too in regards to confidence, a lot of the time when I get asked, and it's again not something to harp on, but if these things can happen, then that means I think people can follow their dreams and land in places they never would have thought. And I think I genuinely still believe that, as wild as people are like that could never happen. It's like, well, it's maybe not your life, and you never know. Never say never type vibes. So put that little guy directed to us. I love how people keep logging in and out, and I'm like rearrange the bongos. It's so cute to me. But I don't know. I'm in my early to mid 30s, so I have a lot of life to live. 30s is not old, so I feel like I don't have the right, and I'll never act like I know everything. I feel like I'm learning a lot about myself this decade that I'm like, okay, my 20s, some of the stuff that I did, it makes sense. Like I always say in shame, but like now that I'm in this decade, I feel like I'm wanting to get my ish together in a different type of way that's more about my peace. Not saying it wasn't like that before, but it's just a different headspace than like other things. Like I'm a bit more certain of stuff, but I'm also not. And I think some people are like, well, what do you mean by that? And it would be like, I thought I would do certain things by a certain point, but now there's like not so stringent a timeline, or acting like if something doesn't happen now, it won't happen later. Because a lot of my greatest life achievements at this point happened at times when I was not expecting them. And sorry, I needed a drink. I have my tea next to me, so I'm gonna make sure I take a sip real quick. Is it strange given everything happening in the world? Yes. But again, I think it's going back for at least for me, since I've been going through so many different changes since 2019 on top of just the world itself, that like I've told friends, it's like being in the eye of the storm, and being able to cultivate a sense of grounding within myself, of just being able to propel myself forward in the goals that I have, building on the foundations that I've built, and always like ascending towards wherever direction I'm gonna go. I think of it like the Kingdom Hearts spiral stair steps, which may be really cheesy to say it this way, but I don't like I'm really proud of myself, for example, this year, because it's been like a becoming in a different way, where it's like, yeah, some things had to change and I couldn't control them, but it pushed me in a direction that I don't think I would have gone as soon as I would have if I had not been flung out in a way where I could feel like I was being pushed to do it anyway. Like I'd already planned to do some of the things I wanted to do, but being so snatched in a way that I was in some spaces this year was really good for my growth. Obviously, I'm not saying like people should be traumatized. I don't really believe in that. If you can do stuff in life where you're not dealing with trauma, please go that route. It's great. But I think for me, like some of my greatest transformations have come from hitting a space where I'm like, damn, okay, this kind of fell and came apart, but what is this like? For me, I try to do it as, what is this teaching me? And one of the things it taught me was that like it was time to evolve as a scientist. And I know that sounds wild, but it was. And I think it was something that I've mentioned before on stream, but one of my mentors that told me for years, they were like, see, you do know you're not going to stay here forever, right? Like you do know you're so, the way you move through the world, at least in terms of who you are, you just not meant to stay here. And it's not in like a to flex any type of way, but it's more like my mentors have done a good job seeing some of the things I'm capable of, but also knowing that like I will take a long time to get comfortable and think through decisions so much. So when things happened in the last few years, like, is there a grieving process for stuff that you can't control or things you didn't think went a particular way? Of course there always is. So I'm not dismissive of that. But I think it's been very interesting in the sense of like, had some stuff not happened, I don't think I would be this version of me, which I'm grateful for the way that it came, even if it didn't come in the way I wanted it to in terms of the lessons I took from it. And again, one of them was like, girl, you want to publish, you want to write books, you got to go. If you don't get pushed up out this thing, you're not going to do what you're saying you're going to do, or you're going to take longer than you need to when you're ready. And it's that thing sometimes people say where they're like, when do you know you're ready? And the answer to that question for me a lot of my life is, it never comes to me perfectly. I for those who it does, that's, well, okay, I don't want to say it hasn't been perfect, but it's more like I've lived a life where stuff has come when it is ready for me to come, and it's perfectly works out. But it doesn't come in the way often that I'm like, shit, like I'm 100% ready. And then I'll continue on my rant after the ad, since, you know, everybody has a sub. So I figure this out. Okay, put this over yonder. Oh, God, not like that. No. Why would you get caught up, like, right there? Don't do that. All right. Welcome back from the ads for those of you who aren't subbed. Continuing on my rant. At least in my life has always been where I'm not always prepared for when stuff changes. So I'm flung sometimes, or feel like I'm just being thrown somewhere. And then when the chaos stops, it stops. And then my brain's like, I've learned a lot, or damn, I actually got some skills type thing. It doesn't get any easier. It gets annoying. And I'm looking forward to, given what I know about where my life is going, where I'm like, all right, I think I've got some stuff where it could be a little bit more stable. And I do have some privileges in that way now, where it's like, it's been like wild, but it's not as bad as it was in some instances in my life. I'm like, oh my God, what's going on? But I don't think you're ever 100% ready for something until it's time. And I think that's how, at least for me, most of my life has been, of I'm never 100% prepared for the shit that happens to me. It's just whenever it is time for something to happen, it will happen. Like, even when, I remember years ago when I was like in school, I'd be like, when am I going to get my first publication? Like, I really want to publish as a scientist, when I decided medical school might not be the thing for me, or at least I was still thinking about it at the time. But then eventually I was like, you know what? I don't think being a doctor works for me. But then fast forward to like where I'm at now, where I'm like, yeah, I've got multiple publications, and I remember being like, it'll happen when it happens, and then it just kind of happened in a succession in some of my previous roles, where I'm like, oh, I can quote myself now, which is why, like, I've told y'all the story of when I was applying to my program, you know, without giving too much identifying information, which is something that, again, was one of the biggest and coolest fucking things. And this is what I mean about sometimes you're just not ready until life is like, hey, I'm gonna push you off the cliff and you're gonna have to land. You'll land, you might be a little scared and freaking the fuck out, but it's okay. You'll be fine. You'll be fine when it's over. Just trust in the process. I promise you it'll work out. Is that when I was applying for my programs, because again, the story of me publishing, I was like, all right, co-opted a couple things, whatever. So one of the schools that I was going to had an interview process, and a part of it was like writing an essay. And, you know, for me, when I saw the details because of this school, I was like, okay, you know, when you apply for doctoral programs or PhD programs, at least in the States, I don't know if it's for every school across the world in terms of PhD programs, but there's sometimes an interview process where sometimes you'll mix and mingle, you'll get a panel of folks interviewing you, asking you what type of research and stuff you want to do. And so for my program, why it's not a traditional PhD program where a lot of people who do PhDs are going to become academics. They're going to become people who probably are professors or have their own research centers or are going to be connected to a university setting. The way my program works is that I could do that, but ideally I don't necessarily know. We'll see. Kind of just open to options, as I told myself in my master's degree program. But for one of the schools I had to interview for, there was a writing sample. We had 2 hours to write a paper, and I won't tell more details again for identifying factors, but essentially it was on a topic that not only was the paper that they asked me to read and to, you know, provide feedback on, was a paper that cited one of my mentors, which was so funny. Tell me why the topic was something that I was already interested in. So I not only got, and they told me I, of course, don't use Gen AI. And for the record, I've never used ChatGPT. I've never used Gen AI. So they're like, when I told them like, what are the conditions besides the internet and whatever, they were like, just don't use AI. And I'm like, girl, you ain't got to tell me that. I'm never going to use generative AI. I love doing research and doing shit, my own thinking. Excuse my language, but you don't got to tell me that. She was saying that because people will do that, and that's their universities who are trying to work out those types of things. But again, I've never used Gen AI. I don't plan to use ChatGPT. It's not my thing. If I want to read research by artificial intelligence scientists who do more research in animatronics, I will go find an article on PubMed or go follow some of my mutual, shout out to them on Twitter and other platforms, who do like artificial intelligence research that's not stealing from artists. So again, this whole AI thing to go on rants on in my streams, it's fine. But they said I have 2 hours. So I was like, all right, bet. The topic that they were asking us to write a paper on, to create a little diagram, it was stuff I had done since graduate school that I did for programs that weren't valued in the spaces that I was in, but I still had the skills, and I got to cite myself in my essay. Which is the most, listen, I'm a writer, so the fact that I can cite myself still trips me up. And I know y'all who have been here hear me say that every 3 to 5 business months, but that's still the most baller fucking thing, because I sometimes forget where I'm like, oh shit, I actually can like cite myself in this subject matter. I have a paper on it. It's wild. Anyway, so I did the thing, did the rest of the stuff. I didn't think I actually did well. I was freaking out. I was like, all right, we're going to keep applying. We're going to see what happens. I don't know what's going to go on and whatever. This year, not only did every program I applied for, I got in, but I interviewed for that school on a Monday. I got the acceptance letters 2 days later from the director of the program. So that's what I'm saying to you all. Like, you don't think you're ready until life throws you and you're just like, send help. Oh my God. But when you're ready, the door opens. And I was like, the way, and I can't wait to get to know her. She's super fun. And I'll tell y'all stories as we get to know each other. But the fact that, like, the folks on the panel were like, yeah, you're super cool. Like, let's work together. I was like, huh? Like, I thought I did horrible. Like, I just was so heady and whatever. But, like, I share that to say, like, please, please, please do your thing. Like, I remember in undergrad when I was not doing the best in classes, God, organic chemistry kicked my ass, and I can't tell you if I'm ever going to be good at organic chemistry. I love the problem solving, but God forbid. Shout out to the organic chemists out there. Y'all are dope people, but I love biochemistry more. But I remember being an undergrad being like, damn, am I going the right way? I don't know what I'm doing, but I'm going to figure it out by just following what makes sense for me. And like a decade later, it's the same thing all over again, where I'm like, damn, I just got to go down this thread and see what happens. But like, the sheer reality of that happening to me was the most baller fucking thing, because even the interviewers were like, of course we're gonna want you to come to our thing. You fucking killed this. And I was like, okay. Y'all had me stressed since I literally applied and I was missing something. I applied, I got the interview, I literally did Monday, and then Wednesday I was like, yeah, and I was like, fuck yes. So anyway, all this is to say, that's why I'm a doctoral student today, and why I'm telling you, like, please don't think that you're not smart. So I remember in my program, people would make fun of me, and I wasn't the smartest kid in my class. I was the kid who would ask way too many fucking questions, excuse my language, and now I'm going to school to go yammer and yap and ask questions for a living. So there you go. Sometimes you think your greatest strengths are your greatest weaknesses, but they actually are who you're meant to be. Because I remember people told me I talk too much, which again, I do like to talk. I do like to learn about stuff, and I do like to listen to people hyperfixate. But, like, the strength of me being able to speak to my experiences and actually, like, going through the work that I did, even when they asked me questions about, like, some of my lived experiences, both in academia and outside of it, like, when I got that call about being accepted, she's like, yeah, we want to work with you. Like, you have perspective that we need. And I was just like, whoa. But again, it goes back to what I've been saying for streams. And again, this is my rant about why I'm very reflective. So just know, if you watch me over the years, I'm going to always have these reflective rants between like September to February every year. I promise you it's going to be funny. But the strengths that people told me were bad about me, that I never tried to internalize, became the greatest growth edges that led me down my path in life. And that is something why I tell people, like, the thing that someone tells you is bad about you might actually be the thing that leads you down the path you're supposed to go down. Because I know people didn't like the fact that I asked questions, but, you know, I asked the questions and people were like, okay. That's how I met my mentor, who I talked about, who may she rest in peace. I asked questions, I met her, she became a big part of my life. And my mentors now, they love that I'd ask questions, and they like, you resonate with me, let's work together. And that's how you find your people and figure out who you're meant to be. And why, like, this year has been it's like I mentioned, it's been a shedding of skin for me, where it's like, you were being prepared to be the person you were meant to be. It just took a little bit of time for you to see it. But you were always ready. It was just time for you to get pushed out so you could go do your thing when you're told to just go. Because my mentor always told me, you're like a Ferrari. When you are locked the fuck in, you're gonna go speed running and no one can stop you. And he was right. Like, I got flung out earlier this year, February, and it's November, and now I'm like, holy shit. And of course, like, I didn't do it all on my own. I did it with a lot of help from others. So I don't want to ever put on people or say that I'm like self-made. I would not be here without the guidance and mentorship of a lot of people, and asking for help and being like, I can't do this by myself, or can I get your thoughts, or I just need your opinions, or hey, can you write me a recommendation letter? And you know, it's not always a positive response you get from people, but it's enough to where it's like, I believe in myself so much that I know that if I just try, it's gonna work out. Even if I gotta, like, feel like, which sounds, excuse me for this vile analogy, like, sometimes in my life it's felt like someone has their fucking, like, boot on my face and they're pushing me in the ground and I'm just not able to move. But my brain's like, you're not gonna make me give up. I know this is what I'm supposed to do. And eventually, when I, like, get from under the boot, like, it just works out every time. And it's a lot. I wish it was easier some days, but that's just not how life comes packaged. So always to say, like, that's why I'm very much on my streams, very much, and will always say, one, you know, don't give yourself that much heartache. If you can go an easy route, go an easy route if that's what feels right to you. But, like, if you know you really want to do something, go do it. And don't let anybody stop you. And don't let people's insecurities and their doubts about who they are stop you if you're certain about what you need to do. Because I was very certain about 7 years ago that I was like, I want to go back to school one last time. I just don't know when, and I don't know what it's going to be for. And being pushed the way I did when I was already thinking about it this year was like, all right, it's now, I don't want to say do or die. I'm trying to come up with another word about this. But I knew at the beginning of this year, even though it was so chaotic, I was like, I have to go do this thing now. There's no better chance for me to do it, and I don't give a excuse my language, I don't give a fuck what anybody says to me. I need to go. I need to run as fast as I can to this goal that I've had. There's no other opportunity for me to do it now. And now that I've done it, it is the most it is why I have so much self-confidence, where it's like I can trust myself to make decisions even when everybody else around me or some people are just being weird about it, who need to get their own shit together and don't know what the heck they're talking about. Because you cannot tell me how to live my life if you don't even know how to live your own, type of thing. And I'm not saying like, you know, you shouldn't listen to people's opinions who are going to be there for you. And like I said before, like I definitely checked in with people and was like, hey, does this make sense? Or maybe I should think about this, or let me sit with this. But that's why, again, to our earlier conversations, like it's always a stop start. It's always like, I guess it's that thing people say where some of us plan so much where we're doing stuff consistently for years and people see the end result. They don't see the stuff you've done before to get to that point. And even the idea of going back to school for the PhD, I thought about that way before 2019. I thought medical school would be a thing, because I actually wanted to do an MD PhD, which is, for those of you who don't know, is a medical physician. I wanted to do that for a while. So I was going to go to med school first, and I was going to get a PhD after. But now that I'm older, I'm like, I don't want to do medical school. But I want the PhD. So, again, it kind of worked out, but it didn't work out the way I thought it did. So, but I only got there because I had to... In some of my darkest moments in life, I had to sit with myself and say, like, what is life worth living for, and what do I need to do for myself? While also making sure that I can help my friends and my community with their dreams and aspirations at the same time, and still keep that walk about me. So that's why it's like one foot focusing on me and being ambition. That's my Aries. But then another part of me that's like, what can I do to support my people? And if I can give it back tenfold, can I push someone forward too while I'm trying to go down my path? They don't have to be separate from each other. Anyway, I loved OChem, but it was a lot. Yes, organic chemistry was an interesting class. I do think the way it's taught, at least for me, was too hard for me to understand. But I think without the basis of it, I wouldn't have loved biochemistry. I actually love neurobiochemistry, which I talk about a lot. So I'm a big fan of neuroscience, and like social neuroscience, biological sciences, gender and sexuality studies, sociology, like anything that combines culture and languages and communication and like health. That's my jam. That's my wheelhouse, which is why, again, with my program, like health informatics and technology, I love, but I'm also very much, sometimes I think they call it anthropology. Like I'm very much a humanist. Obviously I don't prioritize just humans. I just love organisms and people. This is why I love animals and Jurassic Park type vibes. But yeah. So anyway, that's my rant. But again, I'm like I said, if it doesn't resonate, it doesn't resonate. If it doesn't apply, don't apply it to you. But that's just me. Like there's no manual to life. It's just that's what's worked for me, and like I sit with myself for a very long time. And people think because I'm an Aries and I'm very excitable that, excuse my language, they think I'm ignorant and kind of like there's nothing going on in my head type vibes, when it's like, baby, I'm a thinker. Like I might be a little goofy, but I don't lose my whimsy, and I don't take myself that seriously, but I think a lot. So even for streams, like I've told y'all during my anniversary stream, like I thought about streaming at least a year before I started. And even now my brain's like, this is the first 3 years. What about the next 4? And I'll say more once we come back from the ads. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. Are we doing on time? Yeah, I still have a lot of stuff I want to do. I still want to get through most of this pattern and like do dope things with it before we end stream. So it might go a little bit later because I've got some time. This is a random stream, so just enjoy the shenanigans. Okay. I'm just closing some windows out during the ad break. Okay, let me see though. I have How many? Two more to... This sad playlist is kind of banger. I ain't even gonna hold you. It's just me though. Let's see. I feel like that makes me even more emo. That I'm like, I love the sad playlist. Okay. Welcome back from the ads as you come back. Again, we're on the last 30-minute sprint. I am going to add a little bit more time. It's 7 right now. So we might go another hour, and then after that, we'll probably go into Tiny Bookshop for a little bit, and then we're going to wrap up stream. Just heads up. As I was ranting, I'm locked into this pattern. But pretty much what I'm saying is that I think people infer me being whimsical and bright and very much like passionate about humans to be me being there's nothing going on in my head. When some of the coolest people I know, and I had the similar ethos to me of like, I cannot live my life always being nihilistic and sad. I think people who have been in touch and close to their darkness, as people say, and it sounds cliche because I've played too much Kingdom Hearts, but I think that the people who have become best friends with their shadows along with their lights don't take themselves that seriously. Like, I'm comfortable with my edges and vulnerabilities and things like that and the stuff I've been through, to where I feel more like I'm not having to be inauthentic to express myself. And I think there's a real stigma with like people being able to do that, which is what we talked about earlier about ableism and mental health. But I think the big thing that I've learned in life is that you are going to, excuse my language, fuck up a lot. You're gonna do stuff you're not proud of. You're gonna make mistakes. It's not gonna feel rewarding. You're gonna feel like you're going through a lot of stuff, but you gotta remember that sometimes all you've got is you, and there are people who can come help you. I know people always say this, like there's no one coming to save you, but I actually like what people say instead, where yeah, you can save yourself, and know that there's always people who are going to be there when it's time if you give yourself the space to find those people. Which is why, like, I always talk about Maslow's hierarchy of needs, where I know that one actually was stolen for indigenous communities, where it's actually 2 pyramids on top of each other stacked up, where the top of the pyramid, that if you know Maslow's hierarchy of needs, is supposed to be like all your basic needs are met and then you reach self-actualization. But it's actually where once you reach self-actualization, you're supposed to give back to your community. And a lot of people aren't able to do that because of the isms, racism, and things like that too. But if you're in a privileged position to be able to do that, it behooves you to find out how you fit into your society and like how you can build community. Because we all impact each other, or as you know, I like to take from it, like neurons that fire together and wire together to make who we are in terms of our brains and us being made of stardust. Humans are built growing together, and we all influence each other. There might not be anything original under the sun, but if people do things to impact each other, it makes a difference. And I think that's the thing that makes life beautiful and very fun, even if it can be really scary and dark for a while. Which is why that's one of my anchors in terms of just chaotic times like this, where it's like, I know it's wild and people are very nasty sometimes. However, there's a lot of good happening too that people are doing despite the chaos. Even just, again, like the Black Farmers Index, seeing like Black farmers come together to actually help other Black people survive not getting food stamps has been such a joy to see. Where I remember watching a video of a dude who he had a lot of folks on his farm who are SNAP recipients, and he was going to get impacted. I probably not going to get as much money and stuff. He was like, I don't give a shit. I just want to feed people. I'm a farmer. I grow food. It's not that deep. So he's like, if y'all need something, come through. And the way he was just so unapologetic about like, I just want to feed people. I want people to be okay. That's the type of stuff that's like, there are a lot of people doing shit that we don't even know of right now that brings me a lot of hope, where I don't get caught up in people being like, humans are evil. Like, I don't think humans are evil. We're shades of gray. But I'm not an eco-fascist, so that's probably that reason too. But I just genuinely think, like, you can always begin again because someone's beginning every day. Just like there's probably somewhere in my thing of there's someone halfway across the road who's falling in love with the first time. Somebody who's like finding their light again somewhere across the other side of the world. Like, it's so fucking cool that humans can still have dope experiences. So it's worth living for. Like, even those little things, like even getting up, and even for me, it was like getting up today and getting a tea and seeing the Let's Play for State of Play for PlayStation. Like, I'm so glad I'm alive to see that type of stuff. And I know that sounds very like woo, but it just is for me. I live for the cool moments. Like, I can't wait to go see the Super Mario Galaxy movie. I'm a Rosalina fan, okay? Never gonna shut up about that. But like, the fact that these things exist and I wouldn't have comprehended them years ago is really fucking cool to me. So that's why I'm just like, life's too short. There's so many things that happen and it's just too short. I'm built like my dad, though. He's been through so much stuff, but he's very much the type of person, like, I just have to live my life. I could die tomorrow. Stuff happens, but I want to make sure, like, people live a good life, and I bring the good vibes as long as I'm here, and when it's my time to go, it's time to go. That's why I'm very much like him in that way. He's very calm. Even if stuff goes wrong, he's been very much the anchor in my family who's like, I don't mind. Okay. It'll work out somehow. And I never got him. I used to be looking at him like, how are you so calm? And he's just like, I'm not calm. It's just gonna work out. Like, I'm not bothered by it. But he always is like, I don't operate on this plane of existence, as he says in his very woo way. But as I've gotten older, I'm like, I'm very much his kid. Like, I don't get caught up in like, it'll never happen. I'm like, if it's meant to be, it's meant to be. If it's not, I'll cry about it. Be upset, but sometimes rejection is protection, and sometimes it's just not meant for you right now. So, you saying it took you a year to start makes me feel better about taking my time. I let all the fire sign that you feel like I have to do everything at 100% of the way. Yeah, and I think that's why we've talked about it, Mick, where it's like, you would have to know when it's your time to do something. And that's something I've really had to learn as somebody who, I am an Aries, but I've had to learn that, like, my time is not going to be like everybody else's. Like, I've very much lived a life where, like, some of my peers are doing stuff that I still want to do in this lifetime that I just haven't been able to do. But at the same time, that wouldn't have worked for me if it happened the way it happened for one of my friends. I have to do it within my own time. So that's why I don't get caught up in comparing myself to other people. Like, I more so get caught up in like, that's really cool and that inspires me. And I have to take my time. So, even for me, and again, it might be because like, my makeup and stuff, like, I am fiery, but I still have that groundedness in me where it's like, if it takes me 5 years to do something my friend did in 1, I don't really care if they do it in 1, because if I do it in 5, I still did the thing I wanted to do. I'm not comparing our journeys. They live a different life from me. I'm happy for them, and it'll happen for me, or the thing that I want that they inspired me by will happen too. So I appreciate that, because like, yeah, I think, like, I tell people, and that's why I don't gatekeep any of the VTubing stuff. Like, I spent like a year and a half, because I think I started thinking about it in 2021, and then I started like building towards where I'm at now in 2022, 23. And then I've been streaming since 2023, and it's 2025. So I would say it's been almost 4 years. Maybe 1.5, almost 2 years of thinking and planning it out, and 2 years of actually streaming. And I'm still not where I know I can get to. So that's kind of how I was when I was doing science. Like, I knew I wanted to go into science in middle school. High school, I was still thinking through medical school. College, I was like, Post-college, I was still thinking about it. And then grad school, I was like, all right, we ain't doing that. Still thinking about it, probably not going to do it anymore. And then I got really solidified of like, okay, we're never doing this by the time I got out of grad school. So maybe 10 years. And I know he will find that daunting, but like, I don't care about being older, finishing shit. I don't care about that. Some people do, which again, if you can do it faster, that's cool. I just don't time my life like that. Because some of the stuff that I got to do, and again, is another story, and this is not the flex, and I will keep some information private, but I remember talking to at some of the previous roles I've had, I have opportunity to influence things on a grander scale than I imagined, because I've done international work, and one of the cool things that I got to do was like, develop training curricula in terms of for different jobs and things I've been in. Because my program in graduate school, along with like teaching before, is that, as you can tell, my agenda when I begin streams is very much Philosopher's Stone, where I have curriculum design and everything because I learned adult and children's learning principles. And when you learn, for those of you who have never taken classes like that, in a lot of my psychology classes and my curriculum classes, you learn about how adults and children learn differently and how to apply those principles to creating curriculum so people can get information. That's why, per the earlier conversation we had, I've learned a lot about how to create programs and think through systems with people from different walks of life, different backgrounds, sexualities, racial groups, genders, that type of thing, about like, how does this translate a program or a service to different groups that isn't just like, the dominant group of people, aka maybe you're not cis, maybe you're not white, that type of thing. So because of that type of work, I've been able to do stuff that I didn't think I would do in my 20s. That was very shocking for me at my age. But I had some really great mentors who did the thing that people should do when they age, which is you create succession plans and actually invite younger people to do stuff with you so they can go do great things like you did and you can retire. But maybe we've lost that in the sauce. I don't know. Because I'm telling people, like, I don't want to be that older person who's like gatekeeping young people out of things they could do. Maybe even better than me, but that's just me. So I remember having a conversation with someone who was a medical doctor, and I was telling them what I've done before, and they were like, and I was just like, yeah, I'm uncertain about certain things, and I haven't done certain things, and maybe I have more than been back in this way. And they're like, well, see, you're doing stuff that I would love to do, and you don't even have a medical degree. Like, you're impacting people this way. And my brain didn't process it at the time, because I was like, overthinking it, but my brain was like, she's right, actually, shit. Because for the nature of my job, like, again, speaking for somebody else, like, I got to do things that I know has impacted people in a way that's like policy related. I'll just put it that way, as vague as possible. But when she said that to me, I was like, you're right. And I got to do that so young, so the reason why, to your point, yes, you're very grounded and you do ear and right, thank you, is because of that. Because, like, I've made so many mistakes because my mentors threw me off the cliff a lot. I appreciate them a lot. I haven't talked to one of my mentors in a minute. We got to schedule some time, but again, it's the holiday season. But, like, it's funny thinking about it now. It's like, I really am grateful they did that, because it was like, holy crap. Some of the stuff that I got to do that I tell some of my friends, they're like, holy shit. And I'm like, yeah. It's not something that I give a fuck to flex about, like I always say on streams, because people are doing so many amazing things on this planet. So I'm not like, oh, I don't want to talk about me, kind of thing. But it's why it goes back to what I was saying, where like people interpret me being goofy and fun, that like I haven't been through stuff, or that I just fly off the seat of my pants. And yeah, sometimes I think spontaneity is good in life, but I tend to be the type of person where, like, if I tell somebody I'm doing something, it's probably because I've sat on it for at least like a couple of months to a year and a half, and then my brain's like, okay, I have to do it. Same thing when, like, another example in a silly way, like I've mentioned before on streams, is like when I wanted to get all my piercings in the lower part of my ear. I remember telling my middle school teacher, I want 7 piercings. Because I saw a character in a manga that I read who had 7 piercings up and down their ear, and I was like, I'm gonna do that shit. But my brain was like, if I really want to do this, and I was in middle school, I gotta wait at least 5 years. If I still won't shut up about it, I'm gonna do it. And then everybody at the time was like, oh, see, you won't get all these piercings. Da, 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 da. High school, I got my second one. I think college, I got my third. Well, I think in middle school, high school, I got my second and third ones. My fourth ones I got, I want to say, in college. And then I started wearing ear cuffs in college and then on. And now I have all my piercings in my ear right now. So that's why I look at people, I'm like, I don't know who you talking to, because again, it goes back to what I'm saying in terms of an Aries. If you could tell me what to do, you could tell me what to do. But if you can't tell me what to do, you cannot tell me what to do. Again, if you can tell me what to do and I'm listening, I'm listening. I'm all ears. Tell me out here. Just like when people are like, hey, do you have some information? Like, yeah, I don't gatekeep. But if you can't tell me what to do because you telling me some stuff that you haven't thought about and you have no evidence to tell me why I shouldn't do what the hell I'm about to do because I've been thinking about it for about 3 years, then you cannot tell me what to do. And that's just how I am as a person. That's why I say I'm a slow burn, but that's the most like very detailed version of I am a slow burn for a reason. Which is why when I commit to something, it's probably going to be like, as I weightlifted for a third of my life, it's that type of shit. Anyway, and if I don't want to do something, you can't force me to do anything I don't want to do. I'm so serious. And of course, like, I'm open to being wrong. So I've had people convince me to not do something. And I'm like, that's cool. But again, if you can tell me what to do, I'll let you tell me what to do. But if you can't tell me what to do, you're not going to be able to do that for me. And I know I said it's easier said than done, but I think it's also because of the life experiences I've had where it's been like, you need to make a decision. You don't really have the privilege to like not go through this thing. But when you go through very dark circumstances or like traumatic experiences, it does help you get very clear of like, excuse my language, I'm not doing that thing over there. You cannot make me do that. It's probably why, like, for some of my health conscious habits, like, that's why people couldn't force me to drink. So, oh, my things are working. Let's go. Why didn't it work for Gia? I'm so confused. Hello, Ty. Hi there. Welcome in. I love how my commands are working for my Pinecone friends. Hello, hello, hello. How you doing? How you're doing? And as always, just like my commands are working, because yes, my Mix It Up bot. Please go check out Ty if you haven't already. They're a super dope streamer and mutual in the streamer space who also does some really cool things, even though we're coming up with ads. I'm going to have to repeat it again. But I hope you're doing well. I know the ads are here. And hi, Frost. I will say hi as soon as the ads end, as I actually get on this last thing. All right. As I go down my, like, auntie rants. Even though I'm not an auntie, y'all. I'm not an auntie. I'm not old enough to be somebody. Well, technically I am people's aunties, but like they have kids, but I don't think I'm old enough for people to tell me that. I'd be looking at them like, I'm not 35 yet, y'all. I'm not seasoned enough to be able to tell you anything yet. I am. Yeah. Okay. Gotcha, Frost. I will respond back in the ads once they end. Or, excuse me, respond once the ads end. Alright, I think this is the last one on the top of this. Which is where I wanted to get to for sure by the stream. We are good here. And welcome back from the ads. You didn't miss much. I was just giving some love to Ty. They're part of my stream team for Pinecone. So if you aren't following them, you should. They're super cool. They have great co-working. They play dope games. And I played a lot of Repa with them. So if you're looking for another person to support, you should. And hi, Togo. Welcome in. I hope you're doing well. Thanks for the check-in. Oh, what a time for the... Yeah, Frost. I've been going on my, like, big sis C rants, I call them, about life. Don't know if they've been helpful, but I don't mind sharing them. So, oh, my thing's glitching again. Stop that! Stop that computer. Oh, and gotcha. Cool. I'm here for the cooking. Please enjoy the lurk, of course. But yeah, I gotta, I still gotta reach back out to everybody, about the paper in terms of VTuber research. I still have not done that, so apologies. Been trying to get my ish together this week of crossing out my to-dos. And yes! Also, please go follow Toko. As you can see from the, my action groups working for Mix It Up. And also because of Python coding, I'm actually proud of myself in terms of things. Even though I still gotta test out the task list widget, so. But yeah, please go follow Toko too. Oh my god. Wait, hold on. What is it? Sorry, I'm not being able to see. I see a blue chocobo plush. I need him. Well, he's like purpley. But yes, he's adorbs. My 3 chocobos from my tactics collection. What have I talked about this stream? My baller move about getting into school because of the publications that I didn't think I didn't know when they would come, but those 2 publications I used to write a essay under 2 hours along with the interview. Purple part is the black chocobo. I love to chat out. What? Thank you. Yes. I mean, my Python skills are coming back. Shout out to my Python teachers from the class I took earlier this year, as well as shout out to Corson, who helped me. I got to talk to other folks too in terms of Mix It Up, but I made some action groups and shout outs. So for those of you who come in my lovely community, you're going to get a shout out when you come in to stream. So I'm still working on stuff, obviously, because my bots still don't work, but it works to a degree. So I'm glad they're actually channeling. Again, I'm just mad I didn't do it for Gia, but maybe the bot needed a minute. I don't know. We'll figure it out. But yeah, getting into school, taking time for stuff if you need to, and just being very clear about where you want to go in life. A lot of stuff like that. And of course, like the new Super Mario Galaxy movie. I'm a big Rosalina fan. And State of Play from Japan, I think, happened at 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, at least in the West. So, not StreamerBot, even though I do think that's a bot that I have looked into. It's actually through Mix It Up, which I actually like Mix It Up. There's a lot of ways you can use it along with StreamerBot, but I want to switch over from Stream Elements. It's a slow process, and there's still some things I'm confused about because my actual bots for the OCs, as y'all know, are not working, but it's fine. So for now, like, the main ethos of it is just making sure, like, Nightbot and other things are running commands, and I do want to give shout-outs to folks who come into stream. So folks can go follow people that I care about and also just know who's on, follow the people I care about, my community and stuff like that, whether it's the stream team or just, my mutuals and friends in the streamer space. See. Okay. So now we're at this part, which is the fun part. So I'm not at a motif anytime soon. My decision from switching from Stream Elements is that to be very pretty much on the nose about it. I try to support programs and services that do not do nefarious things to people. So I'd rather support bots and things that... It's like the reason why, for example, I don't buy Starbucks because they do union busting. I don't like crap like that, so I don't go get coffee from them. But it's kind of like that, basically, for us, if you get my drift. So I switched from Stream Elements because I just try not to be completely transparent to support businesses and organizations that I don't agree with in terms of values. Maybe a millennial coded thing, but I just don't. And yes, to your point, Toko. That's how I mix it up with white Stream Elements related stuff. Yeah. So, in terms of your question, Mix It Up has pretty much the same functionality as Stream Elements. It's just a little bit of a learning curve, more so than some of the other like bot programs in terms of things too. And of course, for us, I know you know that too. You're a cool person, so I know I don't have to explain in terms of like not supporting certain things that I don't agree with value-wise. But I think it's the biggest difference to me in terms of things, of course, along with the value alignment, is the functionality. Mix It Up has a learning curve. StreamerBot's a bit more intuitive, but even that is a bit confusing. But I feel like Mix It Up has some of the things I want to program on my streams that I want to do more of. So I've liked it so far in terms of, like, again, looking through the manuals, and of course I'm going to reach out to more friends and mutuals about how to set up some of the sound alerts and stuff, and as well as like once I get more of my assets, like program certain things too in terms of like outfit changes and everything, stuff that I've talked about on my anniversary stream. So I've been learning StreamerBot, and I'm even trying to code a way to bypass. Yeah, exactly. You are me, Frost, as a fellow science person, where I'm like, I might take a quarter century to learn stuff because I'm not the fastest learner. That's the other thing I want to say to you as a scientist. Like, I remember people used to sometimes make fun of me because I would take forever to learn something, but when I learn something, I know it, which is why I'm doing what I'm doing now, and why I think people talk about dissertation being a lot of stress, and I understand PhD programs are stressful, but I am genuinely excited to write like 100-page papers. That's how much of a geek I am. So, to your point, yeah. So if anything I was cooking was a 10K word write-up on Streamerbot, and I think Mixit would be a great thing to look into right after. Yeah, that'd be dope too. And I think resources like that would be really good for people because, again, Streamerbot and Mixitup have such learning curves to me. Because I feel like Mixitup was not as intuitive until someone actually walks me through it and everything, or actually seeing tutorial videos on it. Because I'm more of like, again, I take a little bit of time to learn things. So my thing is I need someone to let me like do like work with my hands, similar to when I did my lace classes, is why I can do lace bobbing on stream, because our instructors did a visual exam and then walked us through how to do it. And then of course people like wrote instructions, which I now follow and get into the muscle memory of. So I think you should, honestly. I think it'd be a great resource, because honestly I think helping people out in terms of things is always good for streaming. But again, my philosophy is I'm not gonna gatekeep anything. I just don't care to do that. Like, if you run with it and it pops you off, pop off then. Shows what you working with type of vibes. Ain't got nothing to do with me. So. Later, I need to make something my own hands alert. Yeah, I'm very, like, I don't think the word is tactile, but I'm very heady, but I realized, like, in order for me to get out of my head, I need to do something with my hands. Not in like a fidget spinner type of way, but in, like, which is not a bad thing, by the way. If people need to do things with their hands, like with fidget toys and stuff, I think that's fine. There's nothing wrong with that. It's more like I need to like garden and do stuff that takes time and practice and energy, because that helps me get out of my head and see something practical. Because sometimes with science, especially if you're writing a lot, you just need to take a break from thinking so damn much like about logic models and like theories and frameworks. So it helps me to get out, and it also reminds me of like how to take the theoretical and the visionary to the implementation. But that's how my brain works, where like even when I was thinking about streams, for example, I still have the original concept boards for my VTuber and for my overlays, which is why they look the way they do now. Even though I didn't make them, but I had concept designs that helped me figure out what type of style and thing I wanted to do. But when I switch to mood boards or do stuff with my hands or look at colors, it just helps me like get out of my head and then like actually execute a little bit. I hope that makes sense, but yeah. Great to have learned about Mixup from the little bit I've been here already. Nice, yeah. Yeah, I'm always helpful. I got some guides and stuff. And again, shout out to Pinecone. My stream team has been really, really, really cool about sharing resources and things. That has been really, really helpful. Even though, again, and Toko, to your point again, if I didn't say it earlier, yeah, there's ethically sourced coffee that you can get that would taste better without supporting things that are very bad. Let me put it that way. Let me put you on game. Especially teas. I will give you tea recommendations. Okay. Now my favorite part is torching ground. Where are we at? Where are we at on time? Okay, we got 2 minutes. All right, like I said, I will do another hour, and then we're going to do Tiny Bookshop. So I can do some torching ground. I'm more of a coffee person. I don't care for tea. That's fair. But as your point, Toko, like there's better coffee that you can get that isn't Starbucks. Just saying. There's just better coffee out there. What in the devil? Hold on a second. Why does that look like that? Hold on. Did I already screw this up? I would not be surprised if I did. Let me pull this out again. Push my pillow up. Oh, okay. I was like, what is going on? Oh, okay. That's just wound up a lot. Alright, I was really confused. I was like, why does that look like that? I'm hoping to be in Canada so I can always buy local with 0 and support small business. That's what's up too, yeah. Which I think is good. I try to, as much as possible, support small businesses and local like things around me. Like and I think that's a privilege too, because like I said, I'm not shaming anybody if you can't do that. but I'm not a coffee drinker, so I typically have like um I thankfully, even though I'm in transition, like I have a place I get teas from on affordable pricing. And then there's like a speaking of farming, there is a place I buy like honey from, like a farm that is further south in where I'm from, but um they make some really great honey, and all the proceeds go towards supporting like beekeeping and conservation. And same thing with my hair care products. I've got lots of different recommendations, but the one I really like, um, they donate their proceeds to like domestic violence shelters and stuff like that too. So I try to do stuff like that as well. Anyway, I'm gonna head out. I'm a lurk and work, but I might fall asleep randomly. No worries, Frost. Thanks for stopping by. I appreciate you. And please, if you, I hope you get some good work done. I look forward to messages and everything and doing stuff. And if you do fall asleep, I hope you get some good rest. You deserve that, so thank you. I appreciate you. And I'll also give you a shout out in just a second. I'm just doing that thing where I stab my pillow. Yeah, for sure. And no pressure too. I know people have real life and things going on in their world. So I always tell people, like, if you got a ghost like Danny Phantom for a while, don't worry about it. Just message me whenever you're like, able to, do your thing. But yeah, for sure. I appreciate it in advance. I always look forward to conversations with folks, so. Because I got to follow with folks about playing Zenless. Oh my god. Alright, I shouldn't have picked up the nails like that, because I almost stabbed myself, as you might have just seen me pretty much do. Kind of, sort of, not really. Nah, I messed you because I want to keep in touch. No pressure at all. I appreciate that. Thank you. Yeah, and same. Uno reverse. For sure. Like I said, you got this. Get some good work. If not, get some good rest. Appreciate you either way. Yeah, and I'm the same way too. Like, if it's an emergency, like, I try to be quicker, but like I tell people, like, listen, if you got stuff going on, respectfully, like, take your time. I'm not going to think anything of it. Especially with everything going on right now in the world. I'm like, please don't take care of yourself first. Probably gonna need a lot more pens than this, but I'm just gonna put some around here at the top of my. Gotta run. If you're still on when we get back, I'll be back. Yeah, no worries, Mick. Thanks so much for hanging out and chatting as always. Appreciate you. Please take care for now. Like I said, if I'm still streaming, of course, yes. But if not, I'll talk to you sometime soon for sure. Appreciate you. Yeah, no worries, Frost. You're good. Take care. I appreciate you. Thanks for lurking and hanging out when you can. Okay. Oh, God. Alright, I figured we'd be doing that. I love how I was glitching again. Yeah, we'll do another hour. Actually, let's do 45 minutes. We're gonna cut it a little bit shorter, but we'll do 45 minutes so we can play a little bit of Tiny Bookshop. Okay. So the plan is today, like, I'm gonna do some more of my ground and probably get to the motif down here that y'all have seen on stream. And then after that, we'll play a little bit of Tiny Bookshop, and then we'll wrap up for stream today. So, like I said, I appreciate folks being here as I yammer and me being goofy. I didn't plan to stream today, but I was like, why not? So, see a couple more people I want to lurk on their things. A lot of people playing Pokemon right now. But the Zaza is real. The Zaza is real. Okay, I think if I remember correctly... Alright, and then we're going down to the left, I saw something pop up and I was like, that was kind of distracting. Don't do that to me, computer. All right, and the ads are starting, so I'll be here. I'm just going down the way. Oh, let me close that so I don't flip that over. God forbid that fell. Doing the edge. Yes, okay. This pillow is gonna fall. Jesus. Okay. Welcome back from the ads. I am just doing more of the torching ground, which is these like squares I'm making in this pattern. I'm just doing an edge right now. And extra twist on the outside pair. Whoop! Let's go this way. So my goal is to get through this before Tiny Bookshop. So if I'm a little quiet at some points, it's because I'm just trying to lock in and do the motif so I don't screw this up. Because I can do that very easily. I'm still touching my thread that I've been working on not doing, but again, it's muscle memory, so we're going to take as long as possible to learn. But again, for those of you who hear that one stream, at least I didn't take a quarter century to, like, you know, get to this part of the pattern. That was a struggle before, too. But I've been talking a lot about the past, so in the future, for example, I just really think, per my Paradise Kiss conversation, I am really excited about... Oh shit, I probably did that wrong. Moving way too fast. Bobbin is low-key trying to fall, so it's throwing me off. Why is this? Sorry. There we go. I was like, something needs to be pulled. So I'm doing a little maintenance, like I'm trying to pull the threads a little bit. In terms of my future, there's a lot of variables I can't control for, but one thing I definitely know I'm very clear about is that, like, a lot of people told me I couldn't do fashion and science, and I'm doing both, so... And not in the sense of, like, capitalistic type things, but more so, like, there's stuff I want to do that I know I can handle doing because I know me. So I'm not letting people talk me out of it. Not that I did in the first place, but I think some people are putting up some limiting beliefs on me of, like, you can't do this. And I was like, well, I did the science thing and I'm still doing it. You told me I couldn't do that, so why would I listen to you? Type thing. And I know it's a privilege, so I do recognize that. And if I have the privilege to, I'm going to do it. I think that's the thing that I'm operating from. It's like, I know not everybody has the privilege to do what I'm doing. So it behooves me to enjoy that and really appreciate that I'm able to do what I do. So I'm very much looking forward to the rest of my 30s going into my 40s. I feel like, again, it's a becoming. So I'm really, really excited about that. That's why I always say on stream, like, if you get to a point where you're very self-assured about your future, if you become, or at least not even like being 100% certain, because you never know, life happens, things are going to come up. But if you're okay with uncertainty and just knowing that you just kind of go where life's going to take you. Why did I forget that quickly how to do anything? Sorry, my brain was like, how do I cross twist again? That was such a weird like brain thing, just freaking out for a second. But I think I'm at a point in my life where I'm really proud of the fact that when I get rocked, I know how to, like, as Mick was saying, to take steps, not move too quickly, not to judge myself, but just kind of sit in my emotions, let them clear out, and then go. It gets easier to be like, all right, I got rocked. Maybe I don't have this exact moment to cry, but I'm going to cry about it, and then when my emotions are completely done, then I can move. Or I can carry the weight of my feelings about something and not be consumed by it. Or if I can go through this thing, I can remember that I survived this thing, so this step will be fine too, and it won't be challenging to do. So I hope that makes sense. It just, like, of course, like I said, I'm not saying like going through stuff is fun, but I think because I've been through so much stuff, it's at a point where, like, even if it doesn't feel good, I will still be okay. There will be a tomorrow. It just is going to be different from what I imagined, but it's not something to where I'm not going to be able to move forward in some way. So I'm really grateful for that in my 30s, especially at this point in my life, and being also very open to, like, as most adults say, sometimes I don't know what the fuck I'm doing, and that's okay. Like, I just gotta get my sea legs and be okay with that. And I'm okay with that. I don't want to have all the answers. God forbid. I do not want to know how my life starts and ends. I don't want to know how it goes. I want it to unfold like the Rosalina storybook that it will be. And we'll just have fun in the interim and not live for just like the big wins or the small losses. All types of stuff. Another winky edge. I always gotta think about this. I did that thing again where my brain was like, did you do the right stitches, see? And my brain's like, I think I did. But let's redo that. I don't want to sound too repetitive on stream, but that, again, better pay attention now. I have to do some preps for next month. Gotcha. No worries. Oh, goody, Toko. Like I said, doing the things you need to do. That's going to be me as I, like, figure out my new routine. And again, I still have adult responsibilities I have to take care of. It's not all like positivity and moving forward. It's, I'm going to take biostats next year and I have to do math, and math is not always my strong suit, so I have to mentally prepare for that and make sure to take copious amounts of notes and make sure my calculator is charged. Hi Diane, welcome in. I hope you're doing well. As you can see, I'm doing my lace work on stream, another torch and sampler. I wish I could help you. Math is my strong suit. Much I had a floor man. No worries. It's all good. I appreciate that sentiment, Toko. I really do. Because, like, math has been something I appreciate, but I'm not the greatest at sometimes. Like, I need a minute type of thing. Not a bad thing. It's just, I was better at geometry. That was my strongest math ability, and arithmetic. But after that, like, I took calculus, but if I had a choice, I would not I'm not a calculus girly. It's all. So I'm grateful for technology and calculators and statistical programs, as I always say. Hope you're doing well, Diane. Welcome in. Like I said, I'm locked in trying to do some of this pattern before we do a little tiny bookshop. I hope you're having a good one. Good time zone. It's funny you say that. So I was that kid who was really good at science and English and languages. Like if you told me to write an essay, I was locked in. If you told me to like explain a theory or like give an argument for a book in fiction, I was there. But if you told me to do a calculus problem right now, I would look at you like, I don't know what the fucking limit is. Don't ask me that shit. Then yeah, exactly. So it's not my strongest. Like I could do math if you really force me to and you give me the amount of time to do it. Because I've taken like biostatistics back in my grad school program, and I've taken math classes because I was a science major. But I like that my neuroscience classes only required me to take a calculus class, and even then I was like some type of math class, and even then I was like, no, don't, no. I think it's because like for me. So this is the thing about being in science. Like I think and this is not to you, Toko, because I know you're not like this, but I think this is why people get thrown off when they hear I'm a scientist. Because I think people think when they think of science, they think of like engineering, math, physics, and stuff. Don't get me wrong. I think those fields are fascinating, but I'm not built in that way where I could look at like a calculus 3 problem and like break it down, or like my siblings could do. Like they were computer science people. Like I can't do that type of thing very easily. I could teach myself, for example, like I took the Python class that I did this summer, and I've taken biostats and a lot of statistical programming classes. So if you give me a program and an algorithm and things to do stuff, I could do that. But I was not good about. I'm the type of person where I always want to ask why. Is that the answer? Why can't I do it this way? So if you don't tell me what I can't do, I find a way to fuck that up. And that was my problem in math. Like, people are always like, there's only one answer. I'm like, but you didn't tell me I couldn't do this. And I would always find the one thing that you couldn't do that people are like, how did you get here? And I'm like, you didn't tell me I couldn't do it. But that's why I'm really good about scientific inquiries and asking good research questions, because my brain's like, take me down this rabbit hole. I'll take you there. Type things. But yeah, no. Like math, no. And I think I need to know why something is. So I don't think math helped me, because at least the way I was taught, which is an argument for another in terms of education, I did not like math or any topic that I could not fucking get the point of. Because for me, I think for geometry, I think my brain was like, oh, we're using logic or language, English, to explain why something is the way it is. But if you would tell me, or like physics, like I love physics because kinetic energy explain like how, I don't know, race cars, excuse me, that's not a good example. Like centrifugal force will tell you how like things spin. Like you have to give me some type of reason as to why I should give a shit about something, excuse my language. But I think sometimes with math, I struggle because I was like, I don't get the point of knowing this. I'm not going to use this in a real world application. Why do I care about learning this particular formula? So that's how my brain works, and why biology and English made sense to me. Because I was like, well, biology teaches you how like things function at a cellular level if you do microbio, or like neurobiochemistry taught me like why, certain cells in our body can go haywire and maybe Alzheimer's happened. Like it was a why behind it. And so when I did case studies in math, that made sense to me. But if you just gave me a math problem just to do numbers, I'm looking at you like, why do I care? So that's my problem, I think. Hope that makes sense. But that's why, again, if people who can do that, kudos to you. I'm not mad. I think that's super cool of an ability. I just don't have that. It has to be applicable in the sense of the context of the situation, or like how I can use it as a skill. If it doesn't have something applicable and it's just like a fun fact, sometimes I'm just like, I don't care. So. But yeah, I originally went to college to major in biology and English.
I wanted to read books in fiction and nonfiction and history and also do science, which was always a little rough for me because I felt like sometimes people would try to pigeonhole me and be like, you can't do that. And I'm like, why can't I be a scientist and still love the arts? I'm confused. And well, joke's on y'all. I'm here now, a decade later, still doing both things. So who's the joke now? Not to anybody, but I don't know. I felt like when I said that, people, they'd be like, how can you do both? You have to do one or the other. I'm like, have you never heard of like STEAM, which is social science, which is people who can do statistical analysis and data and also do qualitative and quantitative research? I live in both worlds. Like, I can talk to the physics people and science stuff to where I can explain some algorithms and things, but I also can talk to the point of why humanities is important and why we can't just have a bunch of people who are engineers creating ethical guidelines for stuff, because some people don't have ethics or guidelines they approach by, as you can see with some of these Gen AI conversations. It's like, you can make this technology, but why do it? Who is this for? And why? But I'm not going to go down my rant for this. And again, for those of you who do engineering, math, and can do that, I think that's still really cool. I don't have any disrespect towards anybody towards that. I just know from a young age, I was not built that way. I was always the type of person, because of my life circumstances and just my experiences, where I think the love of psychology and asking why the world is the way it is, that's really my core ethos. I always question the world and ask why do things work the way they do. Which is why I did like physics and those types of classes, but then as I've gotten older, it's why I gravitate towards like anthropology and cultural studies and languages, is I'm like, why is that the way it is? Or art, of like, why did you draw that? What's the meaning behind this? Like, that's the type of stuff that, yeah, I was the kid that would ask why the hell something was. And it used to get on people's nerves, but it's also why I'm grateful for my family, but I was that kid who was allowed to ask questions even who didn't like that. It's also why I don't just take people's authority by default. And if you get why I'm saying that, you'll really get that, where it's like, I don't give a shit if you got a PhD or you have your something. I'm gonna ask you why you do something. I don't care. But I was taught, which I'm really grateful to my parents for making me this way, of like, I don't take people I take people what they say in terms of face value, but what I mean is that, like, I don't just take somebody's word for something. I'm gonna ask you why you said what you said. I'm gonna ask you why you're doing what you're doing, and you need to explain it to me. If you don't explain it to me, I'm gonna trust your judgment. If you can tell me what to do. But I was that kid that was like, why is that? And it used to piss people off, because they're like, oh, you can't question my authority. I'm like, I don't give a shit about that. I'm your student. Oh, I will come back from the ads and I'll go on my rant about how I was one of those kids. I need to stop potentially knocking over this pillow. Oh, did I not close that? Ha, moving too quick. Actually, let me redo that. That's why this is throwing me off. I'm like, something's off with this. Okay, welcome back from the ads. What I was saying earlier is that now, you would think, as somebody who asks a lot of questions, or somebody who did do that as a kid, that I would be a bad kid. I wasn't. I genuinely did. Like, I was one of those goody two-shoes as a child, and I still pretty much am. But I think the thing that I think people misinterpreted me being antagonistic by me asking questions. I'm also black, so there's probably a lot of racially coded stuff for that too. But I used to be the kid that would just ask why, and it wasn't anything most of the time being malicious. And I'm not saying I was malicious ever, but it's more like I was the type of person who's very inquisitive. So I was just very curious about the world, which I always am. So I'm always gonna ask people questions. But I understand that like people don't like that because some people genuinely think because they have a degree or have a certain level of power that they have the right to just say whatever the excuse my language, whatever the heck they want and not be questioned. And I'm like, I don't operate like that. Like, if you're just wrong, you're just wrong. And if you want to be wrong, stand on business. That's cool. You can be wrong all you want. But don't sit here and tell me that I can't ask you why that is. That's all. And it's not in an antagonistic way of like people need to tell me why they do what they do. Again, I'm a believer that we have the right to believe in whatever we want to believe in. My issue comes when people are in positions of power or authority and think that people are just going to take what they say at face value. When I ask, why has it got to be that way? But I think I'm like I said, it's a privilege because my parents always taught me to like, not everybody's going to live the life that you are going to live, and asking questions and knowing why you do what you do is really important. And my parents are very much like that, where they were always like, I'm not doing this thing because everybody else is doing it. And you have to explain to me why I would do what you're telling me to do when I have to live the experience to tell me that's the opposite of what I should do. So to your point, Toko, yes, I was that kid. I was that kid who asked way too many questions. I did piss off some people. And it's not that I don't have like the politeness to be like, it's not worth, the question, but also like, as a scientist, like I'm gonna naturally ask questions because for me, I would want somebody to ask me why I do what I do. But that's because I'm a researcher. So my default thing is, yeah, someone's probably gonna ask me why I thought of this theory or about to ask this research question. So I don't get offended when people ask me questions or being right. But again, per the times that we are in, some people don't like to be questioned. And I think having a degree or a position of power means you can't question why they're doing what they're doing. And I don't ascribe like that. Sorry. So, excuse me. Not how shit works. But it's in that same camp of like, there are some very messed up things that have happened in history that people said was okay to do when they were not. And so it's probably because of that ethos where I'm like, yeah, we're not doing that. No. So. But yeah, I was that type of person. I'm always going to be that type of way too. I just don't think humans are meant to have knowledge about everything. So I'm very much, again, the type of person where I want to ask questions and get to know people's thinking because they can teach me something. Because I genuinely believe I'm very teachable. I might know what I know in terms of the topics that I know, but I'm very teachable in that I want to always be open to new ideas. So when people get in a tiff about their knowledge, not to say, of course, like, I don't think you should go around, like, if someone's genuinely knowledgeable and ethical about their thing, that's one conversation. But genuinely speaking, like, I think we should all be teachable. Like, you should be open that you could be wrong, or maybe you need to, like, be flexible on some stuff. When it comes to beliefs. Now, when it's, like, civil and human rights, we're not going to do that. I'm not going to debate the inalienable human rights of people and communities. That's not a thing. But when it comes to, like, asking questions of, like, explain to me your research, I don't know. Some people get really upset by that, but I'm like, explain to me why you did what you did. I'm not trying to be antagonistic. I'm just genuinely wondering why you're interested in your topic. But yeah, people used to get pissed off at me about that now. And at first I'd be like, dang, what I did. But I've learned over the years of like, they don't like the fact that I'm asking them. They say they're open to questions, but they're really not. So I've learned that. And that does happen, unfortunately. People are just like, I'm the authority, you're not, so you don't get to question me. And I'm like, okay. All right, that's cool. That's the thing. And I'm like, all right, damn, that sucks. What is this that I just pulled? I know I locked that down. Okay. this way? Yeah. Which, if you want to know my philosophy on that, I think you should always question people, even me. Do not take, like, again, I always say take what resonates and leave the rest like other people do, but genuinely speaking, you should question people. Especially if they're giving you information or research that they might be an expertise in, and that's fine. We all have the knowledge we do, but I think you're right to ask questions. I don't think you should just... It's that thing where people say, like, oh, you have to respect people because they're older. I'm like, no. I don't care who you are. People have to be teachable, so I don't think people should feel like they shouldn't ask questions about stuff. Especially when we all come from different walks of life and cultures and backgrounds. I just think it's interesting and people are like, you can't question people. I'm like, but why not? I don't come from the same walk of life as my friend who comes maybe from different culture or background or racial group for me, so on the one hand, yes, I do think knowledge and expertise, science, and like backgrounds and histories, people have written like really good history books on like culture, race, gender, sexuality, like different topics. And I also think too that I can still be teachable to an experience that I'm never gonna have as a lived experience I'm never gonna like have, for example. I hope that makes sense, but yeah. Alright, I got 17 minutes. I think I can do that before we get to Tiny Bookshop for an hour. Yeah. Felt like this stream has been me just philosophically ranting. This is why, again, I'm gonna be napping and being in my little like hubble hole, aka a blanket, and reading books and playing Animal Crossing and resting. A lot of resting. I'm about to say, like, where am I missing to pull this? There we go. I can't see it, but I'm like pushing my pillow for it because I'm like, why does this thing feel like it's gonna fall? What is happening to me? Also, welcome back from the ads. Going back to a conversation earlier in stream, though, I do think there's a lot to look forward to in the future. But I don't want to forget the past. Honoring people who have passed on, things that are happening in real time, preserving cultures, history, that type of thing. I do think we don't have to, like, look forward to the future and dismiss the past at the same time. I think we can still care about what's happened, honor lineages and legacies, and still champion for people to make it, too. Like, and really just do right by people as much as possible. I think we can all do that. Capable of doing many things at the same time, basically. Okay. I am gonna say, not to flex a little bit, 'cause, you know, I don't care. The fact that this is so clean from the streams ago I've done this, I'm so proud of myself, y'all. I was struggling. That's why I'm saying repetition with this. As I'm talking, I'm realizing I'm not having to think too much about the torch and ground. It's the motif. I know that's going to take me a little bit more, but I feel like if I do it 2 more times, I'll get it. Now, the fans and spiders, we're going to need some work. It's going to be some work. The fact that I'm doing this, knowing I didn't, like, actually make the same colored thread, so I can't, like, match them, is a proud moment for me right now, because, God forbid, I need my glasses. I need my glasses for a reason. I don't have 20/20 vision anymore. Alright. I think this side is done until I do the motif, so... Ah, no! I would knock that over. Alright. Yeah, I think these are done. Yeah. I don't think I'll get to the motif today during stream, but I will. I might do some off stream, just like I've said, since I've done this pattern before. But either way, we're gonna do lace the next couple of streams. I will get to the middle of this though. I'll tighten these threads. I think they're a little loose. Yeah, let me push these over a little bit. I haven't talked about it a lot, but I think, well, I have talked about it a bit. So like I said before, I will do these two patterns. I do have the other cardstock paper I can cut out. Welcome back from the ads. I was just starting on my rant about how I'm going to do these two patterns again, and then I'm going to cut out the cardstock for some of the other ones that are bookmark-like, and then once we do that, I will probably end up doing a scarf. And then if I can get the sewing machine streams to go, I will probably get started on either do the pajamas off stream and then try to do continuous lace, which is basically attaching some of my lace stuff, because this is cotton. So I think it'd be cool before I use lace to make some continuous lace pattern. If I can take the lace pattern design class and put this on some pajamas and see where we go from there. My big dream for a stream is for me to make a petticoat on stream. That's gonna take me a little bit of time, so I don't know if I'll actually do it first time ever on a stream, but I do want to make a petticoat. So I'm trying to find the right design for one. And the reason why I say that is because the ones I've seen don't use fabric that I want to make a petticoat with. And what I mean by that is I do not want to, if I mean, I know for me, if I make the things, I will probably keep them, because they're probably not going to be great the first couple of times. But I genuinely, if I do end up making stuff for friends, which I know I will, I would rather learn how to use cotton for a lot of the patterns and stuff that I make clothes-wise than to try to do organza or silk. Not to saying like I wouldn't be fine, because as y'all know, I legitimately plan to design all my VTuber applets. I don't know if anybody noticed that, but that is the ultimate goal for me. I am 2 years old. Well, not 2, but by 40, I'm hoping I can be really good not only with character design, but to translate a character design into like sewing patterns to make clothes. I might think get there sooner before 40, but that's like one of the big goals. You know, getting close to 50, and I'm like, yeah, give it a decade. But if I want to make clothes for friends, I don't mind using different types of fabric. And I know for a stream too. Hi, Azar, welcome in. Oh, do I have my command set up for you to give you an automatic shout out? If I don't, let me see. I don't think I think that one needs to be updated. But anyway, you also go follow Azar. They're super cool. They play a lot of really dope games. They're a super cool person, and I appreciate them. They do Final Fantasy 14 G poses. They kill it. Also plays Endless Zone Zero. They play a lot of cool games. They do speed runs of Resident Evil games, so they're super cool. But welcome in. Hope you're doing well. I have a shout out for you too. So that's 2 people I need to fix their command. I will eat your food. Wow! I'm giving you a shout out. You're gonna eat my food? Good lord. You know? Alright. Let's see what's happening here. But yeah, welcome in. And then I hope you got my message in the Discord. But yeah, I'm gonna set up my Zenless Zone Zero account. So with the multiplayer, which I don't know when that comes out, but I'd love to game. I have no idea what I'm doing in Zenless, but all I know is I want Jane Doe, and that's it. That's the only thing going out of my brain right now, is that. So, but yes, you heard clothing design because I'm talking about just Play Store when you get started. Okay, got it. You heard clothing design because I'm talking about the fact that like by 40, do all the content and spend zero money. As you ain't gotta tell me twice, because listen, gotcha games, they try to sink into my wallet. I'm like, I don't need to do any more spending at all in another game. Except for maybe Marvel Rivals, because that new Luna Snow skin that's dropping, baby, day one, on Friday. Dang! Ooh. Zenless has come for your wallet. That is real. Right? Jesus loves me. I'm crying. Valid and real. I don't know how much money I've spent in some games, but like I know it's serious. It's between Marvel Rivals. I'm not gonna interrupt you. No, you're fine. You're not interrupting me at all. I was just talking about clothing design because at that point I do want to do clothing design. My goal actually is with my lace and my sewing is to design is okay. So for those of you who are from my anniversary stream, I did design my VTuber outfits. They're all based on real life versions or inspired by fashion that I wear. So what I'm going to do next step, because I'm goofy and I have too many plans in my brain, is I am going to actually design my outfits of my VTuber and make them for myself, and also eventually make clothes for my friends because of obviously I'm goofy like that. So I was just talking about how for lace, there's continuous and non-continuous patterns for lace making. So I make a lot of like using a lot of cotton thread. Huh? What application has? Oh, I was wondering why the sound went. Oh, whoops. That has never happened before. Sorry about that. I was like, where did the music go? And welcome back. I mean, sorry about the ads. That was so disrespectful. You know what? Sorry. 8:30? Let me... I don't even know where we were. I'm so sorry. I'm gonna do maybe like so locked in, jeez. Let me just do 20 minutes. I know that might cut into a little bit, but I do want to start playing by 8:30-ish or closer to 8:30 and then do an hour. Sorry about that. I don't seriously, Lo-Fi just died. I was like, what happened? Wait, Azur, what do you... Thank you for the sub. It is never necessary, but is always appreciated since I'm a hobbyist of a streamer. Thank you so much. Please enjoy the sub and the emotes that are coming. Or the Azur bothering me. I appreciate that some of you are like, I'm sub because I want to hear you talk without getting interrupted by an ad. I'm like, thank you, I appreciate that. And again, as I always say, y'all do not have to sub. Welcome back from the ads for those of you who aren't. You do not have to subscribe, but if you do, I appreciate you. Please enjoy the badges, really, honestly. If you're a sub, you get just badges and stuff. But I was saying, like, for the patterns that I want to make, I do want to make all my VTuber outfits in real life. I like hearing other black people whose ideas cause a Sonic brain all over the place. I am crying! Why are you clocking me? In terms of my shenanigans. That's real. I appreciate you. But yeah, I want to make so my fashion aesthetic in my VTuber is based off me in real life. She is me, I am C type of thing that I always say. But the some of the designs that I have made that I've also like worked with folks or just bought designs that I've seen that are really cool, I want to make in real life. And I also want to make clothes for my friends. So I was thinking about the lace, since I use a lot of cotton, of, you know, once I get through my my first modules of my courses with my friend, I was going to start figuring out pattern design. It's too loud. Oh, is it me? Or is it music? Hold on, let me see. Am I too loud or is the music too loud, Kinky? Let me know which it is. Because I know Spirit State Lo-Fi. Oh, never mind. Oh, not you. Oh, sorry. I just got it. My bad. I got you. Sorry. sorry. Not foot. I'm crying. Apologies. I got what you mean. But if I make continuous lace patterns, I can attach them to the clothes that I sew. So I can make really pretty, like, think like the Asher Logan fits from Final Fantasy 14, or I want to, if people want, like, I would be cool to help people make their VTuber designs in real life, because the ultimate goal for me is to not only make Lolita dress cords and stuff just because I want to, and petticoats and like lace and stuff and everything, but I also want to make dresses and like a really cool clothes for people just for the fuck of it, excuse my language, but yeah. So that's the goal. I'm not putting a timeline on it, but it's definitely like I want to be able to design clothes along with like still supporting small businesses and designers who make their own clothes right now too. as a hobby. I'm not trying to make money off this. I got way too much time on my hands. And I'm like, as much as I love science, it's like I was saying earlier on stream too, where I will always have a love for questioning the world, but sometimes I just like to make stuff. And so I need to do both in this lifetime. I feel like I need to make things and like wear them and doll people up, which is why I also want to do makeup classes. Because I want to, like, of course, like, I don't think people should ascribe to always have to be pretty. I don't think people should ascribe to beauty standards like that at all. But like, I like making people feel good about themselves, and like, not in like the narcissistic like savior complex type of way, but like, people are so stunning. Like, humans are so cool to me. So if I can design clothes and or like doll people up, I would love to do that. I'd love to do that for like a photo shoot. Even collab with like brands who like if I like, one of my big goals in life, if I ever got, and I've talked about this in the first few years of streaming, but if I ever got to the point where I could collab to make a makeup palette just for black women and femmes or thems, I would cry. Like, I genuinely would love to do that. Like, design, like, because I want to do character designs. I would love to character design like the cover of a palette, because like, on this same topic, where is it? Oh my god. I love how I'm talking about this and I don't have the one palette that I'm thinking of in my mind's eye. Shit. No, it's gonna bother me because I love this palette. I just genuinely, because y'all know me, I love makeup, but I'm a girly that's like sustainable, so I'm not buying every palette that I see. No shade. You don't need to buy everything you see. I could if I wanted to and budget it right, but my brain's like, I don't need every palette. How many palettes can a girl use? Where is that palette? It's gonna bother me so much if I can't find it to show y'all on stream. No, that's not it either. If you're wondering, like, I have my office space, my room, and then I'm just like everything in between in my crafts, and just I'm me and I do things. Shit. Watch it show up after stream. I'm gonna be so mad. Dang, I can't. I don't know why I can't find this one palette. Hold on, I'm gonna, if you've been wondering, I'm like organizing stuff and everything, and I always do this where I'm like, where's the one thing I'm looking for? And I do this every time. It's probably in another spot. You know, I forgot I had those things set up, and I scared the hell out of myself. Oh my god, hi Ink, welcome in. At least my commands work, and it did double time. You know, that was eventually gonna go happen where I was gonna set something up and I was gonna jump scare myself, and I did. And at least my like commands are working. If you're wondering, I did play Quad City DJs and another sound came up to at the same time, which means I need to go turn that off so people don't get jump scared on my stream, just like I did. But hi Ink, welcome in. Hope you're doing well. Hi everybody. For folks who came in on Ink's stream, my name is C. You can call me C or C7. I'm your friendly neighborhood artsy scientist. That is not a joke. I actually am going. I've been talking about it all on stream as I have been doing lace on camera today. I'm going back to go get my doctoral degree. But outside of that, I do a lot of co-working, like I'm doing right now, where I'm just talking about various things. I do art. So I'm doing some lace making with cotton thread today. I do lace practice, but I also do co-working. I also play games. So I'm a bit of like, I guess some people classify me as a variety streamer, but I do fashion, makeup, fun, and fantasy. So, Ink, I hope you enjoyed, you know, doing some art. I think I was lurking a little bit earlier too. So I hope y'all got to do some fun things over on Ink stream. And again, if you aren't following Ink, please feel free to do so. And as the message goes, which I'm glad it's working, even though I have too many things going on right now. Yo, you're playing Expedition 33? Listen, I am playing that right now. I'm not streaming it, but Yeah, that game's hurting my feelings. I'm still in the beginning, but it's lit. But Expedition 33 in art is super dope. So, respectfully, Ink and everybody else, you're welcome to hang out with me. I'm actually going to switch gears soon. I'm finishing some of the beginning of my pattern that I'm going to do on and off stream because I've done this pattern before. I'm just doing a lot of lace practice because I'm talking about fashion and stuff. But if you need to raid and run and take care after stream, care is really important. Or even if you're just watching a streamer, for those of you coming in who's watched Ink, if you need to raid and run and got to take care of your mental and physical health, that always comes first. So thank you so much, Ink, for bringing your community around in terms of things and raiding me. I really appreciate that. It's always appreciated, never expected. But if you want to hang around, I'm going to finish my pattern and then I'm going to play some Tiny Bookshop as I talk about makeup and fashion stuff. I streamed it for a friend. And then swapped to art after. Oh my god, I love it so much so far. I'm glad you really like it. Expedition 33 is really, really well done. So I'm excited to play more of it myself too. But I'm glad you're really enjoying it. And please feel free to yammer about it with me because I'm currently going through it. I'm still in the very beginnings without spoiling it for those who want to play it as well. But it's a really good game. So. But thank you for the raid, Ink, again. Like I said, we're all going to hang out. And of course, thank you for the love, Uno Reverse. Ink is a really dope artist in person, y'all. They play some really cool games, and I love listening and lurking on their streams. So if you are looking for a dope person, please, please, please go follow them. Go sub, give them money. As my message that's, again, working is doing. Like I said, for those of you who are raiding and running, I appreciate you. Thanks so much for coming by, and I hope you have a very nice time zone. But if you want to hang out and chill with me, I'm going to be doing some more finishing on my pattern and, like I said, playing some Tiny Bookshop. So that's what we're going to be up to. Let me go turn off the alert that just came through. Jesus Christ. So, as since we're doing like tester stuff today, so if you heard the Samus, like, I don't want to play it because I know Nintendo is very, very not good about their things, but I love Samus, okay? I really do. So if you heard, no, you didn't. But I was trying to set it up to where, like, I was trying to do sound alerts, so it was a slight spoiler. I have sound alerts going for raids, as well as, like, I did set up an alert for, people coming in and stuff. So, again, I apologize for those of you who got jump scared like I did. I love how, again, it's either someone raids me and I get jump scared and I'm not paying attention, or, like, I scare myself with something I create on stream, and I'm like, I've been on this whole rant about being a scientist, being a baddie and whatever, and then I'm just scaring the shit out of myself. Like, I'm sitting down because my body's just like, I'm so goofy. Oh my god. And thank you, Azar. I just saw your message about the palette. I'm so mad. But one of my dreams, if I ever made it, which is very possible, but I would love to design a makeup palette for deep skin tones. What I mean by that is that, like, there's a lack of diversity often with makeup and fashion. Like, shout out to, the folks who do really prioritize that, but I would love to make a palette or design the cover of it. And I'm thinking of this palette that I bought that I cannot freaking find because I'm organizing too much of my stuff. But, like, I love it so much because it's so pretty. But if I ever, like, had the opportunity to design a palette, I would cry. And I've been talking about that for years. Like, I genuinely would love to design a makeup palette or, like, collab on, like, a fashion thing. I'm so serious. It's, like, I know people have their VTuber, and it's fine. Like, I think I'd, like, a little keychain on my character. But I just want to design, like, something based off my VTuber motif. And I'm so excited to do it. I don't care if I have to make it myself. Like, as in, like, I will design a jacket or something, or the palette. But, like, I would love to do it. It would make me so happy. Anyway, I'm going on my tangent rant. I gotta go fix this thing and mix it up because I don't want to jump scare myself every time somebody raids me. Ay, Dios mío. No, that's not it. And sorry, I'm gonna check the chat in a second. I'm so goofy. I don't care that thing I said earlier about, like, being, baller and everything else, about the fact that, like, I actually got to cite myself in my, like, paper that got me into school. I tell you, I don't take myself that seriously. I've been through a lot of stuff, so you would think, like, why aren't you so more, like, darkness, dark side? I'm like, nah, not built like that. I'm built like my dad. I think my mom is more of, like, the Wednesday Addams type, where she's like, she just says blunt things, and people are just like, huh? And she's like, what did I say wrong? And I was like, that's me. I love Mama C, though. Anyway, let me What am I looking for? Oh my god. Okay, I know what I'm looking for, but I'm like, what menu is it? Me and my goofy self. I do this every time. Like, for those of you who've been here since the beginning when I started streaming, there have been so many times I've done stuff that is so goofy on stream, which is why no matter where I go, which I'm so excited for my streaming journey and to keep going, of course, but I won't always remember like the stuff that I do where I'm like, please don't ever think because of a certain amount of followers, people who interact with me or whatever. One, like I said, you can't buy me. So again, I'm the type of person where clout and power, I don't give a shit about that. It's fine. I don't mind being in the spotlight. It doesn't bother me. I don't take myself that seriously, but if I'm fit for something, that's cool. If it's meant for me, it's meant for me. If it's not, it's cool. But also, like, I know the type of stuff that I do that's so goofy that I'm like, I can't. You can question me. Like, there's no way I'm gonna be like ever serious to the point where I will not remember this wild shit I do sometimes. Oh my god, where is this? I literally was screwing around with this yesterday. And what I mean was I was setting stuff up for stream. So that's what I'm saying. There's gonna be some scuff. I didn't know it was gonna be the raid command, but I knew it was gonna be some like actual weird thing that I was gonna accidentally do by accident. It was gonna be funny. And I didn't know it was gonna be the raid message. The raid stuff. I'm gonna find it, y'all. Believe in me. And then I will stop closer to around 9:30-ish, almost 10. I did promise my siblings that I would fight them in Sonic Crossroad Racing because, y'all, at State of Play, they dropped that we're getting knights. So I told my younger brother we're adding Sonic Crossroad Racing to the family fight. As I told y'all on Monday stream, I'm kicking my brother's ass in games. I say that as if that's actually going to happen. I don't really know if that's actually going to happen, y'all. Don't quote me. My brother is too goated. He's been like that since we were kids. But now we're all in our almost like, he's going to be 30 soon. But now that he's like who he is, I just got to beat him at least once. So that's where I'm at. I cannot find this thing that I set up. That is so funny. Wait. Nope, that's not it either. I don't want y'all to be like wondering, see, are you gonna keep doing your thing? Yes. Oh wait, I think I found it. Hold on. Wait. No. And Azure, I'm gonna look at your palette that you just shared with me in a second. I can't find the one I'm talking about, so if I can't show it to y'all before the end of the stream, I'll show y'all next time. But sometimes I buy like certain things. Oh, I just found it. Okay, perfect. Let me turn that off so I don't jump scare myself again. Okay, there we go. It's off. And let me see Azure in terms of things. Okay, this palette is Afrofuturism and all the badassery. Azure, you have great taste, but you always have great taste. Like, for real. Also, Genki, I just, not to call you out, but these G poses. Listen. Some of my people are great posers, and as in like they take great G poses, and I just saw and I was like, cook please, cook harder, do the things. It has solid shimmering versions. You gotta Google it. Okay, bet. If you don't mind me, if you can send me the name, I don't mind looking it up really fast. So what I'll do is I'll finish this really quick, and then I can pull it up. I'd be cool with that. Because if it has solid and shimmering versions, because also, is that Mia's character, Genki, if you don't want me asking? You don't have to answer if you don't want to, but if it is, y'all are adorable. I know it's corny, but I still think, like, thank you for the shoujo. I just love that type of thing. Oh my god, y'all are so cute! Ah! Sorry, I'm yelling in the mic. That's so cute. Y'all are so adorable. Y'all are so adorable. I love it. Thank you for sharing. Thank you for the shoujo. I'm glad all my friends give me a shoujo moment a day. Feed me. Not sounding like Audrey from Little Pet Shop of Horrors. But like, thank you for the shoujo. Thank you for the magic. Where is this thing I'm looking for? I'm so again, I promise you. Watch me find it when I'm not looking. I promise you I'm gonna do that because I love to, I think, troll myself, maybe. I don't know. Okay, I don't like trolling myself, but I'm very clumsy. Yeah, I'm not gonna find it. It's fine. Anyway, it's a welcome back from the ads. I was looking for the palette that I was looking for a palette that I had that I really loved that inspired me, and I was like, you know what? I really actually want to design one myself, but if I can't find it this stream, I'll show y'all tomorrow. I'm streaming tomorrow, so I'm acting like I'm not gonna be able to show y'all for very long, but literally that's tomorrow. Lol, it's Thursday. Jesus. Drop a link in the DMs. Thank you. Because as to your point, like the one thing I look for in palettes is that, oh, this is Juvia's place. Oh, Azur, Auntie, Juvia's place. Listen, it's Juvia's place and Pat McGrath. I might be saying their name wrong, but Black beauty brands are some of the most innovative people when it comes to deep skin tones and like shimmers that actually show up on skin tones that are deep and also on more on the lighter side. And I say deep because to me, like, and that's the chime. So we're gonna switch over to gaming soon as I yammer, and then I'll show y'all this really quick. Let me do this in a way where I don't dox myself. Which, for those of you who watch me, I've done that a few times, and I'm still editing the video where you don't see information that's identifying. But, you know, those of you who will be looking out for sis, thank you, because I be goofy. Oh, yeah, no, that's cool. I think, like, at least based in the States, like, Ulta and... Listen, makeup... My big thing from the last decade, and then as I pick professional classes, like, makeup is really good. Now, the tools that you buy, like brushes and stuff, do make a difference. So, again, if you're wondering about my office space, why I have makeup products, is because I'll be walking around my house and doing things in my office. So just ignore me in terms of why you're like, how do you have a makeup brush next to your computer stuff? I'm like, don't worry about it. And like, let me see if I can find what I mean. So... And then I'll share the palette Azur has too, and recipes. Well, listen, I understand. I have a specific budget. Everyone that buys their makeup from Watch. Yeah, so that's the thing I'm saying. So for example, the one thing I've learned, and like I said, I am not a professional. I do want to take professional classes for fun because I do want to do people's makeup regardless of your gender. Because same thing with clothes, I think fashion should be accessible. I think everybody deserves to look really cool. Makes me feel like a PS2 P2P player getting cooked by them. Listen, Azur, I refuse to acknowledge this comment in the sense of you are not a whole baddie too. Stop playing with me. Not in my chat. Stop playing with me. I've seen your looks, your nails. Stop playing with me. But to your point, when I was starting to do makeup, when I want to say high school, I genuinely just bought store-bought makeup, which is like before Target was on some BS in terms of stuff. But I would go to like any store I can access, like not the dollar store, Lord, the hair store. I'm Black, so going to places that had like accessible makeup. So I didn't buy like super expensive palettes. I learned from like, you know, brands you can get out of a regular store. So, and I still think some of the badass looks that you see people do are coming from, like you said, Walgreens or like, you know, CVS or something. For me, the thing I've learned is that it's like drawing, where this is one of my favorite brushes, by the way. So I'm just showing an example because this is one of the cleaner ones that I have. And by the way, for the guys, gals, and non-binary pals, clean your makeup brushes. If you haven't cleaned them, you should clean them. Okay, I'm gonna go find some food and see if I play more game. Got you. No worries, Ink. Thanks for rating again. I appreciate you, and y'all. If y'all aren't following Ink, you should. You're doing amazing, seeing you're absolutely killer. Thank you, Ink, because I'm so goofy. So I appreciate y'all being kind to me when I jump scare myself and my soul is not back in my body firmly. But I appreciate you, Uno Reverse. I ain't got nothing but love for you, so I appreciate you as always. And please enjoy your game and get some good food and get some good rest after streaming. But what I've learned from the 10 plus years that I've used makeup is that it's really about, one, learning what works for your face. You can take classes. One of the things that really helped me was before 2020, I got my makeup professionally done and I got tips on how to do my own makeup. I've also practiced a lot, and I've really done a lot of research, watched a lot of videos. I have my favorite like makeup streamers and like makeup videos, really, honestly, on YouTube. But the tools that you use can make a difference. So I didn't really buy really expensive like brushes and tools for makeup until I was much older, until I understood like why you needed like a foundation brush versus a sponge, and then you needed like primer versus not using primer, or matte lipstick versus all the stuff. So when people see my makeup looks, they go like, you look so good, how do you know your face? I'm like, well, I've got my makeup done a lot and I have the tools that I use. So the reason why, to your point, Azzer, is that like one of the tools that you can use is like a really good palette. Like if it has the colors that you use, whether it's a super fancy palette or not, makes a world of difference. And knowing how to use your tools can really change the game in terms of your style. Because I know for me, like I've had incidents where my foundation was the wrong color. Like oxidation happens where like if the heat hits your face a little bit, your face can get oxidized, because you know makeup is never something that stays on your face a long time. You can use a primer, of course, like I do, which is basically just a way for your makeup to stay on longer. People don't always use primer. I do, because I have naturally oily skin, so I use mattifying products, which is a way of saying I use products, which I've talked about in the makeup stream, which I'll do in the future, but basically short version of this without going on too much of a tangent, because we do want to get to gaming soon. I use a lot of products that are going to keep my face from sloughing off, because I have oily skin naturally. So some people have like drier skin to where they don't necessarily have to use products that are mattifying, because it might dry them out further. I actually prefer matte products because my skin and my body tends to be just oily. It's just the truth. And I have like I had like acne hyperpigmentation, so I used to do like different things for my skin. It's gotten a lot better as I've gotten older, but I used to do a lot of that stuff to help me get the looks that I do, which is why when people ask me like, how do you do your makeup so well, it's like, oh, I've done so much over the last 10 years. That's why I'm taking professional classes to get some of those fundamentals, so I can actually do people's makeup and do editorial and fantasy makeup, because that's tend to where I lean, is like either like I've done my sister's makeup for like some of the things she's done for her professional work. I've done my mom's makeup before, or at least given her tips. I've helped my friends. Like it's all types of stuff. So I was like, I might as well do professional classes at this point. So I can, again, making clothes, modeling and whatever, and then I'll do science. But I'm saying what I'm saying because it's places like Juvia's Place and lots of different makeup brands that I really appreciate, because when I was coming through learning makeup, it's always the black brands, because I'm black, who would always be the most inclusive, versus more and more brands who aren't necessarily black, but I do appreciate that they're thoughtful in the ways that they have for deeper skin tones and lighter skin tones. And I say that because like black people come in all shades and colors and pigments, just like people of lighter skin tones do. So I say it in that tonation because there have been some really problematic things that have happened. Like there was one brand that literally made a foundation that had a black in it. And what I mean by like black is in they didn't even bother to make a diverse set of skin foundations. They literally had one, and then they made the darkest shade a black ink and sold it to people. And I'm like, even the deepest skin tones, like even way darker than I'll ever be, still have undertones to them color. So again, people can do whatever they want, but it was just problematic to be like, you shouldn't sell things under the guise of diversity if you're just not even going to bother. So to your point, and why I'm going to show the palette so I don't dox myself, to come full circle, is that I love Juvia's Place because they are one of the brands that has been consistent about having very pigmented colors for all skin tones, which I so appreciate, because sometimes my biggest gripe, especially as somebody who has been made fun of and bullied for not having perfect skin and like having the acne and stuff that I did growing up, like I loved that there were brands that were inclusive to be thoughtful of like different skin types, but also just like skin tones. Because I remember I used to have to mix before a lot of brands, I think in the 2010s, actually made inclusive like skin, inclusive like foundations. I had to mix like tones because I had different pigmentations on my skin because I had acne and hyperpigmentation. And then as I got older and my skin had cleared up, like, and you know, it's better, which is a privilege. Like, Juvia's Place and a lot of those brands have been my favorites because they've been consistent about like making sure they're really inclusive, which makes a difference. So you're not feeling bad about yourself when you're trying to just look nice for yourself. Hope that makes sense. But anyway, I'm gonna show the palette in a second. That was my long tangent rant. You know, I do. So all that to say, if you're wondering, a lot of like the reasons why I do makeup and fashion and stuff is because like it's a homage to finding a lot of love for my own self-expression in ways that I have been harmed and treated badly in the environments that I have. It's not for me to like, I'm not trying to get pity points or anything like that. It's more like it's the gift I can give back of like, I love fashion and makeup and art for the art of expression, but it's more of like the gift that's given me in terms of artistry and like gaming and stuff. Like I just think about, you know, if I can make like a makeup palette for like deeper skin tones, or folks who like people who make like products for folks who have different skin conditions, or accessible like makeup products, like that's the type of stuff that I'm like, that's so cool, and I would love to do something like that, because everybody deserves to explore stuff that maybe they wouldn't have access to in a way that I had the privilege to, because someone thought to be inclusive about skin tones or oily skin and whatever. I don't know. It's just my ethos. So anyway, let me pull this up without doxing myself, because I will do that. Again, I did that twice in 2 different streams. I haven't done that in a minute, but I'm so goofy like that. Okay, but let me go to the chatting screen. Wait. Let me go to the chatting screen. Alright. I'm gonna switch for a second so I can pull this up again without doxing myself. Like during Steven's anniversary stream, I realized, like I said, that there was some identifying information that I was like, oh, that was just up the entire time. That's cool. So that's why I still gotta cut that down. Let's see. Every 45 days, Azzy, that's wild. That's about me though. Like I try to be very mindful about privacy and stuff, because I as I said on Monday's stream, you know, not going too many details because I don't want to trigger anybody or traumatize anybody again about explaining it. I've been doxxed by Nazis. It's not fun. People sending you death threats and being cruel to you or who you love. So I try to be like respectful of my own privacy, but I also, when I see information, people, I'm like, no. Pull up if you won't. I'm crying. Listen. I appreciate that. Protect your people type vibes. I love that so much. All right, let me see if I can pull this up without causing mayhem. I'm grateful for the folks who helped me during that time, but like I said, it gets to a point where when people do horrendous things, you're just like, oh, okay. Humans are not great people, and they sometimes suck. But that's why, like I said, my resolution is to do what I can to not do things that people have done to me. I ain't got no skin in the game. I want my peace. All right, I think I got it in a way where I won't be doxxed. So, I accidentally left my keys in the door when I came home last night, and they were still there. So I'm crying. Oh my gosh. I'm glad you got it without anything actually happening. I've done goofy things in the sense of like, I've left my keys in places. I've definitely left my driver's license sometimes where I'm like, oh, I gotta go back. But, you know, mistake things that happen. Which is good. I'm glad you're in a place where people are looking out for each other. I'm really grateful to hear that. Because sometimes people are not in those types of environments where people look out for each other. So, I think that's really cool. All right. We're going to transition. There we go. So this is the palette that Azza just sent me. It is from Juvia's Place. It is a really dope palette. I love... This is what I mean about Juvia's Place. They have really great colors. Juvia's Place is actually, I want to say, a based... Like, they have a lot of palettes that I appreciate are very like black and from the African diaspora. So you can even see from some of the names on here. But I love Juvia's Place because their palettes tend to have very deep colors on them. Very much like a diversity of pigments and shimmers that work on a lot of different skin tones. Even just like, you know, people of all backgrounds can use it. Because I think it's really important when you're doing makeup. Sometimes this is just my bias. I am not I like my stuff pigmented and very bold. I literally want to look like an ethereal fairy, and maybe it's my Taurus rising. I don't know, but like I like pigmented colors. So I like colors that are gonna pop on my skin. I don't really like colors that are more neutral or nude. Again, I do have my neutral looks, like I've talked about on streams before during my makeup stream, which I'm gonna redo that actually. I look forward to do that next year. Fingers crossed. Maybe February. Maybe it'll be like a Valentine's Day fun makeup stream. But I tend to like palettes like this because you can see there's like shimmers that go along with the different like regular matte colors. So where you can have shimmery accent glitter on top of a color where you can blend very well. And usually when things are pigmented or made very well, when you use different brushes to pretty much like sculpt and also blend, like a lot of blend brushes, which again, for those of you who don't know makeup, there's like 50,000 brushes for different things. There's blend brushes for highlight, for foundation, for contour, for bronzer. There's just so many different things once you do too much makeup and you're just like, you get it. So for me, I do a lot of like gradient looks and a lot of like makeup on my face, which is why I do editorial and fantasy stuff. So this palette I would love because there's so many different colors and shimmers to use. I know this would really work because Juvia's Place is really good about pigments and shimmers that are really good and bright that are going to impact you when you see them. Because I know on Instagram, and I've talked about this before in terms of makeup and fashion, like a lot of palettes will be good for like editorial because people are going to edit the pictures where they look like damn near perfect, which is fine to a degree. Again, there's a whole conversation about like, don't edit your face to where, well, it's a conversation about like people manipulating photos to put that they're perfect when people will tell you who are makeup artists, like no one's skin is perfect, nobody's face is perfect, everybody has flaws, but it doesn't mean you can't enjoy makeup and be beautiful and be sexy and however you want to be type of vibes. But I would love this palette because of the different colors and different shimmers, it's very useful to create very dynamic looks that I would love, along with a very dope matte lip. And like I said, I love contour, highlight, and blush. So I'm very much a glam girly. I've never left 2016. I'm never leaving it. I'm so sorry. I'm never going to go away from that. I know people call it the clean girl look, but I'm like, give me lashes. Let me look like a goddess. I just want to be sexy. I'm sorry. Like, I get you are like, I want to look natural and I don't have anything on. Like, no, give me my mattes. Give me my foundation. Give me the pizzazz. Like, I just want to look like a baddie. If I'm going to be dressed to the nines in my dresses or even in my tech wear, I'm going to look sexy for me. And then people are like, I dress for other people. Like, no, as I know on stream, I don't dress for other people. It's just me trying to be hot for me. I don't care. If you like it, that's great. Good for you, for your eyes. But for me, it's for me to be a shimmery fairy walking around this goddamn planet, okay? But either way, this is a palette I would love because, like, I could tell the deep colors would be really, really good. So shout out to you, Azzer. This palette is amazing. That's the long and short of it. I also really love the front of it. Like, this is so Afrofuturism. I love this so, so much. But I love palettes that have really dope designs. And also, as you can see from the website, look at that! Again, you can make makeup and fashion for deep skin tones. That's my point. That's why I love Juvia's Place. Because they do it so well. Like, I think if you want to be inclusive, you should just do it. Because, like, people are so gorgeous. Like, look at them. I don't know their gender, but look at this. It makes me so, like, I just don't get why. If you can go to Extra Mile, go to Extra Mile. Because, like, the editorial photos and the fashion people look so good. Oh, my God. This photo is... They cooked. Again. I love people's facial features. I love how makeup can make people look amazing. Anyway, that's my rant for the year. Thank you for sharing, Azzer. Exactly. When she is out, I dress to be the baddest. I understand, auntie. I get it. And thank you for coming back from ads. I probably ranted during an ad. My bad. I was going on my makeup rant. So we're gonna go switch it back to the chatting screen. Okay, and then we're gonna switch back off the thing. I'll find my palette by tomorrow's stream, just to show you what I mean. But I was to say, like, makeup screens, I'm she is the boss from your 10 piece and peach soda. I'm crying about the peach soda. That's so funny. But yeah, for me, that would be a dream. I hope I somehow, I don't know how it would happen. I'm gonna let life, but I really just want to do something like that, like make something that people really would enjoy that would make them feel good about themselves. So if I could do that, that would mean the world to me. So, because I know when I got my, like I've told y'all, my dresses, or like I've told y'all this story before, and then let me finish this and then we'll maybe play Tiny Bookshop. I yammered too long. Shoot. But art has saved my life so many times, like music and science, and I don't mind doing my own thing. And what I mean by that is I don't like divorce myself from the world. I love my solitude, but I like spending time with people. It's not even either or for me. But a lot of the times, like I've described, when I've had those hard moments in life, it's always been art of some kind that really saved me. Even when like people used to make fun of me in terms of my appearance growing up, like I've made mistakes in makeup, but makeup has been one of those things where like when I really mastered it, it made me feel good. But it also wasn't a thing where, as I say on streams, I'm not the type of person where you need makeup. Like, to me, makeup is a tool that enhances what's just already there. You don't need makeup. You don't need any of that to already be amazing in being who you are. And I don't want to ascribe to this standard where like people need to be beautiful, because I think I don't want to. I'm really into body neutrality, where it's like it's okay to, as I always say on streams, discouple from hating yourself because of the way systems and the beauty standards are operated, especially in societies where like colorism, all these things happen, right? So, but for me, I think again it goes back to self-expression, where like me being able to express myself is more of a reminder of like, without the, even with the way I do my hair and wear my clothes and stuff, like even with me having my bare nails, like I don't always wear makeup every day. Like sometimes like I want to, I love looking great, but I'm okay being like in lounge clothes, hair ain't did, in a bonnet, just chilling. I still love that version of me too. Just like as I've said on streams, like I love the version of me that had acne and braces. There was nothing wrong with me then. It was just that people were imposing their beauty standards onto me when there was nothing wrong with me. I was a kid. Like, why do I need to look like a baddie at like 13 when my skin is just freaking out because I have hormones? But so to me, I come at, like I always say, makeup and fashion from a stance of these are things that can make you feel good about who you are and what you were made to be like. And if you choose to get like plastic surgery or something, because I'm not the type of person where I tell folks like surgery is bad. I think if you want to change something about yourself and you are committed to that because you want to look a certain way, that is your prerogative to do that. So for me, you know, I don't want surgeries or anything like that. I like to dress up for me because it was my way of loving my body the way that I've always loved me deep down, because I, again, had the privilege of having family members who instilled that in me. But as I've gotten older, it was more like makeup and fashion, like I always say on streams, is really about, it's an expression of love of me and of love of people and the love of just people's backgrounds, their cultures, what they're about, like who they are. Along with the language, it's also like the fashion piece too. Hope that makes sense, but that's why when I've been told when I dress up to the nice, people are like, you're so pretty. And I'm like, yeah, but that's from a sense of when I take off this dress and I'm just in like sweats and I'm in my bed with a bonnet on, that I'm still a baddie either way. Doesn't matter. That's why I think like wigs, braids, and the way that black people, theys, thems, look good. Because fashion knows no gender. You can be sexy no matter what. But cultivating that sense of self where you're like, you look good no matter what, is really, really a thing I had to do. Partly because, like I said, I had a strong sense of self as a kid, and I had people who loved me the way I was, even though I was bullied and made fun of and stuff like that too, and been through all the traumatic experiences I've hinted at and talked about a little bit on stream. But self-expression was a sense of freedom for me, and that's a lot of what my life's ethos is also too, along with what I said earlier on stream, is that like when I say come catch me, it's that thing of like I live my life in a way where I'm going to do what I do for me. I love my people, my community, and I'm looking towards, always changing and being who I am and being open to things, of course, but it really comes down to I just want to be free and liberated in this lifetime, and liberation starts in the body. And so I'd rather do that and look around for other people who want that too for themselves and for other people. So I'm just not loud about it. I don't feel like I need to be, but maybe I am loud about it. I don't know. I love how I would do this quickly and like, which y'all be mad at me if we didn't get the tiny bookshop. I do this every time when I have to unschedule things. This is why, again, I could be more spontaneous for streams, but I'm looking at the time, and I did like tell my siblings we do stuff, and they're gonna look at me like, ma'am. And I'm like, all right. So we might not get to it today, but don't worry about it. I will finish Tiny Bookshop. We might just like keep pattern stuff, and then we might just raid out. But I will be back tomorrow. I am gonna play Final Fantasy 14. So, and in retaliation for me being goofy, I'll give you more pattern making on stream in real time. As soon as I remember to not to cross my things. But anyway, I have aspirations like that. Along with like, I'm in my scientific journey, going back to an earlier conversation where I do have some goals in terms of, again, I love writing, so I'd love to publish more. In the creative venue, especially with the way I've been working with my brother, there's some things I want to do in like the creative space in terms of writing. Like there's a lot of artists who write children's books or like books for adults, like novels. I would love to do something like that. There's just lots of things that I've wanted to do since I was younger that I was like, how? But now I'm an older person. I'm just like, why not though? But I always make a joke nowadays where I'm like, I think I'm a professional weirdo, where people are like, how do you do all these things and still do what you do? And I'm like, I don't know. I just make it work. I don't know what to tell you. But I think it goes back to that same thing when I was a kid, where people would be like, what do you want to do when you grow up? And I said the Paul McCartney, I just want to make people happy. And that's not really an answer, but I jumped around so much, and I just see how that reflects in like me as an adult, where it's like I just do a lot, and I have the energy for it, and I'll do what I can, and then when I feel ready to move on, I'll move on, or if I want to stick with something, I will. So, but I don't limit myself, and I don't feel pressured. I don't feel like intimidated by people when they do stuff. I'm more like, that's cool. Like some people are very much like they're gonna stick in some things. I'm very much like, I like my things. They're in these areas. And I'm gonna do them. I said I want to be, did I discover? Yeah, that's how I feel about medical school. Change that joint real quick. That's so real. But that's how I feel about medical school. Like for the longest time, I was like, oh, I should go be a doctor. Like I love like, helping people and doing stuff. But then my brain just saw that you can actually, excuse my language, kill people. And I was like, oh, I can't do that. No, I would be devastated. No. So I changed that up real quick. No. And I don't know. I think you'd be a great teacher, Azar. I think that's a great thing to do. I think you can do that. It's never too late to do stuff like that. Like I said earlier in the stream, I don't mind being the person in the spotlight or doing leadership. That doesn't bother me. I think it's more like I don't really, excuse my language, care if I'm the person who gets... Well, I do believe people should get credit for what it is due, and like I'm not caught in the way in which people need validation. And I'm not saying that in the sense that we don't know to be validated, but it's more like the only person who I seek validation from, besides like my community and like, you know, we all want to be seen for who we are, is my inner child. Which sounds maybe corny, but when I ask myself, like, am I doing the right thing? The little 10-year-old me is like, yeah. What else can we do? She's the only person who's going to tell me what to do. It goes back to what I keep saying. I'm like, if you can tell me what to do, tell me what to do. But if you can't tell me what to do, you can't tell me what to do. So I'm very much like that. Where I think my inner child drives me a lot. And again, I'm going to chalk it to my Aries. The only person that I want to challenge to do better is me. 'Cause I can only control me. I can't control anybody else. So I'm going to go do what the hell I'm going to say I'm going to do. And people don't have to believe me when I do it, but when I do it, best believe I'm going to prove it. I don't have to say anything. It's that thing of like, not to sound like how I sound, but it's, I'm going to do what I'm going to say I'm going to do, and you don't have to believe me because I'm going to do it for me. I'm not doing it for you. How about that? Type vibes. And you're writing and publish 3 books. That's so cool. You're going to do it. I believe in you. But it's just like an inner drive that I have where it's like, I motivate myself because like there's people who have told me I couldn't be who I was today, and I did it. So it goes back to what I was saying earlier, like I don't have anything to prove to anybody but myself. I can get out of my own way. I can be nervous and insecure and whatever like anybody else, and I'm still gonna be like that. I'm shy and my things, but at the end of the day, there's a strong sense of me that's like, if I can do what I've done at 32, God, what can I do in my 50s? What can I do in my 60s? Like, what can I do when I'm like mastered and I'm wrinkly? And then as I tell my sister all the time, when it's my time to leave, it's my time to go. I will not be waged. Let me leave. And that sounds like, I don't want it doesn't sound morbid. I'm like, it's fine. So the Aries and Leo me likes being competitive, but I've learned to dial it back and competing myself. Well, that's fair. Like, I think healthy competition is very good, but yes, I think if we're talking astrology, like, I think fire sign people are very much like that. We're very, like, go, 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 go. But at the end of the day, I think we get to a point where we are really just competitive with ourselves. And we will push people to go be their best self. So I know people in terms of astrology stereotypes, and again, I know not everybody believes in astrology, but I think the fun part about it is that people are like Aries or so, for example, like immature. It's like, no, I think it's just this thing of having a childlike whimsy and never really giving up and having fun in life, even if you're going to go towards your dreams and aspirations. Like, I know shit's serious, but sometimes it's not that serious. Like, it's just not. And if it is serious, have fun. Like, if I'm gonna learn how to do lace and stuff, I might as well have fun and make fun of myself screwing up a pattern. See how I just hit my camera? I knew I was gonna do that eventually. Like, you know, have fun with it. Do my thing. Enjoy where I'm at and not get caught up in always being the best. I'm gonna be best for myself regardless, but I'm not gonna get caught up in comparing myself. But it's my Aries. I know. I get it. I understand. That's how I am. Yeah. Exactly. We the best type vibes. Alright. I already have to extend this. Yeah, like, even past the astrology, like, I always want to be the best version of myself, and I was the girl that I didn't get asked out a lot. If I did, people tried to knock me down a peg, or people would tell me later. I didn't get picked for stuff. I've been picked last in like dodgeball type vibes. So I learned early on in life to choose myself. Not in a selfish way where I screw other people over, but to your point, as they're like, The reason why, like, I have said, like, I will lose everything else as long as I don't lose me. And I stand on that. And I'll go on my rants again for those of you who aren't sub. But those of you who are sub, you can listen to me and then I'll repeat it. And what I mean by that is, like, instead of feeling as bad as I could, which I have, I'm not going to act like I haven't. But I'm not, I think I have felt bad about the ways that people would treat me. But at the same time, it taught me to choose me and not get caught up in people's ish with themselves. Like, it goes back to what I say on stream all the time. Like, I don't have anything to prove to you. If you go, like, it's cool. Not in like I don't want things to work out or something, but it's more like I'm not going to do anything but choose me. And for my friends who know me and love me, of course, like, they know, like, I'm very independent, but I always want to hang out with my loved ones. Like, it's not a either or, but it's very much like I'm not going to hurt myself in that way. In the ways I've seen people do, where they will compromise themselves to the point where it's unsalvageable. Like, I've been in too many situations where people have tried to weaponize my light against me, and so I've just learned, like, I'm not gonna let you do that. If you have a problem with you, that has nothing to do with me. And welcome back from the ads. I'm pretty much saying again, like, I'm done G-posing for like a good 3 days. That's fair. Good job. I know you cooked, Ginky, so I'm gonna be looking in terms of things, but it gets to a point where, like, the only way I can describe it is that there's a fire that I've cultivated that is never gonna go out. And even if it's a little dim, and sometimes it's like I'm covering like All Might in that one scene, slight spoilers for Boku no Hero, covering the fire, like, I'm always going to protect myself. Not in a malicious way, but in the, like, there's nothing you can do to break my spirit. I might be down and out for a little bit, I might be sad, but you cannot break my spirit. And because of that, I know I'm always going to succeed. Maybe that's an Aries thing, but it's like, I'm always going to, like, do my thing. Oh, I want to throw you a bonus G pose. Also, again, y'all give me ideas for the group pose later. For FC stuff, obviously. And I mean, people think like, oh, you're so arrogant. It's like, it's not an arrogance, it's just a confidence of like, there's nothing you can say to me at this point in my life that I haven't heard people tell me. Especially if you're like, oh, you're ugly. Oh, you have like whatever. Da 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 da. Yada yada yada. And I'm like, all right, and you're done? And they're like, why don't you hate yourself? Like, because I'm not going to. Who are you to tell me how I'm going to be? Why should I hate myself because you don't like me? We're not supposed to like everybody, and I've heard it all, so I'm just going to keep it kicking. Saves me time, though, because my thing is, I'd rather know if somebody doesn't like me, so I can say it either way, and we can do the thing. We don't use that word. We don't use what word? I would do it as a treat. I'm crying. Tell me what I said, Azir, if I said something wrong. Not the barking. I'm crying. Not the T word. Wait, which word actually did I? What word did I say? Azir, I'm so sorry. You gotta have to spell it. What word? Did I miss it? Is my brain not processing right now? If then that's totally fine if I'm not. Me half like I'm able to like multitask with this. Nope, I'm still not getting it. This is what happens when you didn't learn. I don't know how to set out words as a child. So look at that, like, wait. Let me think about it. I'm literally dead ass staring at Conjures. No, wait! Azir, I never learned to sound out words, so I'm gonna sit down. I'm gonna sit down and think about my life. This is what I mean when I take a second. It's obvious in my face. Don't judge me. Okay, you can, but I'm goofy. Wait, this is what I mean. We're like, I don't know how to sound out words. I'm spelling it wrong. Oh! That took way longer than it should. That took way longer than it should. And then I say I can't like sound out words, and I just straight up did it. For those of you who can sound out words in English, good for you. For me, I can't. That's why I said the two words I screwed up one time were... No, the one where I screwed up one time is I said flammable instead of flammable. I always do that. He used to make fun of me about it. I'm like, I don't care. I just can't say stuff right. Just explain it to me so I get it. But thank you. Okay, I understand. Yeah, brain be brain too. That's so real. I get you. Oh my gosh. Again, for those of you who've been here the entire time, I appreciate you because I got through this faster. Oh, nice. Spelling bees? Let's go. I did spelling bee once. I wasn't good at it, but I appreciate it. It took me too long, I feel like, to learn the words, so. But it's all good. Before I delete them. Oh, where did you post them? Why would you delete them, Kinky? Oh my god, they're so... Thank you for feeding my shoujo for the day. Your vocabulary is still very high, Azar. So if you're in spelling bees, that's amazing. I think that's really cool. Sorry, I'm making this very repetitive noise because I don't want to change the music. We've been on sad person hours. I'm going to go back to some of my favorites again. I told you I was going to play some of my favorites. That's how it goes, right? Anyway, there's been too many things I've shared as life lessons. If they're helpful to anybody. If they're not, it's fine. But either way, like... Even though some of the bad has been bad, I'm grateful for a lot of the good in my life so far. And we've got a lot of life to live, hopefully. So I'm excited for what's ahead, is the big thing. So, I give thanks to all the anime villains that keep my word sharp. That's real. Anime villains do have some great words that they use. That's also very disrespectful a lot of the time, which I can appreciate, to be honest with you. Okay. Sorry, I remember I gotta push my pillow without knocking things over. For those of you who have been following me for a minute though, in regards to that keychain, I will figure some stuff out. For the FC folks, y'all know I'm still trying to figure out how to design varsity jackets for us. It's just I gotta figure out pricing and design stuff from some of the people I know. So, oh, whoops. Duh. I'm like, maybe do that. See. I wasn't the person who didn't think I would make it to be this old. It's just more like sometimes I feel like I've been in situations where I didn't think I'd be here. So I think it's an honor and a privilege to be here. Which is why I always say people, like, it's an honor and privilege to know folks in their life stories, because, like, stuff that happens is wild as hell. And that's been a lot of my life too. Some of the stuff I've done, I'm surprised and I'm grateful it happened. And some of the stuff that it hasn't happened but has happened, I'm like, oh, I didn't see that coming. It's a lot of like that, so that's why I live a little bit. That's why I take stuff seriously, but don't take yourself that seriously if you're still not having fun. Sorry, I'm trying to like pull my threads just a little bit to make sure my pattern. And if you practice long enough times, you master where this is the cleanest. This is the cleanest my torch and laces looked on stream. Let's go! I said it as if I'm not gonna do the motif. I'm probably gonna do this motif in end stream because I know me. My brain is not gonna like this. But I did say that if I didn't play Tiny Bookshop, I would do this on stream. I would. I would. But first, to do this, drop these in the middle. Okay, I need to do this. And sorry if this is a little bit hard to see. I know I did that thing where I mixed like threads colors, but I wanted to do, why I wanted to challenge myself because they don't match on both sides. And I wanted to do the torch and lace pattern this way. If we get to the motif before the end of stream, and then of course tomorrow I'm going to do more lace practice, where I might go ahead and do a lot of this and then go forward. If we do the fans and spiders again, I will print out some of the other stuff to show you what I'm going to do next year. Because goal for one of the streams I want to plan towards my birthday is to do a scarf on stream. We'll see how fast I go, but I'm going to need more bobbins. And yes, Anime Villain's keeping it sharp. If I didn't read that earlier, I'm here for this. Also, Genki, don't delete those G poses. They're cute. Don't do that. Sorry. Y'all know me with the motif. I always have to think about it. I knew that was gonna happen. Actually, I lied. This one needs to go here. It's just at the beginning of the motif. You did? Nice. Congratulations. Wait. You're talking about the Final Fantasy game? Like the one with the outfits with Gaia randomly coming from Final Fantasy 14? Beta? Azure? Unless it's another game. That game? Or am I making stuff up? Am I getting the games confused in my brain? If I am, it's totally fine. I would do that. Do you mind sending me a link so I can see, so I can make sure I'm not confusing myself? I would do that. Also, I'm gonna put on another timer, y'all. I know, like, I'm gonna wrap up towards 10, but I'm gonna try to do this. And tomorrow we actually will 14. We will play Final Fantasy 14. We will game. I will not do that thing where I will say a game and then I don't. I promise. I'm just goofy. And the secret with me is I usually have plans for my streams like a teacher does, where I have an agenda of things based on the time and hour and whatever. But today was spontaneous, so I was like, play it by ear. And there we are. I didn't change the thing either, so. Yep. Oh. Let me see. I think you're talking about the game I think I know what you're talking about. I believe you. There's so many mobile games coming out that my brain might have got them confused in my head. Yo, you did! Holy shit! You have to tell me how that is. Oh yeah, because it's the one with the Android. Nice! I don't have one. That's why I didn't apply. But you gotta tell me how that is. And please enjoy. If you're wondering, there's a new Dissidia game from Final Fantasy, the one that people have seen with like Cloud and Gaia from Final Fantasy 14 and other characters. There was a beta test that you can join in for your mobile if you have an Android. If you have an iPhone, you can't do it. But yeah, that's what we're waiting for too. Nice. Nah, you finna have a blast. And yes, please. Oh, dang. So you're ready. Yeah, I don't have an Android. But no, good for you. Please enjoy. Please smack bodies. Please tell me how it plays too, because the honest thing for me in terms of like the closed beta with it is that I want to see how it plays on iPhone, because I know, wait, it's gonna sound really bad to say this, but I feel like, oh, I didn't know that. Good to know. I am probably gonna be playing more mobile games next year because State of Play reminded me there's too many games that I want to try, and they're on my iPad. As much as my art and design stuff is on there, I knew this was gonna happen. I knew somebody was gonna make too many dope games, and I was gonna be like, "See, you don't need to do that." And I'm like, "Do I though? Do I not? Do I?" And apparently, I do. So I had a feeling. That's how one of my friends plays. Oh, nice. ZZZ is on. Oh, and you said ZZZ is gonna get crossplay. Like, I know the multiplayer mode's coming out, but does that mean it's gonna be crossplay then? Azard, do you know? If you don't, it's fine. But I'm just curious. Cause I'm gonna. As soon as I get ZZZ and get Jane Doe, I'm going to be acting like a goofball. Use your PlayStation when you play mobile? Nice. Because I can play a lot of my stuff on my iPad. Because I play... Oh, and I've been meaning to mention this to you, by the way. I actually do want to play Infinity Nikki again on stream. It has been a minute, mainly because, like, I'm going to be real with y'all. I'm not a fan of the story changes. I do still want to play it, though. The issue is that, like, I had a lot of PC trouble with the original time I was playing. It was taking up too much space. So I think because I've got a better terabyte hard drive, we will play a little bit more of that. And I have my PlayStation. So I actually play Infinity Nikki on my iPad and my PlayStation now. But I will get back to that because I actually been trying to play more again. I'm still mad about the story retcon because I was a beta tester for Infinity Nikki, so I love the original story with Giovanni, but they added house updates, and since I'm in my Animal Crossing era and want to play Petite Planet, I'm like, fuck, fine, I'll go back. So we're back again in my pretty girl era, as the song goes. So, oh, multiplayer. Oh, I'm gonna get my ass whooped. I already know. I don't mind. But y'all been playing ZZZ for a minute. I'm just playing because I like Jane Doe. Just like with Marvel Rivals, I have no business playing Marvel Rivals. I just play it for the skins. It's PvE. Oh, okay. Oh, then I'm excited. As long as I'm not getting jumped, because in Marvel Rivals, they're doing a new ranking system, and I already know I'm in Weenie Hut Juniors. I ain't trying to do comp with that. But I'm in it for the Luna Snow and, like, the other skins that I saw that are, like, cake-themed. If you ever have, like, I saw Crawfish Daddies Crawfish Daddy? Wait, Azar, who is Crawfish Daddy? Who's that? I need context. Listen, I'm fine with these names. Oh, you call Gambit Crawfish? I'm gonna sit down for this. Crawfish Daddy Gambit. We're going into the ads. I love that. I didn't even know what you were talking about. And I was like, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Crawfish Daddy is wild. That's wild. Crawfish Daddy? I'm so weak. You know, he got a Creole accent, and as a Southerner, I can't do a Creole accent. Of course, I don't want to, because I don't want to, like, you know, I don't want to disrespect people, of course. But, like, respectfully, shout out to my folks who are of Creole descent. Y'all are some amazing humans. And I'll say this after the ads, too, but, oh, hold on a second. My bad. I forgot. I forgot there's things going on in the morning, so we're gonna do some things related to things tomorrow, but my timing. Welcome back for the ads. I was just commenting on the fact that Gambit, this is what I mean when I'm like playing it by ear, but then I forgot stuff's going on tomorrow, so there's gonna be some changes in terms of things, but it's not gonna impact me streaming. It's just something else that I was doing after stream, so that's on me. Me and my timing. I was like, oh yeah, I forgot that's tomorrow, because Tomorrow's Thursday. See, again, daylight savings. I'm still corporate YN on PC. Got you. I'm gonna change my account on PSU to that. Oh, gotcha. Okay, got it. Where's my chain of thought? For again, I mentioned it earlier for those of you who were here, but again, the Marvel Rivals season 5 is dropping on Friday, with Gambit, Rogue, like I mentioned on Monday, and then a lot of new stuff. I think they're giving us like $25 of free coins in game, and they are changing the system in terms of comp or competitive. So the Gambit lovers have been wilding out, which I'm here for. Gambit's a cool character. X-Men 97 dub, and that's just amazing. And they brought the voice actor who did Rogue's voice from the original series for the new one that came out and the one that I grew up with too. So I'm glad that they actually did that, because I think that's going to be really cool, the nostalgia of that. And then of course there's going to be a new mode, which I don't think I mentioned, where it'll be where you can play with your friends in like a sandbox mode, where you don't have to play actually play Rivals like the matches. You could just hang out with your friends in a pseudo Times Square, which I think is really cool. So okay, twist the left pair. So I will be playing Rivals. I actually want to do a Rival stream potentially, because there's drops to support that. Again, I'm never playing comp, but I do love playing with friends. So if anybody plays Rivals, I might be hitting you up about shenanigans, because I'm goofy like that. I like Rivals. It's not my fault that game developers know that I like cake skins. If you give me sweets, stop playing with me. Okay. Let's see. Oh, whoops. Need to move this over. Let me stretch this out. One thing I'm really proud of myself, even though I say that and this knot is actually diabolical right now, is that I've gotten better at, one, knowing how much thread I need for these types of projects, and two, actually extending my things so I'm not trapped, as I've done on stream too many times at this point. So I'm just let me just extend the thread now so I don't screw myself up. Okay. I think it's cross. And then that's pen 2. Alright. Yep. Right on there. And like I said, tomorrow I might be further along, but I do want to do this before you wrap up stream, since I didn't play Tiny Bookshop. So just a rule going forward, I know I usually, for the last few years, I usually do about a few hours of co-working and then a game. If I don't game, I will do more stationary and co-working to make up for the fact I didn't game for an hour. I think that's a new rule I'm going to institute for myself. Since y'all got me yammering, which I don't hate, but I don't know. I feel like I can talk, and contrary to popular belief, I'm also fine just sitting in a corner, just doing my own thing, not saying anything. Not in the weird way, but I just feel like I prefer. I don't have a preference. But if you give me a topic, I'll tell you information. Or as I was talking with Kit one stream where people were like, "You do this cool thing. Why do you never talk about it?" I'm like, "'Cause you didn't ask, and I didn't think to bring it up. I don't know, maybe." Did I get tagged on something? Oh, I did. Okay. Let me bookmark that so I don't forget. Also, if you've ever tagged me on socials and if I miss it, please just let me know, because I will take a minute, but I will respond. I just saw we got an update for Twitter. Alright, we're not doing none of that. Sorry. So I was like, nope. I'm never calling it X. You can't make me, as I've said multiple times. Wait! Wait, they made more Animal Crossing goods. No, get it. Nope, don't look. Okay. Did I mention I love Animal Crossing? All right, let me be quiet. Let me finish this motif, and then we'll rate out. Let me look for a second though and see who I could potentially be ridiculous towards. Haha, I see plenty of people I can be ridiculous towards, aka right into their streams. Okay. There's a few people I'm eyeing right now. Yeah, there's a few people. Just a heads up, we'll probably wrap up closer to 10, and then I'm probably going to rate out, since I haven't rated them in a minute, in about 20-30 minutes, to Ash. For those of you who don't know Ash, they are part of Brown Girl Gamer Code. So we're doing this chill co-working vibe. I'll probably send folks over there. I see that Ash, for example, is trying to get some support in terms of Bill's food and their cat Callisto, but as I always say, in terms of giving love and support, Ash is super cool, very inclusive, and is the founder and one of the folks who made Melon Mafia, which is an organization, or essentially just a collective of folks who do really cool things, or at least the ethos of just supporting other Black creatives in the space. So all of this to say that we will probably rate out to her once I get through with this motif and stuff, just as a heads up. For those of you who are lingering and chilling out. She is also using Spirit City Lo-Fi Sessions, so the vibe will keep going there. But yeah, we'll probably go there next once I wrap up. We feel got 30 minutes. I still want to finish this for stream stakes, but just to give folks a heads up in terms of things. And of course, like, when my mutuals and friends are streaming, I usually lurk in multiple streams like most people do to support their friends. And I do stay up to watch my other friends stream, even if for me, I am a little tired, but it's worth it to just like listen to people that I really like listening to, or like watching their streams late at night when I'm getting ready for bed. Like I was, like I usually weight lift sometimes in the evening now, so sometimes I'll just like put on one of my friends or mutuals or somebody I care about stream, and then I'll just listen in while I'm hitting the weights. So just know, if you're streaming and I know you, I'm probably lurking. I'm not saying anything, not in that weird way, but I'm probably lurking. It's fine. If I talk, it's because I'm not doing something that's too heady, versus if I'm like weightlifting or doing something, sometimes I just can't say anything. I know I've done it, for example, in Enrico. For those of you who follow Enrico, they're super cool. I appreciate their streams as always, but I lurk in their streams when I'm doing Hobonichi earlier in my day, and sometimes I've lurked in their streams when I'm like weightlifting and just say hi and then go back to my hubba hole doing stuff. All right, I'm at pen 2, so I've got 13 minutes. I can fly through this, I think. Yeah. I don't think I pinned the right one. Wait, right? Twist the right hand, pair across, twist across. Okay. Okay. I want to say, if I didn't screw this up, I always screwed up at step 4. For those of you who've been in my lace bobbin streams, you know exactly what I do every time I do this pattern. It's the same step I screw up every time. If I get it right, I won't scream into the mic, but I'll be happy if I get it right. Wait. Pair from the right right of pin 1. That's up here. And then nope, I did too many twists. I immediately felt it. My brain was like, nope, see, go back. Maybe I shouldn't have said it out loud, and maybe I wouldn't have actually screwed up for a second, but again, it's just goof troop power sometimes. All right, let's try that again. The right of pin 1, that's one up here. And then I think I did this right. If I did this right, I'm gonna be really proud of myself. I think I did. Oh my god, I'm so proud of myself. Okay. Nope. Because I wasn't supposed to pin it. So we're close. Okay, don't pin it. I think I pull something over here. Oh, okay. I think that's right. Also, if you haven't noticed, I talk to myself a lot when I'm doing things, so it's, I guess, one of my quirks I don't really point out that I do, but I genuinely walk myself through stuff out loud. That's why I say I'm lurker friendly, because like I will guide myself through my own steps. Do not be alarmed. It's just how I help my brain process. All right, what is sticking? There it is. I was like, what is sticking in this motif that's not helping me right now? Okay, I pinned that at 4. Twist the left pair. This is my left. Okay. Something's wrong. Because I have too many pairs out. I did something wrong. Yep, I did. Ah, dang it. All right. You know, maybe we will get closer, question mark. Maybe I won't screw this up while stream again. Man. Oh, I forgot to add to, per this game talk, I am gonna have to update my Twitch thing. I've tried to update it too, along with the organizations groups support. I've tried to update the games I play on and off stream. So per that I do, any of those games you can talk to me about, because I notice on the wilds of the internet, I'll say like, hey, I play this, and like, oh, you do too? I'm like, yeah. Please feel free to tell me your favorite character. Like my favorite character, like I keep saying in Zenless Zone Zero, for example, is Jane Doe. For Marvel Rivals, I love the characters that I've mentioned before. I do play Withering Waves. I haven't caught up yet. And there are now some more games I gotta add to my list per state of play, like I mentioned hours ago. So I will try to update that probably at least once a week because I'm trying to figure out what games. One, the games I'm going to stream outside of the ones I've already mentioned, like No Straight Roads 2 and stuff, but it helps me figure out like what games I want to play for myself and also what I need to make sure I have the space for. Because I think the one thing I want to make sure I don't do on streams is I do want to finish all of the games I play with that I want to showcase. I know I think a lot of my stuff is between longer series like Final Fantasy 14 other RPGs to like random ones that like I want to play or if I want to change up my schedule a little bit. So I'm trying to figure out the pace. I think I have a pretty good dynamic since a lot of the games I played this year were actually pretty short, now that I think about it. So I know, like I said, with Tiny Bookshot, it was a seat taken, and a lot of these things, they're only 12 hours long, so they'll be finished in a couple of streams. But some of the longer games I'm thinking through next year, too. And also, if you're not sub, you're going to get an ad, so I am just stabbing stuff as I know I'm going to have to tear this down again because I messed up the stitch. Damn it. I know I was going to do that. Pull too many threads out. Oh, shoot. Okay. No worries. Where did I screw this up at? Just like when I was drawing yesterday, I've gotten really good at like being able to see my process. But I've been doing little things all year outside of, you know, being goofy, playing games. Me and my lack of 20/20 vision, though. Where am I screwing up here to unravel this? Now I said that I wouldn't screw up my line of sight, but I have because these thread colors are too close. Eventually I was going to do this to myself, and I finally set up my own demise. Dang. They're too close in color, so I can't even tell them apart. Or is this actually threaded in a way where I can't unravel it? Oh no. Oh, that's the worst. Wait, did I actually like tighten this? Hold on. For those of you who do lace bobbin, don't ever do this. This is what I meant when I was afraid that if I use colors that are too close. And welcome back from the ads. I'm just touching my thread, which again, breaking cardinal rules. Do not touch the thread. I'm just doing it because I think I did that thing where, yup, I tightened the knot. Holy cannoli. Oh my god, I tightened the knot. Shoot. Ah. How, see? How did you do that? Girl, bye. Stop. Okay. There we go. I was like, something's off. And I literally tightened the knot too high. It wasn't me just tripping. Okay, now I can unravel this. I was like, what's happening? Okay. Okay. You know, I think I have good timing because I knew by the time I got to the motif, I'd probably get a little tired, and I do feel it now. And yeah, that's why I usually only stream for like 3 to 4 hours, and my max is like 6 because my body eventually is go like, hey, you want to eat and nap, right? I'm like, yeah, it's about that time. All right, where did I screw up here? Maybe I pulled that out. All right, let me pull this out. I need to start from the beginning because I think I screwed this up completely. That'll just help me to start over. I'm still not mad at myself in terms of the motif. I knew this is the thing that's tripping me up because with the fans and spiders, that trips me up every time y'all see me do it on stream. So it's the same type of thing. But that's why it's good to redo these patterns a lot if you're a lace maker, because it helps you get the muscle memory to know like this isn't right and to be able to not think about it. The simple stitches I don't have to think about anymore. It's these types of things switching in a complicated way that my brain's like, nope. All right, you know what? Let's just start over. I don't mind. Because tomorrow anyway for stream, I will probably end up doing more ground and more motifs, so it's fine if I have to start over right now. Okay. Alright, now we're back to the start. And I need to stop potentially knocking my pillow over. Yeah, I've gotten a lot of sea lore today. Not a bad thing. Oh, shoot. There's some life experiences I haven't had compared to my peers, and that's okay. It doesn't bother me per se. I think it's just, like I've been saying, being around people who accept me for who I am, that I've been privileged to have along with the really bad experiences. But I know a lot of my loved ones tell me they really appreciate how I champion for them and that I'm unapologetic about who they are, and that's my big thing. Kind of what me and Az were talking about in terms of like fire sign stuff. So, right. I don't think I would be who I am if I didn't have like people who cared about me so young, so that way when stuff started being weird as I got older, it wasn't too bad. It's still rough sometimes. I'm not saying I'm always the most confident, but generally I'm like, you know what? I'm worked on a lot of self-compassion as I've gotten older, not being so hard on myself, taking my time, that type of thing. Okay, welcome back from the ads, y'all. If I said that earlier and that already happened or another ad came by, my bad. I'm so locked in on this motif. Okay. So pin 2 is there? Yes. So let's start over and put this there. I think I know why I screwed this up, because the colors are too similar. It's so funny. I knew I was gonna screw myself up, but I still wanted the challenge, and I'm still doing it anyway. That was the ball energy we had hours ago. Now we're here. Where is this needed to be tightened up a little bit more at? Where are you at, little thread? There we go. The right hand pair. Okay. This is where I screwed up at. Wait a minute. Okay, wait, we just closed pin 2. Okay. We're at pin 3. Got it. Looking at the wrong set of instructions. Let's see. Cross stitch with the pair on the right of the pin. Okay, don't do anything with that. And then this is the pair I need. Oh. That's the problem from last time. Okay, we fixed it. Even though it looks goofy. Okay, there we go. Twist the left pair and then... That's what it was. Okay. That is the two passive pairs. Okay, perfect.
I was like, what's going on, seat? There we go.
I think it's a new pair from the ground. Yep, I was right. I think we twist it. Yep. Whoops. I lied. We pan it before we twist it. That's what is happening. You're not gonna see the magic of this because again, I chose threads that are a little too similar in color, but I can see that I'm doing this right, and I'm so proud of myself right now. Okay. All right, we need to lengthen this though. I will show you on my next Hobonichi stream how I'm gonna use some of these bookmark patterns I'm practicing with to put them in my books for 2025. So. Oh, jeez. All right, I've got 15 minutes, so I had a feeling I would get to this motif, and then we would end stream. There we go. Look at me. Timing-wise. And then it's a new pair, right? Yep. And then twist. And since we got 15 minutes left, just as a reminder, I'm going to raid out again to Ash, and then tomorrow I'll be back with more Lace and Hobonichi stuff, and then I'm going to play Final Fantasy XIV. Friends have been asking me to, you know, actually get through Endwalker, so I'm hoping to get through Endwalker tomorrow, and then go from there. So, or at least a lot of it, I don't know. Cutscenes are long. We'll see. Right pair. That's 4 pairs. Okay. Sorry if I got a little quiet. I'm like I knew I kind of would. I would lock in a little bit to try to get the motif done. I feel like if I do this at least one more time, I won't have to lock in so hard. Right now I kind of have to, because if I don't, I will screw up what I did again. requesting this, and that's ready for the ground. Should be 5 pairs, right? Got it. Smallest heart, but can now see our magic. Found out that you brought her an outfit she forgot. Oh yeah. I wanted to follow up with you both too, because I said tonight or tomorrow. I apologize since I'm running late, but if Mia's too tired in terms of stuff, because I know I ran later in terms of me and my time shenanigans. We can do tomorrow whenever you folks are free. I'll be streaming earlier tomorrow, so yes. Well, wait, we found out that you bought her an outfit. She forgot she bought. Oh, wait, you mean the outfit that I already got, Mia? She bought it again? Oh. Maybe she can get a refund. Or sell it? Can you sell stuff like that? I'm so sorry. But I apologize, y'all. I said tonight and tomorrow, so that's on me. Let me know when y'all are free. We can run dailies, because I need to do some stuff anyway to level up my Pictomancer. You don't know me in time. Nah, she bought it long ago. Oh, the one you got her was recent. Oh, okay, got you. Got it. Okay, I just wanted to make sure because I was like, oh, she just forgot. No, that's real. I get it. I completely get it. Completely get it. But yeah, my apologies, y'all, in terms of gaming. If it's too late to do stuff, that's cool. We could do stuff tomorrow for 14. Because I do want to get back on the game. Even, it didn't have to be on stream when we're doing Endwalker stuff, but I do want to start playing a little bit more frequently in terms of dungeons, because I do want to do travels. It's okay, don't worry, yeah. Appreciate it. Because, yeah, I do want to do some dailies this week. Because I have to add the Moogle Hunt is happening. I think it's happening this week, maybe? I don't know. I think the Moogle Hunt is happening soon in 14, and then there's still the Fall Guys event before the Crimmy stuff, like I've talked about. So, all right, that is the bell for that. So what I'm gonna do is finish up the motif really quick, and then we're gonna raid out. I am spent. I feel me body being like, ma'am. So what I'll do is that I might go ahead and move towards doing some more of this on stream. Off stream. And then I'll do more on stream tomorrow. I'm going to do like Hobonichi and stuff and everything earlier. And then we will play some 14. I'm going to check in with some folks because I know people wanted to do Endwalker. So if we can't get to the final thing, because there's going to be so many cutscenes, it's fine. Because I did have some friends who wanted to do it with me. So we'll do as much as we can, but might not be as long as it is as I streamed spontaneously. So, but let me finish up this motif, and then we're gonna raid out this little pattern here. As soon as I remember what the devil I was doing. I appreciate the understanding though, and the ads are starting, so. The right pair. Oh, and it's ready for the ground. Wait, let me. Anyway, I hope I haven't been too repetitive, but the reason why I share things is because if it helps somebody out, potentially, I'm totally cool with that. Otherwise, I told people I be in my own little world. I'm not that unapproachable. But It's like I said earlier, I'm very much a slow burn. Very, very slow. Very intentional. So, 4 pairs. Why are there 5? Did I screw this up already? I did something strange. Maybe not? Nope, that's not right. I did something. I wanted to finish the motif. I'll come back from the ads, but maybe I won't be able to finish it because my brain is like slowly wee like Pac-Man, and I'm just like, oh, what is it? What did I just do? Shoot. What did I just do? There's something off. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's problematic. Oh wait, no, I'm right. Never mind. Never mind. My brain's like, ma'am, it is time for you to sit down and finish eating your food that you got early in your tea and go lurk on people's streams instead of being goofy and talking. You've talked way too much today, type vibes. Okay, there it is. I was like, what is happening that I'm not getting this right? Once I get the motif going, I'm good. It's just getting it started in my brain, as I knew I was like, ma'am, do you know what you're doing? I'm like, maybe. Maybe I do. I think I know what I'm doing now. I'll talk about this when it's more solidified, but I am going to be doing a very special thing with the International Lace Organization, just to let you know. But I will talk more when things are a little bit more solidified about that. Alright. What the devil? What's this trigger? Twist it. Okay. So that's done. Okay, now we can go back. Because there's 4 pairs. Got it. Okay. Alright. Oh my god. I think I needed to take a break from doing, which is, I hope this doesn't sound any particular way, but I needed to take a break from being in leadership positions for a while. And I think now that I took the break, I think I'm ready to kind of lead again. And it's not a thing where you look for opportunities to be there, but something I've noticed often is that sometimes I'm asked to do certain things, and like I've said earlier for stream as I wrap up, sometimes you're called to do something, and I feel like when I open my mouth, I've ended up being in leadership in some ways, and I think I needed to take a break from some of the heartache and the things I'd been through and kind of hibernate, and that tends to be a part of my life where I have to give myself space to go in a hyperbolic time chamber, and I think I'm coming out of it now. And so now universe is like, hey, you'd be good for this, you should do it now. It's that thing where I said I got pushed off a cliff earlier in stream, and I'm being asked to you can do this. I know again, that thing I said about the snake analogy, I know you feel a little wobbly, but if you are gonna say what you're gonna do, go do it. It is time. You can't hide anymore. And I was like, damn. So that's the next phase of things. Life is funny like that. So, I I'll talk about that more when things get a little bit more solidified. But let's just say there's some opportunities on the horizon that are being offered to me that I think I'm ready for now. That I don't think I would have been ready for had I not been through the stuff I've been through, which is so funny. It's so funny. Like I keep telling y'all that like sometimes life will tell you,
Hey, you know that thing you said you wanted to do? Well, here it is. You ready? And then you're like, no. It's like, well, have fun. And you get pushed off the cliff, and then you just have to trust that you'll land, and you're just panicking. So that's where I'm at, where I'm like, let me get used to my new skin, and then, T-pose a little bit. And then once I'm done T-posing my hyperbolic time changer, I'm coming out. So that's where I'm at. So that's why I'm calling it a transition time, because usually by the end of the year, I am very much hibernating and planning and thinking a lot of what I need. But there's some opportunities on the horizon that I want to take that are going to help me grow in ways I think I want to, and also things that I don't think I would have done before, that I'm like, I think you're ready. See, you don't have to be hiding in a corner. Not that I'm intentionally doing that, but sometimes when you are meant to do something, it only comes after a time of rest. And I think that's really what it came down to. So, like I said, I'll talk about more details later, but I'm excited. A little scared, but I'm excited. I think it's time to come back out again. I don't think I'm like a turtle. It's more like, as I said on the last stream on Monday, like it's that thing of like there's a time in seasons, and sometimes in seasons in my life I'm very much called to like retreat and recover and go where and really sit with myself by myself to figure out what direction I need to go. And then there's seasons of like, all right, you've sat down long enough, it's time to go do the thing. So this year was a little bit of the more sit back and think and take it your time. Next year I already feel is going to be more of like, you're going to go do stuff. Especially with some of the opportunities, like with school and everything that have come up, where I'm like, oh, it's a season of like, you're going to sprint. As soon as this thing hits, if it's meant to be, which I think some of these things are solidified, the things in my mind, you're going to hit the ground running. So I'm excited, but again, it's always a little bit nerve-wracking. You're never ready for anything fully in life, and you can change your mind about stuff, and I'm just like, all right, let's do that. Let me not go too much longer. Let me finish this. I think it's 4 passive pairs. Got it. That's why a big thing I can say, and I'll probably say it 1,000 times, like, don't ever stop growing, and don't ever think you can't learn something, and always be teachable, like I said earlier. That's my big lesson that my life has taught me, is don't always think you are settled on something, and you might change your mind. You might change your mind on some things. I don't think you can't do something just because you are limiting your own imagination type thing. Because sometimes I'm like, you've done a lot of dope stuff, see? Don't you think you should do this? I'm like, leave me alone, brain. But it's that thing when my brain's like, you want to do this thing? I'm like, all right, fine. And that's how I started doing photo shoots with my friends. And look what happened 5 years later. So... Oh, shoot. I didn't want to unravel this completely. Yikes. Stop it. I think we twist this. And then this sits over here. Yeah. Yep. Though in a funny, not haha way, I can't believe I'll be 35 in like a couple years. That's kind of weird of a concept.
And as my usual thing that I have to do every single day, the fact that I'm still the height that I am is very strange to me because I didn't think people could be. Well, I've met people who are short who are older, like in their 60s and stuff, right? I remember some of my teachers, even my auntie. I love her, by the way. I don't talk about her a lot, but like she's cool and whatever. She's a lawyer. She's really dope, but she's like really short. Like she's 4'9", and I was like, and the fact that when you get older, like you get shorter, that's wild. Because that means I'm gonna be like 4'10" when I'm like 60. That blows my mind. Anyway, it's funny, but it's like what I posted on socials where I was like, I can't wait to get wrinkles and be old. Like I get being young looking, it's fine. But I just want an age. I cannot wait. It's gonna be great. The aura of like being seasoned like that is just really fun to me. I'm not trying to speed run to 60, of course, but like I just think the concept of being able to age, especially with the way life can go, fuck yes, I'm excited. So, but the concept of me being like this, even shorter than I am right now, just again, like I say, I just think it's funny to me. I don't know why. I just think it's the funniest thing to me.
All my little spirit, and then me being oh so tiny.
Which I'll never shut up about. So. And then we went across 3 passive pairs. Wait. Okay. That's done. 2 more to go. I might actually just save this for stream tomorrow because I'm pretty sure I'll probably get through all of this on stream because I've gotten a little bit faster. It's just the 2 motifs, but I generally think I'll get this through this pretty fast. Okay. 1 last shot. I went a little bit over, but it's fine. Figured I'd finish closer to 10. Oh, let's not do that too low. Sorry. I'm learning better how to pin these all the way down. Alright, twist both pairs. And it's ready. Alright. We are ready for tomorrow's stream, and we have done the motif and half of this pattern on stream. Even with me yammering as I have been for a while, and slightly unscrewing some of these bobbins. Sorry, let me do a little bit cleanup. And then, like I said, we're gonna raid out. Just do some cleanup just a little bit. Also, I'm never gonna stop sounding like a philosopher son, so if you're kicking it with me, I appreciate that you understand that, even though I say it a lot, but it's just true. Okay. Alright. I think that is it for me. My brain is officially checked out in terms of stuff, but again, I did half of this, so, and I would say for the most part, this is pretty clean. My lace work has gotten really good this year. I'm really proud of myself. I still gotta work on like tightening up stuff. It's just this maintenance I do. They call it milking the cow, but it's just like tightening up the threads. But overall, it's not too bad. But yeah, thanks for hanging out with me, whether you're lurking the entire time, stop by for a little bit. Thank you for dealing with my scuff. I didn't do the task spot, but we'll do more of that tomorrow. I said I would today, but mainly was just making sure the action group stuff that threw me off. But yeah, tomorrow's stream, I will just go through the rest of this and then finish this out. And then I will also do some Hope and Nichin stationery stuff too. I'll come back from the ads. If I didn't catch that earlier or it just happened or I'm not being so distracted in terms of my own shenanigans. Oh my gosh. But repeating myself, overall, this is a lot better. Yeah. I can see my stitch work, even with me using thread that's really similar in color, this is actually really good. So I'm so proud of my progress this year. But yeah, we'll do more of this tomorrow and play some 14. But for now, I'm going to raid out because I need to go eat. And I think y'all are, you know your thing. So let me close out of some stuff first. First, say goodbye to my hands. Again, I don't have any nails on. I'm probably put another set on soon, but for now, I just wanted to take them off. Like I said, I might earlier this week. Just to give my nails a little bit of a break. But say goodbye to my tiny hands. They're here. We'll do more of this tomorrow and everything, and I will find that palette like I talked about earlier and share that and go from there. But other than that, thank you so much if you were here the entire time or lurking like I just said. Whether you're watching me morning, afternoon, evening, lurking, or watching the VOD that will be up on YouTube shortly, I appreciate you. But we are going to raid out to Fitness to Cosplayer Ash. So just give me 1 second. Say goodbye to my baby hands, my patana hands. But let me move to the just chatting screen, and then we're going to raid out after the ad. So, boop. Okay. Alrighty. Let me turn on my music for just a second. For those of you who are watching on YouTube, Ash does actually have a YouTube channel. So a lot more of my mutuals have YouTube channels. I don't have too many mutuals who stream on YouTube. I was talking to folks about this, but I genuinely think some of the updates for YouTube, besides the dubbing, I hate the AI dubbing thing, but I'm not gonna go on that rant right now. We have to, end stream. But with some of the changes on YouTube, I think there's an opportunity for folks to actually stream on there. It's not the same, of course, and I don't think streaming culture will ever be the way it is on Twitch on any other platform. Twitch is Twitch, but I do have some mutuals who do stream on there. Shout out, you know who you is. So I wish I could raid those folks on YouTube. So YouTube, maybe you'll do something like that in the future. But for now, for those of you who watch me on YouTube, specifically for the VODs, I'm still going to encourage you to come through on the Twitch side. And welcome back from the ads. I'm just wrapping up stream in terms of things, but I hope they had a feature on YouTube soon where people can actually raid folks on YouTube who are live streaming. I do watch some of my mutuals, or have before watched them on YouTube. I also follow some streamers primarily because they don't exist on Twitch. They're primarily on YouTube. But it's fine. It is what it is. But for those of you who are writing the rave with me for I have multiple windows of the same thing up. That's so funny. We're not gonna talk about it. Let me double check to make sure Ash is still streaming. Did they just end? Did I make that up? Oh, maybe they did. Oh, they probably did. Okay. Let me just make sure. They might have just ended. Okay, so I lied. We won't be raiding out to Ash. That was so bad for my ears. instead, I think what we'll do, let me see, he's also doing shenanigans right now. A lot of really dope teammates in folks streaming. And continuing on this thing to stream to rate into people either that I know or folks to expose y'all to or people that I like to watch. Since we did Manda on Monday stream, I'm actually going to send y'all to Snapple, who's currently playing Paladins. They're a part of Brown Girl Gamer Code, a dope community, and they're doing a collab stream. I want to say it didn't just start, but I'm assuming they're going to be streaming for a little while longer. But yeah, Snapple or Snaps does a lot of really cool games. They also play Marvel Rivals and lots of other things. They're going to play Hades and stuff too, and Borderlands, the Borderlands series. I haven't played through that actually, but I think that's really dope. But Snaps has also come through and rated me before. Snapple's really cool. They're a gamer girl and also a former comic journalist because, again, we love comics around here. So, you'll have a great time just chilling out with anybody in Brown Girl Gamer Code. They're super cool people. Lots of BIPOC, black and brown women and femmes. And, you know what I mean? I care about my people in terms of community. So, I'm going to send you off to watch Snapple with their friends. Her friends. And go from there. Yeah, they're friends. Sorry, I'm always like making sure I get pronouns right in terms of things. So, you know, women and femmes, being respectful in terms of things. But yeah, other than that, thank you all so much for joining me. Again, this is not a planned stream. I was just like, you know what? I want to do some more lace because I'm definitely in this like checking off my to-dos and making sure I'm good to go. I'm still going to be doing some stuff tonight, but I will just mainly be doing co-working things off stream. Again, it's just when I stream, I need to, like, I still co-work pretty much all day as I get ready for school and stuff, and I still gotta do some things. But thanks for hanging out with me, as always. I hope folks got some stuff done, even if you showed up for a second or lurked the entire time. It's all goody in the hoodie. But yeah, we're gonna raid out to Snaps. So, I will be back probably tomorrow. This is why I always do this every single time. Every single time. Lol. What time did I put my schedule down to keep myself together? So tomorrow's stream is going to be around 5 o'clock. So I will be back 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time tomorrow. I will not be streaming on Friday. I will be streaming on Saturday, like I said, and then I'll be back on Sunday with Bomber, Cyberpunk, and Battle Rangers in the interim. So I'll be back for shenanigans. But okay. For those of you on YouTube, if you want to join the raid, I will drop Snap's username in the OBS thing, like I just mentioned earlier. Welcome back from the ads. I'm just doing my usual repeating a message a few times so folks know what's happening. For those of you who aren't on YouTube, already on Twitch, who are gonna ride the raid, we're gonna ride the train to Snaps. I just realized, is my stream alerts on where it plays Quad City DJs? And if you're wondering what my actual thing is from stream alerts as I get it down, and this is the last Lord thing, I promise I will actually stop yammering. I love the song If You Know It by Quad City G. It's like, come on, ride a train and ride it up. Like I one of the first things I wanted to do as soon as I figured my life out was to actually have that as my raid message. So when I saw it on stream alerts, I'm like, someone knows my brain and understands peak and knows ball, as my friends say. So I don't know if it's programmed for outro streams, but as you saw when Ink raided in, it is my raid thing. So all it is to say, ignore me and Mix It Up right now in terms of raid stuff, but I will keep the stream alert in terms of just raid stuff. But I love that song. I love Quad City DJs. It's up with INOG and Chucky Brooker and a lot of old school 80s and 90s like black music. So honestly say that's a little lore drop. I haven't talked about it I feel like once on stream, but when it popped up it scared the crap out of me. I was like, okay, it works. But honestly I love Quad City DJs, so that's gonna be my like raid in and out. I just gotta program it, so I'm working on it. Anyway, all this to say it might not work for my outro raid, but don't worry about it. Anyway, we're gonna raid out to Snaps, so anyway, like I said, thanks so much for hanging out with me, whether you're watching live, lurking, or hanging out. I'm lurker friendly. Again, please stay safe, stay well. Thanks for listening to me yammer in terms of my lore. Hope you enjoyed. I will be probably lurking other people's streams right now, and I will be back tomorrow. If not, if you don't come by tomorrow, I will be back Saturday. If not Saturday, Sunday. If not, if you can't make a stream, there's always a VOD. And of course, if you need me, you know where to find me. In the meantime, probably gonna get food. Probably gonna drink my tea. Check into some emails and everything, and maybe figure out this whole Zenless thing. And update my PlayStation. I just got chores I gotta do. It's fine. I just got stuff I have to do. I lost track of time and I was like, wow, see? Did you remember that thing at the end of your dream you stream you needed to do? And I was like, yeah. I would do that to myself. But I have fun, so I appreciate you. Yeah, the scientist in me is like strategic strategies, thinking, plans, and then the artist in me is like go with the flow, do things, and then they both compete for brain space, which is why I'm my goober self in my own little world, and then I get a compliment and I fold. So I want to be quiet now. Anyway, have fun with Snaps. I'll see you soon. Take care.